Dagen är kort och det är alltid mycket som ska göras. Saker som de flesta inte tänker på. Sånt som får samhället att fungera och som många tar för givet. Våra kunder bygger samhället, ser till att det finns mat i butiken och skapar arbetstillfällen. Året runt lägger de grunden till att vardagen fungerar. Och de förlitar sig på sina maskiner. Deras arbetsredskap som måste fungera för att samhället ska göra det. Även om vi inte syns vet våra kunder att vi alltid står vid deras sida. Om något händer är vi där och ser till att arbetet kan fortsätta. Våra kunder är aldrig ensamma. De känner oss och vi känner dem. Visst, vi jobbar med några av de främsta varumärkena inom entreprenad, lantbruk och park och förvaltning. Vi har flera avancerade anläggningar där vi kan göra allt för de maskiner vi säljer. Men ännu viktigare är att vi är tillgängliga. Vi finns i närheten och kommer när våra kunder behöver oss. De vet vad de kan förvänta sig av oss eftersom de känner oss och det gör att de kommer tillbaka. På Staffare säljer vi inte maskiner. Vi säljer trygghet och kunskap.
Rallyx is presented by Commentators, Allsbergs, Thorens and Kiel, SXS Nordic, Bolians, BRP, Canam, Emstad, and Solterra. Round 3 starts in 3, 2, 1.
Hello from Tierp in Sweden. We're here for rounds 3 and 4 of Rallyx Nordic 2023. My name's Andrew Coley. Joining me in the commentary box, as always, we Hal Ridge and a host of guests because this is a massive kind of, I don't know, new style of event.
Yeah, loads of different cool disciplines in Sweden coming together. One of the biggest events in Scandinavia likely to be this weekend. Rally sprint, the drifting, the rallycross, and lots of cars on display as well. So I can't wait, and we're obviously focused on the rallycross.
Yeah, we are. So we're bringing you every session. Not every session, all the sessions except Q1. Shh, don't mention that. But all the rest of the sessions for cross car, Ginny, we've got cross car, we've got supercar, we've got supercar lights. Going to go through OMSE's 10 in a minute because it's just a ridiculous amount of cars. That behind us is, well, that's the commentary box, but this behind us is a drag strip. So the whole venue is kind of based on a drag strip. I think there's an airfield because Vigo said he's not allowed to fly too far that way because of aeroplanes and stuff. Aeroplanes and drones don't mix. These guys have been out already, remember, for Q1 yesterday. And these Hal supercar lights, kind of, I guess, our main supporting act to supercar.
Yeah, a spec category. We've got loads of different interesting categories in Rallyx, and this is the peak of the spec cars, isn't it? All the cars are identical, really highlights driver talent. Just going back to the circuit here, of course, it's different to last time Rallyx, as Rallyx Nordic came to Tierp. Not using that long straight down into the hairpin. Remember where Oliver Eriksson had that moment, he lost the championship by a point when the car broke in the lead of the final in 2019. So not using that extra bit at the bottom of the circuit, they're cutting across before that, the drag strip in the wrong way.
So it does, the finish line is on the drag strip and it is hella fast. Like we were stood there yesterday, there's a jump down into the narrow concrete bit. It's wild. So we were up on the top going, ooh. And yeah, it will be exciting. The finish is basically the drivers go straight on instead of turning right. Casper Janssen's car, this is a really good look at the inside of a Lights car. So see here the suspension is laid across. You've got drop links to those. This has had a nice refresh recently. Me and Hal were looking at it. You can tell from all the new nuts and bolts and shiny bits on it that Janssen's car has had a good refresh. He's actually got his car from Nitro here as well, because he's going to be driving in the Rally Sprint. So a number of our Rallycross drivers are taking part in the Rally Sprint in their Rallycross cars. Yeah,
just like this other light chassis from MSC. That's chassis number 2, I think. I think Ollie Ericsson's going to be driving that if he's got time in the Rally Sprint this weekend. And then we've got a couple of Honda Civics and an FC1X or 2 in the background as well. So one of the Ericssons is likely to drive a Civic, maybe not the Civic that Kevin's driving in the Rallyx event, but in the Rally Sprint. And the Christopherson team are running their supercars in the Rally Sprint. It's going to be fantastic to see these different cars in that different environment.
Yeah, sure. So coming this way, this is Derek Tohill's open 2-wheel drive car. That's the turbo crazy machine that they keep turning the power down on, and Derek keeps saying it's still too wild. There he is over there, look. He was a very scared man yesterday when he came in from Q1. And then here, this, like, who doesn't like a car in, this is what we call test livery, isn't it? If you're a full-on rally geek, any car that is white is basically in its test livery, and I'm all about it.
What colour wheels does it have? Yes, they're white. So a plain white livery with white wheels is the best thing in motorsport, in my opinion, especially when you've got a proper wide body kit, whether that's a supercar, a WRC car, or whatever. They just look amazing, but black wheels, no.
Look how stupidly we're grinning at this car. It's just a white car. We're simple creatures, we really are. Kevin Ericsson's car, of course, Kevin had a brilliant performance last time out. I don't actually think he was planning on doing any more events, and then Denmark went brilliantly, and now he's back.
There's a few incredibly hard-working people in the paddock, aren't there? One of them's behind us, Maria Eriksson, who holds a lot of this team together. Obviously, her husband, Andreas Eriksson, and Kevin is right there as well, running the team, also helping to run the championship and driving. And what performance he delivered in Nice. Was disappointed on the first day when the track started to clean up a little bit. He was much quicker, just that little bit longer wheelbase on the Civic, and I think this circuit could really suit him. He was quick here in 2019, was right behind his brother, playing the wingman then, and here he's leading the championship, isn't he? So, you know, another good result. We could see him in for the rest of the season.
He actually had a spin yesterday in pre-practice. The second session came down that very, very quick section, come through this way and dropped the car on the brakes. Didn't hit anything, luckily. Turn 1's actually pretty narrow, and it gets narrower as they come through it. This, if you've been watching Nitro Rallycross, you'll recognise as the FC1X, which is an electric rallycross car with, as you can see here, like more than 1,000 horsepower. It's ludicrous, and a foot of suspension travel, and it's just, look, I don't know if you can see him. Look at, have a look in there. Have a look in there. Look at that. Look at that. It's a weapon. 3 gears and a passenger seat as well, so someone's going to be very terrified. Me and Hal have both had the pleasure of sitting in one of these. We sat with Andreas Eriksson, didn't we, last year in Strangnas?
Beyond my better judgment, yeah. I remember mocking you for getting in next to Andreas, because of course you never saw Andreas race in his heyday, and then I got shoehorned in there as well, which was an amazing experience. You can hear the Burnyard testing in the background, so drifting in the Burnyard section this weekend is part of what's going on. And this gap in the OMSE paddock, there's a very special couple of cars going to be sitting there. Marcus Gronholm's Fiesta from winning Julius in 2008. That's really, you could put Marcus Gronholm's win in 2008 as really kick-starting Rallycross as we know it today. Tanner Farris watched a video of that happening, realised how cool Rallycross was, got it going in America. So people don't appreciate that the history surrounding that car, although it's missing so you can't see it at the moment, but the history surrounding that car that's here this weekend is massive for the entire discipline.
Yeah, Marcus is going to be here driving that, as Hal said. Don't fall over this. So typically, of course, we come over to the Burnyard just as the burning has stopped. But somebody was having it big time. There's some yes, look at that, Hal. There's some filthy tyre marks being laid down in there. So there's going to be a bunch of stuff going on. And behind that is the side-by-side track. Again, you'll have seen side-by-sides racing in Nitro, and side-by-side Nordic is coming along to that. Got some star drivers in that. Michaela Arlen-Kotlinski and Hedda Hosas, who, of course, are a couple of the big stars from Extreme E. Who else is doing it? Is Johan doing the rally sprint and side-by-side?
I think he might be, yes. We now have some more Burnyard testing. People are already congregating to watch here. Lots of these drivers are doing multi-disciplines, aren't they? And it's part of this big festival weekend for using cars outside their comfort zone. I think we're going to see some of the supercars in this environment as well. The FC1X is going to be doing some donuts.
Oh, look, fair play. That was pretty close to the wall over there.
And the top 10 drifters in Sweden are here this weekend, aren't they? So the level is high. You know, we've got 5-time World Rallycross champion Johan Kristoffersson, who's just announced that he's going for a 6th title this year. Kevin Eriksson, who's at the top of that level as well. Many of the top rallycross drivers, but also top drivers from different disciplines.
So it's going to be a great event. Bilevski's over here. We've got over that way Daniel Torrens acquired an XEKS Audi, which unfortunately broke in Q1. We'll bring you the results from that in a moment. Christopherson's cars are over that way. We were going to have a big wander around, but there's just so much going on, we're not going to have enough time. So we're going to head to the commentary box. In the meantime, if you missed rounds 1 and 2 from Neeson in Denmark, take a look at this. Bilevski on row 2 backward. Can he get anywhere from the back of the grid? It's a great start by both cars on the front row. Bilevski as well. Strum's got the jump on Christopherson. Christopherson inside. Eriksson spins on the brakes. Oh, nearly gets collected. Bilevski hits the tyre.
Christopherson has to joker this time around. You very correctly say, unless Hedstrom goes in. No, he doesn't. Christopherson's going to joker.
That tyre stack as well has changed the line in there, Hal. That's the first time they're taking this joker lap the way they're taking it. So Christopherson now, the best rallycross driver in the world, is behind him. But this could be the biggest result of Hedstrom's career. He pops up over the crest, drops into the joker lap now. Where's Christopherson? The Hedstrom holds on. Peter Hedstrom holds off Johan Christopherson to win round 1 of Rallyx 2023.
Peter Hedstrom, he did all of that at the start. He's doing donuts on the loose.
Here's go. Good start by Christopherson. Eriksson's definitely got the jump on back row. Peter Hedstrom going to try for the round the outside move. Kevin Eriksson leads this from Bilevski.
Christopherson out.
Oh, he's gone, so Christopherson's pulled over. He's out. He goes late on the brakes, ducking up the inside. Oh, tags the back of Eriksson. Eriksson holds on. Backward spins. Bilevski goes through. So does another result for him. Fantastic. Bilevski gets P2. Yesterday's winner Hedstrom is P3 backward. He had to try, and I admire him for it. He doesn't get the reward, but good on you for having a crack. Andreas backward very much back in the box today. So those are the championship standings after the first 2 rounds. Kevin Eriksson on 52 points. 2 points ahead of Johan Christopherson, the World Rallycross legend, as Hal said. 5 titles, heading for number 6. Well, aiming for number 6. Can't say heading yet. He's going to have some stiff competition. Hedstrom is in P3, but he's actually not racing this weekend, Hal. He's certainly not racing today because he's rented the car out. We did say, didn't we, unfortunately, you get a good result with a car that you're going to rent. And unfortunately, well, you can't use it anymore, can you?
Commercial game, isn't it? That's what people need to do to pay to go racing, and he's renting quite a lot of his cars out. Callum Ward is on the entry list and his car's in the paddock. Whether we're going to see him this morning or not, I don't know. Obviously, we've got Ulrik Linneman joining us, who missed Q1 yesterday, because just like Hedstrom, Linneman runs his own team. It was a round of the Danish Rallycross Championship yesterday on a Friday, so he ran his team yesterday.
What, on a Friday? This is a great idea.
Friday, Saturday Rallycross, mate. That's
well done,
Denmark.
Denmark.
What it needs to be all about.
Good effort.
But anyway, Ulrik had his car brought here, his supercar brought here by another team in Crosscar on an open trailer on the back of their bus, and now he's flown up here to race today. I don't know if Callum Ward's doing the same. We haven't had time to find out. But yeah, the reason Hedstrom's not driving today is because they've rented a car at Gustav Bergström, and it's simple as that.
Yeah, so there will be people, of course, doing the entire series. There's cameraman Eero, who's out having a look around the paddock. I've been over to the grandstands. There's a bunch of people sitting in the stands. How they're watching Crosscar Junior, which is going on right now. Behind us in the background, you can actually see the Burnyard. I don't know if you can see. There you go. You can. So look, that's us in the front of your picture, and over there is smoke and tyres, and you know.
This is great,
that's
isn't it?
We have a good spot here.
This is a bit of a who's who, isn't it? So if you look, oh, where am I? Look, there you go. There's Michaela Arling Kotelinski. I can't work out the movie. There, in the blue.
Where?
There, look, behind me.
Oh yeah.
There. Who else can we spot?
I don't know, these lovely people here, look, walking through. We are right.
There's Derek Tohill, there.
Derek, where?
I'm a bit confused by this mirror.
Okay, so here's the deal. Hal has clearly never presented the weather. Because if you present the weather... No, I haven't, but I've seen it.
But they don't have a background, it's just, it's just a green screen.
But you have to wave about a bit. But it is tricky. When you're pointing to stuff behind you and you're seeing yourself, don't worry about it. But it's pointing behind you when you're looking at yourself on a screen. It's tough. Go in your bathroom now. Try it on a mirror. Point stuff. It's not that easy. You think this job's easy, don't you? Well, it's not. So we're going to get...
But it is fun.
It is fun. We're having a lot of fun. Can you tell already? And we haven't even started racing yet. We will be getting the likes of Michaela to come and join us in the commentary box. Hedda Hozas is here. As we mentioned in the preview, she's come to race side by side as well. We're a little bit closer to the paddock here, so we're going to try and get a few more guests in than we managed in Denmark. In Denmark, we had a great view up on the hill, but we were a long way away from where the teams are based. And they have very little time. As you know, we don't have a lot of time between the sessions either. So we'll do our best to get those guests in. You can get in touch with us on social media. Me and Hal are on Instagram. That's probably your best way to drop us a DM. If you've got any questions, seriously, if there's something you don't know, if you're new to Rallycross, you'd like to know a bit more about it, or if you want me to test Hal's knowledge of chassis numbers, that's fine as well.
Sounds risky, doesn't it?
It does sound risky, but try it, it's fine. Yeah, give us a shout, basically. Let us know where you're watching from. We've had people, last time there were definitely people watching in America.
I'm always staggered at how many people are watching, to be honest, and who references it when you meet them elsewhere.
What time is it where you're watching? Are you some sort of, if you're in Australia and you've got up at a horrendous hour to watch Rallyx?
The Jamaicans aren't up yet, are they?
No, the Jamaicans won't be up yet.
Well, they might be.
Morning, Peter. Morning, Fraz, Stephanie. Big up, as always. But yeah, there will be, I say, we're very lucky. We've got a good viewership for this brilliant series. It is a great fun series. That's the OMSC tent, which we were walking through a short moment ago, which is right behind our commentary area. Our timing screen has just come on in commentary as well. I don't know where I'd go, Hal. If I was here now, it's a bit of a quandary, isn't it? Because there's so much going on.
So we've got a lunch break, haven't we? Which is
we're going to go and watch the rally sprint.
Unfortunately, there probably isn't going to be any lunch. Although Marie Eriksson has brought us a little tray of snacks because she's an angel.
Oh, where'd the snacks go?
I've got them this
your side. Hal's taken the snacks.
What a surprise!
Hal's removed the snacks were my side, but look, they've ended up on Hal Ridge's side. What does that say? Hey?
But you've eaten all the chocolate ones. So.
I haven't had anything
But
yet.
Maria's an angel. And
Maria actually brought us the kettle over because last time we were struggling to get tea, which as Englishmen we need a lot of. But the tea was half a mile away. Now it's literally just here.
Oh, no. There.
Look how good. See? He can't do the pointing at all, can he? It's hilarious. Literally there. Make wider gestures, Hal. Yeah, exactly. Then it doesn't really matter.
You need wide arms to show all of it.
Here comes a van, look.
OMSC's 10.
Nice. Quite like that.
Transporter, new Transporter. You've got Transporter.
Yeah, I have. Mine's a T5 though. It's a bit tired. I've got the same rims, but that's all right. Look at this. Can you see it yet? There it is. This is quite
See me
good,
rolling.
They hate it.
It's got a tow bar though. Most important thing, tow bar.
Yeah, but you need one you can fold away. It doesn't look cool. Right. What's Eero's going through the paddock? Is he? Where is he now? What's he got? No, Vigo's going through the paddock. So there is the drag strip. So that basically, there's behind you is the burn yard. So you're getting an idea of the layout. In front of Vigo now, that's where side by side is, over in the forests.
Massive venue here, isn't it, in Tierp? They're so lucky to have this space, but most rallycross tracks just don't have this space, and that's why they can do brilliant things like have this burn yard. Look how much rubber's been laid down already.
There was none until this morning. That was clean until we filmed the intro, like literally 2 minutes before we came on air. You nearly caught up with us. It was, look at this. Look, yes!
There's a few Irishmen in the paddock that are standing. They've forgotten about rallycross now because there's a Volvo drifting.
Look, that is the sendiest Volvo you're going to see today. Get amongst it.
Vigo is extraordinary, isn't he? Like, genuinely extraordinary.
He's a weapon. Steering angle. I mean, that, of course, I think people look at drifting. A lot of the drift cars actually, Hal, are quite heavily modified, obviously. In the same way you look at a rallycross car, it's not a Volkswagen Polo. There's the windscreen and maybe the badge. There isn't a lot else left. And with the drift machines there, you can see the angle of the steering. And that means the more steering, basically the limit of your steering angle is the limit of your drift angle. Once you reach the lock stops, you go round.
And that's why there's so much adjustment in the bottom arms and the suspension geometry to get that lock. Drifting's amazing to me. Okay, it's not my favourite discipline. I don't claim to know anything about it, but it's all about, I think, having maximum grip and then breaking the traction, which is not what when you look at it there, you think it's all about using knackered old tyres and going sideways, but actually it's about having loads of grip and then breaking the traction to be able to control it. I think that it's...
The high-speed stuff is what freaks me out. I've been very
the entries.
Lucky. Yeah, I used to work with Caterham, and we used to do a drift school in the UK, and it's all in first gear, and it's not easy. That's not fair, but it's not too tricky in the lower gears. You can get donutting around a cone. I could teach most people to do it in about 10 minutes. But when you see them come in fourth gear, reach for the bar, and then back it in. Rovanpera has been impressing me recently. Kalle Rovanpera.
He loves it.
Known for WRC, but yeah, absolutely loves his drifting. And go take a look at his Instagram and some of the stuff recently. I love how excited he gets about it. He's a factory Toyota driver in WRC, and he's like, yeah, I'm going drifting this weekend. Isn't he? He's going to Japan. Anyway, there's so much going on here, but let's get back to what we're about to see out on track. Crosscar, your championship standings. Thomas Eek Merstad leads by 1 point from Sebastian Enholm. Hukar on the 45 as well, Hammerquist on 44. So we do have 4 drivers at the top there who've broken away just a little bit in terms of championship standings. There's a bit of a gap for those guys. and we'll expect to see them towards the sharp end, but we've got another decent entry here, bit of depth to it, and we're going to see them going racing now for their Q2. We've got results in front of us and grids good to go.
So this is the top of the circuit we're looking at. This is the velodrome section. You can see there's tarmac on the inside and loose on the outside, so important to be on the correct line. And these are the Q1 standings.
Q1, yeah, so Robin Grana winning Q1 from Alexander Hume. Hume, of course, starred last time out as well. Riku Hukar, Rasmus Persson, Erik Nielsen, Jimmy Osterberg, Elias Svensson. Pretty much how, as we'd expected, isn't it? Rasmus Roos up there, Martin Ugar, Kim Lorentzen. Who's missing out at the minute? Oh, Thomas Eek Merstad, look, has had a shocker down in P20. Bowdins as well, down in P28. So that's a couple of drivers we would expect to see further up just on first glance. Kalle Gotherson as well. So there's a few people there. Who was it last time? It was Elias Svensson, wasn't it? Do you remember, who fought his way back into the semi-finals both days in Q3? Had shocking results in one of the sessions and had to really fight to make it through, but did.
Yeah, but because you get so many points from qualifying, it's still down the order in the overall standings. Cars on the grid, ready for the first race. Remember, fastest first in Rallyx.
So, Robin Grana, Alexander Hume, Riku Hukar, Rasmus Persson and Erik Nielsen. And you're going to get your first look at the track here. It's a fair old blast down to the first corner. Hukar in the middle of the grid with the standard Hukar wheelie, but not going to beat Robin Grana down to turn one. Grana, the pole man, gets into the first corner first. Blasts out of there down, and now they come up over they've come over the tarmac of the drag strip, then into this dirt crest, pop up the curve to the left. There's another crest in here, round to the right-hand side, and then Hal into this velodrome section. Oh, again, pitching it in, bit too sideways, loses a bit of time on the exit there, definitely under massive pressure now, contact between them. Joker lap goes off to the right-hand side here. And Hal, to be fair, this is actually the first time we're seeing it from the cameras, because yesterday we were watching from the top of the grandstands. And it's a technical little place, short circuit, that's one lap done already.
It is, yeah. Look at that big bump as you cross the drag strip for the second time of asking. Of course, that's in the first corner as well, but you're not carrying that closing speed. There's a big hop. They've just put some tarmac there to, of course, the drag strip is so deep with the material that's laid down to do the drag racing on that they've had to make a little lip to climb up onto it. The track's so clean on the line, isn't it? I don't think we're going to see loads of evolution across the session, so the fastest going first probably won't help the guys lower down the order.
Grana going Joker, so you're in the Joker now. It's actually really tight, look, it's very much a hairpin left. Then this is the merge. Now the finish line, you'll see in a moment, they go straight on down the drag strip, so basically across the back of your shot there and into the end of the drag strip very quickly, up and over that jump at the back. Hal, there were some pretty spectacular crashes over that jump in the old layout at Tierp.
Yeah, massive. You know, Daniel Turenne, who's in Supercar this weekend in the JC Audi, he had an enormous crash there in a Hedstrom's Polo. There's a few RX Academy cars that had that as well. It was just the closing speed was very, very high, so they've changed the circuit for the better. This is Alexander Hume in the Joker from the lead. This is to try and cover off those behind. Of course, only 3 laps in these qualifiers.
Checker flag out, so that's not the finish. The finish line is down here, and look at the closing speed of Grana, nearly got him. So 0.090, and that gives you an idea. Grana just got great exit speed, and of course that's going to be the difference between coming from the standard lap and coming from the Joker lap. So the exit from the Joker lap is a lot slower than it is from the standard lap. And you can see some of the crowd sitting up there in the grandstand. The grandstands for the drag strip are so long, it's crazy. Here's another look at the start. Hukar, oh look, Hukar actually went left Hal off the start. We didn't see that from the shot we saw last time. We were right-hand side of the grid, got a wheelie, and then couldn't get the car turned in, basically. Ended up really deep. This was the mistake as well by Grana on lap 1. And that immediately opened the door to Hume behind to get right stuck in. Here goes Grana into the Joker. I don't think Joker on the last lap is the call here because of the exit speed of the standard lap. I think we might see people jokering 1 lap early.
Yeah, and the likes of the top-level supercar and lights drivers and cross-car drivers will have already worked that out. But of course, you don't want to follow or be followed into the Joker either, do you? Or you want to be followed if you can defend the position. But this is the closing speed of Grana, who was on the standard lap and carried that momentum to the end.
He wanted that line painted another 10 metres later, didn't he? He'd have been fully over the moon. Robin Grana, cross car Q2 Heat 1 winner. No, is that correct? 158. Yes, it is. Sorry, and Eric, I'm not sure it is. Grana was closing down. Yes, it is. We're just getting too excited about what gear they're in, aren't they? Coming over the line, basically.
Well, we don't actually know where the finish line is yet, do we?
Well, we were told the white line coming onto the drag strip after turn 1.
Because it's the line on the track after.
Although yesterday, did you see Olofsson yesterday heading up to timing, or you left me by then? Yes, you'd gone to look at the incredible hybrid Merc, which we're going to let you get excited about in a bit in open tool drive. I really want to hear it. Hal went and had a good tech look at the championship winning car of Victor Johansson, which is a weapon. And Simon Olofsson came to me and he said the times are different on paper than they are on the timing screens, and he was heading up the timing to try and ask why.
Right.
So maybe the finish line is somewhere different. Let's figure it out in this one. So Osterberg, Svensson, Roos, Ugar and Lorentzen. The nose is diving down deep. That's that bump into turn 1, which we mentioned, Hal mentioned, they've had to put a ramp in because the height of the drag strip is so much higher. Great to the loose. Great
awareness from Ugar there to brake early. Osterberg carried so much speed into the first corner on the inside, ran that little bit deep. Ugar, who always has so much attitude in that speed car wonder.
In the background, Hal, just one little mistake over that jump, getting off the clean line, couldn't get turned in and lost an absolute ton of time. Peeling off to the right, that's the Joker entry as well. He's actually, if somebody breaks in front of you, they're going to compromise your lap time.
Yeah, very slow entry, isn't it, to the Joker? Much, much slower than the normal lap. Who was it that told us yesterday it's got Abu Dhabi vibes to it? And that's because both the Joker entry and the Joker exit there could be affected by the main lap. You know, remember in Abu Dhabi, you could really brake hard and slow the guy behind you back. You lose. What you're doing there is you don't actually lose that much time on the track, but you lose the momentum, and it's impossible to regain that momentum once you've lost it, unless you're in a. Okay, it's the same in supercar, but in these machines where they're so relatively underpowered, it's so much harder.
It's gravel braking zone as well, Hal, into the Joker. So really, you know, the Joker is way more. When we arrived yesterday, we looked at it and we went, oh, it's quite short, especially the new layout. And immediately Guillaume de Ridder said to us, yes, it's short, but it is incredibly technical. And I just think there's so many places. It was over the jump, I say, a minute ago, where you could see Ugar, the only driver not to a Joker. What's the gap to Osterberg at the minute? 7.5 in the last lap. So let's see, Ugar's going to head off now. Watch this. So gravel braking zone. Look, he goes on the brakes twice to feel the grip. Get it in tight at the right, get it in tight at the left. Now watch in the background, the exit speed will be way higher for Osterberg, but I don't think he's close enough. Ugar, there's the checker flag. Wait, where does the timing stop? So watch the bottom left. I think it's the white line. Yeah, it is. Okay, so it's that white line in front of you there is the timing line for it. So Ugar does a 1:58.3, which is the fastest time of the session by 2/10. He goes just ahead of Alexander Hume. So I was right how the graphics were wrong, because it was Humid on that one. It was Grana that was closing him down. So our graphic was wrong at the finish of the last one. That's a relief for me.
No one's bettered Grana's best lap, though, from the previous session. I think he lost out at the start, didn't he? And then the Joker strategy just didn't quite work. That was Osterberg running deep in the first corner. Osterberg, who lost the cross-car title here a few years ago, was running his own team back then and just lost out on the Crown. He's been a regular losing out on the Crown driver, hasn't he? Not much luck in that respect, but racing the TM5 this weekend, and you saw the attitude of it landing just before there. I love how different all these cross cars look. It's helps with recognising them at least. Ugar, though, over the finish line. It's so fast down there, isn't it? Next to that wall that pokes out on the left.
There's about, I mean, how long's the drag strip? Quarter of a mile, isn't it? So there's a good portion of the drag strip left. But put it this way, you wouldn't want your brakes to fail, because you're basically heading down to the wrong end of a drag strip.
I can't repeat exactly what Daniel Turenne said yesterday, but he said it's jolly scary indeed going down there in a supercar.
And that's his new supercar, he's which we're hoping will be out for Q2. He came back in on a rope from morning warm-up, unfortunately.
It was just a clutch. I'll have it sorted.
Oh, it was? Okay, perfect. Nice one, mate. So yes, bit of work for them to do to get the car back out, but they will. And he was he was so excited about the new car, just full of enthusiasm for it, and yeah, saying it was quite the learning curve. It was totally and utterly different to his Polo in every way. Okay, so Romet Siena on the left-hand side of your screen, then Sebastian Enholm, Linderqvist in the middle, Brunkvist and Maiju Niemi on the right-hand side. So Niemi was inside the top 15 in the last session. Remember, it's fastest first. So listen to the revs, low at first, and then it will just build a little bit, and then ready to race will go out. There's a random gap then between that and the green coming on. There it is, and away. car. Amazing start on the inside for Turner. Early on the brakes. Pop it up over that little crest. Enholm looking up the inside line but can't quite get there. Now this is the bit where it's crucial how to be on the clean line again, because if you run wide after this, it was here, somebody in the previous race got out in the dirt and literally they had to wait almost until those barriers to be able to pull the car back online.
Yeah, so clean online, isn't it? As you say, look around here in the velodrome section. They love calling corners velodromes up here in Scandinavia, and it's so clean on the inside. But if you get too wide through there, which I'm sure we'll see over the course of the weekend, that's going to get tricky. Look how fast it is through that very quick right, left section. Oh.
Enholm is looking to me like he's quicker, I think, just a little bit than Cerner. They'll have to watch out now behind them. Who's joking on lap one? Brunkvist and the Amy have gone joker on lap one, but look at Enholm piling it on through here. Difference in line as well, how much curb he used. Got to keep it in tight on the left here again. They'll want to get it on the curb on the left-hand side. There it is. Look, he's all over him. Absolutely. Also, for me, Enholm's got to go. Looks up the inside anyway. Doesn't even need asking. Enholm might well go joker from there, but no, holds the line. Cerner going to go joker instead. That was a great pass, just piling that pressure on, making Cerner drive on the mirrors.
I think Enholm was probably just a bit too tight there to make a good entry into the joker. You need to widen up the entry there, don't you? Can we see what car he's driving this weekend? Because of course he drove his sister Frida's car in the previous round in Nissan, because that had the stronger of the two engines in that team.
Yeah, they had a little problem, didn't they? Just discovered that it was missing a few horses the night before the race, so took his sister's car instead. Look at that, just lifting up one wheel. The banking here is weird, Hal. It's like a flat banking. You know, it's rather than being curved banking where the low, you know what I mean by that, don't you? The radius of it. It's just like into the joke. Here he comes. Watch on the exit now. Or Cerner coming in hot on the right-hand side of your screen. Not going to be close enough. I think Enholm's going to get it down. Is he going to go quicker, though? No. 159.6, so 1.3 slower than session leader Ugar at the minute.
Cerner with the fastest time on a 34.915. That's almost a second slower than Grana managed in the first race. So the times, the ultimate lap time not improving.
Look at this, Enholm, look, ducks on the brakes and goes inside here. Almost gets alongside Cerner on the exit, but not quite close enough.
Yet again, impressive from the Amy to try hanging around the outside there. That's a brave move, isn't it? Because it really tightens up on the outside on the exit.
Look at the attitude in Enholm's car as he comes in over the curb there and chucks it in on the loose. And then this is the move. Look, he comes out wide and in tight. And yeah, to be fair, Cerner makes a mistake on the way in and only leaves a cross car's width, but it's enough.
Good respect from both of them there as well.
Great.
Enholm didn't run too deep, but we just missed the joker entry. But I think he was just too compromised to take the joker early. And you can see there the closing speed. Cerner couldn't get quite on the back of him, but it was tight.
And I think without that mistake from Cerner, that would have been super close. I think as well the right thing to do with the mistake to go joker straight away. You know there's only 2 laps left, and if Enholm's not going to go, you need to.
Yeah.
Enholm wins from Cerner, Brunkvist, Niemi and Lindqvist, but it is still Martin Ugar who leads the session from Alexander Hume and Robin Grana. Looking at the times, 1:58.3 for P1, and it is for P10 is 2 minutes 2.6. So what's that? 4.3 seconds across the top 10 cars. It is very, very close here. You know, you make a mistake that costs you a second, you drop in 5 places instantly.
And in every race, you've got some headline names. Look at you've got Eek Murstad in this one. Pentonen we know can be brilliant as well. It's just stacked, isn't it, the cross-car lineup?
Yeah, and I think that's the thing as well, how when you do make that one mistake, you end up appearing, don't you, in a lower race down. You can surprise the session. That is why, you know, Andreas Eriksson likes going fastest first. The track will clean up a bit, potentially, and get quicker. So Hoffman, Pentonen, Eliasson, Jorgensen, and on the right-hand side, Eek Murstad, massive wheelie from Pasi Pentonen, coming in hot, almost rolls in turn 1, gets up on 2 wheels, sideways from everybody. That was a carnage start. Grip level off the start here seems really high.
Yeah, really hard in a cross car because you don't want too much wheel spin and lose out, but you're kind of finding that constant battle between the revs being low enough for it to grip up, but sometimes they grip up just enough and you pop the front axle. Spinner in the background.
Yeah, didn't see who it was. Same car that had the issue in turn 1. Into the joker lap goes Eek Murstad. So Eek Murstad's gone joker on lap 1. Still, I have no idea what the delta is, Hal. I've been trying to figure it out, but it was 7 was the gap at one point. Pentonen's grip coming across. They were saying the grip on the drag strip is very, very high.
start just off the drag strip area, and then you cross over it, don't you? And you see lots of people get oversteer or understeer because the car changes attitude as that grip surface changes. And I love that. That's part of rallycross, isn't it? Having to deal with something different in every single corner.
Noel Eliasson is chucking that car about big time. The leader now in the background, you can see heading off down on the standard lap. Joker lap goes past Pentinen. The little green lights, top left. Look at this. That's the Burnyard you can hear in the background. That's not a cross car. The audio there
perfectly synced with the sideways motion of a cross car.
It's brilliant, isn't it? That is amazing. So Merstad and Pentinen, I'm trying to figure out, so we're going to try and figure out what the difference is.
Very clean, as we said, and I don't think it's going to clean up as Eliasson goes into the Joker this time around. The final lap comes out well in front. The gap was 3.16 seconds, was back to Eek Merstad. Eek Merstad's closing to the line. He isn't going to get it done. So I think, Andrew, the Joker Delta, maybe 2.5 in a cross car at the moment.
Only 2.5.
Well, he had 6 seconds there, and Merstad didn't close on him at all. But that's also, the Joker Delta is going to be skewed by that run to the line on the final lap. So
yeah,
do you take
the standard lap, or do you? Well, yeah.
Do you take the Joker Delta as being the difference between a running lap and the Joker lap, or the difference between the Joker Delta on the final lap, which skews the maths a bit, doesn't it?
I think, well, that's tricky.
So that was 6. That gap was 6 before the run to the line, and it ended up being okay. It ended up being
which to me.
So it's not 2.5. I'm completely wrong. Yeah. No, it's 5.5.
Yeah. Okay. 5. Yeah. So
but 5.5. But you carry that momentum on the final lap.
So what we need to do is, unfortunately, because with only 3 laps, we're not going to get the comparison because the first lap's of a standing
until the
start.
end of today.
Yeah. And so we'd have.
So we'll know for tomorrow, and then it'll rain and be different anyway.
Yeah. Exactly. Or they'll change something. But yeah, basically, Eliasson 158.8, which slots him into about P4. And Eek Merstad, Pentinen, Jorgensen, Hoffman. So yeah, we're thinking 5.5 to 6 as the delta, but that is the difference between on the last lap with the run to the line. If we're confusing you, don't worry, we're confusing ourselves.
Eliasson, though, 4th overall. That's a solid time, isn't it?
Yeah, very much.
5th. So in every race, we've got the last couple of races coming up. In every race, someone's gone into the top 4, which again shows.
So big thanks to Pace Motorsport, who after we kind of said, we can't tell the difference between your cars, your livery's awesome, but we can't tell the difference. They've actually changed the colour of the fin on the back of the car, and I don't mean a Finnish person, I mean the little fin with the number on the back there. So if you look at P2 on the grid, Tierp, you can see that it's kind of a luminous yellow, and if you look on the far side of the grid, Tamo Tudo, you can see that it is a luminous green. So thank you to them for making an effort. Much appreciated. Eric Anderson on the inside, and in P3 on the grid is Kalle Gotherson. So what have we got in this entry, Hal? 28 this weekend, isn't it? Very, very strong still. Here we go. That's an idea more of the RPM at the start. See if anyone gets a wheelie this time. That is a hell of a hold. An absolutely epic start from Anderson on the inside. Has blown everyone away on the run to the first corner. That's absolutely insane. It just hooked up and went. And
very neat and tidy as well. That extra couple of meters in the start from having that amazing launch really gave him the opportunity just to open up the first corner a bit and not be stuck to the inside. And look at the difference it's made already.
Incredible. So now if you could string together 3 perfect laps, in theory you could find yourself right towards the top of the timesheets just by virtue of getting such a perfect start.
Anderson driving that car for the first time in Neeson, the speed car wonder, and we were talking to his dad when we were in the paddock, and he was just saying just a bit lost, a bit all over the place, but now they're clearly finding some better pace.
Tudo went Joker on the first lap, coming in the background.
That was Tierp spinning in turn 1, just got a bit of over rotation done on the way in, and then backwards towards the wall. But there's so much grip there, if you get in the throttle you can almost drag it back out. Got going again. This is Anderson. Will Anderson Joker this time around to try and cover off that position? No. So Anderson staying out.
You're really threading the needle down there, Hal. When you look at it from the drone in particular, you get the idea. We're stood on the top of the grandstand. You look at it, oh, look, it's straight line, it's flat. Well, yeah, it is if you've got 100% confidence in the car.
Well, I think Viga can hear us, can't he, through the commentary? So maybe Viga can follow a bit lower on one of the fast runs through that corner, because that'll give you an amazing idea of how close it is. Because, like, as we said, Daniel said he was terrified going through there in a supercar.
Vigo's up there now, so if we can follow Vigo on the exit here, I think, no, we're going to go Joker in this car. So we're going to go Joker in, and what we want to see in one of the races. Yeah, he's epic, isn't he? He's one of the best drivers here, Vigo. Now, on the exit, again, look at the right-hand side of your screen. Massive gaps, not going to get close this time. Fantastic drive. Oh, and it's quick as well, is it? 59.2. It's not bad. Yeah, that's gonna go P6.
6 overall, yeah.
P6 for Anderson after that mint start.
And Tudo at the end done a 34.8, which is in there with the fastest laps of the session so far.
Look at that, Hal. Look at it.
Just hooked up perfectly. It was a long hold, wasn't it? And those long holds sometimes really make a difference to the different drivers. You know, some people inevitably lose a tiny, a millisecond of concentration, and that's all the difference it makes. I love the starts in Rallycross. It's such a high pressure, intense environment. This is the moment for Tierp. Look, just reversing it into the wall there on the outside. That's where we saw Kevin Eriksson spin in free practice 2, and just dropping the rear wheels into the gravel there for Anderson. This is in the Joker section.
I reckon there's a couple of tenths in that, Hal.
And it's hard, isn't it, to get the rotation done on any car like that, left to right, because the weight transfer is all going the wrong way to the direction you want to be going in.
And all that was slightly too late on that loose braking zone. Then the loose, of course, is carried onto the tarmac. You get off the clean tarmac and it gets multiplied. So Anderson potentially could have gone even quicker, but a 159.2 still sees him slot into P6 overall in this session. Tudo, Gotherson and Tierp rounding out Heat 5. One more race to go in cross car. Bowdens is in this one, so this is by no means a foregone conclusion, but I mean who's won the session, because Bowdens really came into his own in Denmark on day 2.
Great at a comeback, Bowdens, isn't he? You know, he's really quick. I'm not taking anything away from him, but has regularly had to fight back from adversity, not having the best start to events.
Well, he qualified 13th on day 1 in Nice, and then on day 2 he qualified 4th, and was second in his semi. Okay, the final didn't go his way, he ended up P5. So Bowdens on the outside of your grid here, up against just inside him Munch in the red and white. Then you got Jake Herskainen in the Edge cross car, the square-looking machine, which is second on the grid, and on the inside in the YMS machine is Patrick Kong. So
being young and with it, I've just looked on Instagram to try and find out what happened with Ronald Bowdens yesterday. He's written in Latvian on his social post. So I've pressed C translation. It said Q1 DNF, a defect in a sickle.
In a what? In a
sickle. The sickle's what you cut thistles with, isn't it?
Yeah, do you think it's a gear?
Maybe.
I'm trying to think what the... If you're Latvian, let us know. Well, read it in Latvian, Hal. Well, mind you, there might be... I don't think he would swear on a post. He's far too nice.
Risky.
Go on, read it. I'll read it.
That one says morning. Morgan.
That's
German.
Right. We're obviously waiting for a bit. Look in the background, Hal. There they are. The open two-wheel drive machine. Simon Tiger up there, and also a dog. There are many dogs at this venue. You can't take dogs to all motorsport venues, but thankfully Rallycross is often you can. So you can take a dog to Liddon Hill, for instance.
There's a dog in the hotel room next to mine.
Yes, there was a dog. He was barking quite loud, wasn't he, when we went to bed last night about 10 o'clock. So off the line, Bowdens could have done with a better start than that. He's going to be outside and goes right round the outside, maybe going to get a bit of contact, but he holds on to it. And as I said, he got a bad start. You said he's good at a recovery, Hal. He just held on in there as I'm coming through anyway.
Brave to stick it around the outside like that, because you never know when you're going to lock wheels, especially in these cross cars. Yes, they've got the crash bars in the middle, but you can still get a little bit tied up, and then your race time is quickly hampered.
So Bowdens needed this. So bear in mind, if you've had an issue, which we know he has from looking at social, Hal said he had a problem in Q1, you are then in with the slower cars. So yes, there's 1 or 2 quick drivers who've ended up down here, but obviously some of them are here because they're not quite as quick as the front-running guys. Now Bowdens is a weapon in this class. We know that. He's well capable of being in the final at any given race meeting.
Clutch. Google Translate.
Google Translate, clutch. There we go. So problem with the clutch. And he's now out front. So where's Bowdens?
He's on a 32-0. He's on a 35.6 on that opening lap. So
here he
not
is.
Quite on the ultimate pace of the others so far. Into the Joker this time around.
In he goes, he's going to pitch it round the other way, look, it's pretty tidy. And now he's racing down towards the line. He's going to have to hook up right here, so on the brakes.
Yeah, so the lap counter in the top left of your screen is not correct at the moment. They've completed 2 laps, a 35.6 Bowdens did on his opening lap. The last time, okay, so we don't know. Now we're going to get a good idea at the Joker Delta, Andrew, because he's done his Joker on lap 2. He's completed his lap on lap 3, so we can make a difference between the 2 lap times.
I want to see him through this last section. So me and Hal have been talking about this, the commitment. Watch this, watch this. Through here, so over the curbs on each side, you want this absolutely lit. Now you've got a little left look on the loose, then you're coming over a jump onto the gravel, and then you absolutely flat out. Where's he gone? Is he going? So we thought that was the final lap, didn't we?
Yeah, it was they're 3 lap heats, aren't they? So.
Okay, so now we're totally lost thanks to the lap count. Yeah, Bowden's got it wrong.
So the graphic was wrong, so is his spotter.
The graphic's wrong, and Ronald's Bowden.
So he's actually compromised himself badly there. 1:59.7.
Yeah, but how, of course, yeah, because he braked up the timing line.
Puts him 8th overall, so but he's braked hard there before the timing line.
Before turn 1, he would have won the session. Definitely, Hal. You can't tell me he didn't lose 1.2 seconds braking from flat out in top gear. I thought when he came over the crest. So let's
watch the first corner again. Let's get back to the start of the race. He didn't make the best start, did he? But it's just that experience and confidence. Look how late he braked. Excuse me, I'm coming through. Gave Patrick Kong a bit of a nudge there. Herskinen got spun around, and then Bowdens was just in a league of his own in this race. So 35.5 was his best lap time, so not quite as quick as those right at the front of the field. This is him in the Joker.
So he's out of the Joker, so he's got another lap to go because he's Joker on lap 2, which is what we think is the right thing to do because your exit speed is more. Estering was similar.
The flag's there.
Yeah,
so he'll have seen.
He's in the checker, but he's braking, and he rotates the car into turn 1. Now, luckily for him, the timing line is before turn 1, because if the timing line had been down the straight, Hal, down the finish straight, he wouldn't have actually finished. He wouldn't have got a time. So he gets a finish of 1:59.7, which puts him into 8th in the session. But I think he would have been at least a second quicker, Hal. But
he didn't have the ultimate lap time of the guys right at the front, Ugar and co. So it would have been close, wouldn't it?
It would. It would. Anyway, here are the standings after Q2. Robin Grana still leads 92 points ahead of Alexander Hume, Martin Ugar, Rasmus Persson, Eric Nielsen, Sebastian Enholm, Jimmy Osterberg, Cerner is in there, Noel Eliasson, Hukar Ikmerstad, Roos, Eric Anderson, Pasi Penton and Rasmus Brunkvist. Let's see the next page, or have we only got the one? So we've got, remember, the top 18 will qualify. I think we've only got the one. So the top 18 will qualify through to 3 semi-finals, and the top 2 from each of those semi-finals will go through to a 6-car final. Double header, remember, here we've got double headers from round 1 in Denmark, here round 2 in Sweden. 3 weeks' time, is it, I think, to Kuvula, 2 weekends' time. And we've got a double header there, and then we're up to Grenland and Holjes to finish off the season. Moving on to Open Two-Wheel Drive Championship standings, Simon Tiger on 49 points ahead of Victor Johansson. Tiger took a win in round 1 and a P3 in round 2, whereas Johansson retired in the final at round 1 and then won round 2. Jorgen Stevenson, Kenneth Kong, etc. down the list. We don't have all of those cars here this weekend. We do have a guest who's appeared in, come in the middle here, come in the middle, there we go. We'll give you that, stick that on. Michaela Arlen-Kotlinski has joined us in the commentary box. I'm going to switch you on. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you guys.
You can. We can. I'm going to turn you up. There we go. I'm going to turn you up because you have a much nicer, softer voice than me and Hal who just shout. How are you?
I'm good. Happy to be here. I mean, it's going to be my first time now in the SXS Nordic.
Yeah.
So it's going to be challenging. You know, I'm like a racetrack driver, usually track walk, everything. And now it's just head out there.
Of course, it's blind, isn't it? You don't get to see the course before you go.
Yes, it's insane.
But, well, yeah, that's fine. You need a co-driver. You know, that's what we needed is a co-driver.
Yeah.
This is good for you. You're going out of your comfort zone. It's good for you.
I am, definitely.
Right, we're going to get over to your drive underway, and we want to hear your thoughts on these in just a moment. Just the one heat race for these guys. Johansson, Tiger, Norman Stewart and Tohill. Hal's going to give us all the details on that incredible Merc on the inside line. Off the line, Simon Tiger with a rocket ship of a start. Johansson gives him a nudge on the run to the first corner. He gets a little nudge from behind from Marcus Norman. But it is our two championship front runners who lead. Simon Tiger over the crest first, and then behind Victor Johansson. Hal, you went and had a good look at that Merc. I think you're right. Are you going to write something about it at some point?
Yeah, technical feature soon actually. But amazing car, genuinely amazing car. What I particularly like about this class overall is there's so many different concepts, but they're achieving basically the same thing. It's not like Supercar Lights where all the cars are the same, and it's driver differences that make the difference. Of course, the drivers are all very good here, but Tiger's car is totally different to Johansson's, although they're both rear-wheel drive. And that Johansson's...
Oh, sorry, how big lock up from both of the front runners. Front left locked up on both.
You see that a lot in Supernatural, don't you? Because they've got so little weight relative to the rear in the front. And look, they don't look particularly comfy on jump landing, do they?
So we spoke to Derek Tohill yesterday, who's been struggling with his Ford Fiesta with an insane amount of horsepower, and they were actually saying they feel that the longer wheelbase is better with these cars with more power. Look, they're just great. I want to see one of them in the burn yard. Michaela, what's your thoughts on open two-wheel drive? Can we get you one of these? Would that be out of your comfort zone?
I mean, that's the thing. I just want to drive as much as I can, try as many new things as I can.
I'm interested.
It looks a lot of fun.
Oh, it's amazing. So you must be getting ready for Scotland next weekend, Extreme E. Is this a nice little warm-up for it?
Exactly, that's why. I mean, I did some driving with Johan in the Can-Am yesterday. Thursday felt good, and this is like you say, just a warm-up. However, this is completely different to Extreme. At least we get a track walk in Extreme, and here's just head out, knowing nothing. I don't even know how long the track is, but yeah, I'm going to learn a lot.
I love it.
Wow, look at him, he went off.
It did. Andrea, now off towards the Joker Lab. Watch this. Into the right-hand side, flick it back the other way. That is a big old machine to get flicked around the other way, isn't it? Watch for Simon Tiger at the merge, and look at the exit speed for Tiger over the crest, flat out now down over the finish line. And he's going to take this one from Johansson. What was the previous session, Hal? Who won Q1? It was
Johansson won Q1
with Tiger second. So they're going to be tied now on points at the top of the table. So super close. Look at the start from Tiger. Getting these things off the line is just insane. Yeah, it's mega, isn't it?
So Stu and Tohill both retired. Wonder if they came together, if we'll see it. There's Tohill. So Tohill's broken the steering there. Oh, shame for him. There's the Fiesta bouncing up on the gravel. See it from a different angle here. I thought he was optimistic to try on the outside, but there is room there until right at the exit, and they just had a tiny bit of contact, broken the steering. That's the Fiesta touring car he raced in Euro RX on the way to titles in 2010 and 2013.
He's an encyclopedia, isn't he?
What happened to Stu?
No, he just knows.
I don't know. Oh, he just spun.
Ah, there we go.
Oh, there's broken steering as well.
Well, we're going to go and collect those cars on the back of a couple of flatbeds, which means you can come and join us in the studio in a moment. There's that machine of Johansson. I don't want to spoil the article, Hal, but there's some surprising technical features that you didn't know about, aren't there, on the car that we got very excited about yesterday. He was so excited he wanted to go back and transcribe his interview immediately at the hotel, but I insisted he came for a beer instead.
So it's got hydraulic homemade anti-rail bar system. So
active.
Yeah, so his father works in like a tractor workshop, and he's used these hydraulic cylinders to all work in harmony on each of the wheels.
Wow.
And you can set them so if the inside wheel is lifting, you can make the outside wheel lift, or if the inside wheel's in full droop, you can make it. Just amazing. Home engineering in rallycross is
alive
special,
and well.
isn't it?
It is alive
special.
and well. Just look at the time, Hal, from that one was a 2:01. It was quicker than Johansson went in the first session. So
Johansson did a 35 dead yesterday, and Tiger's just on a 34 dead there. So the track is clearly a lot cleaner than it was yesterday.
Tied on points at the top of the table. If you're wondering how the countback works, it is the latest best position. So they've both got the same scores in each one, but because Tiger won Q2, if we were finishing qualifying now, he would get the TQ. There you go. There's a rule I know. So we're doing some recovery work. You can come to the studio and you can see Michaela Olenkowski here, in beautiful bright sunshine in Sweden. It was freezing cold yesterday. What's going on with the weather?
I don't know. I mean, but this is always Sweden. It's always Sweden. You always have to think about like having 3 to 4 setbacks. So you think it's going to be summer, but then all of a sudden, no.
Yeah.
We're getting back to winter again.
One of those false springs where you're like, get the shorts out, get the furniture.
Everything out, and then no.
Snowing.
I like how you see them as setbacks.
Yeah, it is a setback, isn't it? I'm roasting for summer. I really want summer now. Like, come on, it's the longest winter ever. Shocking.
It's very hard to dress for this weather, isn't it?
It's always. Like in the morning, it's super cold, and then it's super warm in the,
Yeah, you
in the
take
day.
your jacket off, and then it's freezing cold, and you need your jacket. How has many costume changes in a day? I mean, obviously, that's part of being a television
It's like Eurovision
diva.
contest.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Your outfit changes.
Yes.
We should do that. I wonder if anyone would even notice if we got changed. They probably
We
would,
should.
to be honest. Yeah, we will.
Yeah.
Okay, so side by side, Andreas
Yeah.
Baccarat, he did one of these. He won it, actually.
I saw that.
No pressure.
Yeah.
But
No, I think
he
I
was
was
saying it's quite tricky, not seeing the course.
I think it's going to be really tricky. And the funny thing is, I spoke now to my team manager, Joel Kristoffersson, and he spoke to Johan, my teammate in Extreme E, and they both said that this is probably the worst thing that I can do, because I am, racetrack driver, usually walk the track, working on details all the time. However, it's the best thing that I can do for me to just gain experience and
Read the
put
road.
myself out there to learn something completely new. Because
We've often spoken about Johan and what he used to say about Petter in the World Rallycross Championship, that Petter would often do a better joker or have a better performance if conditions suddenly changed, where Johan was quite like you and was like, this is where I brake and this is where I turn in. Petter was like, I will throw the car at this and work it out.
Yeah.
And I guess this thing of going out and just figuring out, not knowing the course, you say it will be good. It will be good.
For sure. I mean, in the end, you need to work on your, weak spots, and this is definitely a weak spot for me, coming out to something that I've never seen before, never done before, and that's why I'm here. So it will be a lot of fun.
When are you going to Scotland?
I'm going to Oslo on Monday, flying on Tuesday.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
Cool. What's going on in Oslo? Something top secret?
No. It's just the early flight on Tuesday.
Okay, fine. We were thinking we're getting some sort of scoop, but no, she's just going to stay at a hotel.
Top secret testing in Oslo.
It's not. Where are you flying to? Edinburgh, or are you flying to London?
Edinburgh, yeah.
Edinburgh. Okay, cool. There we go. Bit of geography for you. It's actually in the Borders, the next round of Extreme E. It's a disused coal mine. It's going to be on next weekend. I'll be doing that with a new co-commentator, which hasn't been announced yet. That's because Jenny Gow is still recovering, bless her. So sending my best wishes to Jenny. And looking forward to seeing Michaela in action next weekend in that. We'll be seeing her in action in side-by-side later on today. First of our heats for... You've got to go. Yes. Wait, you're going to get ready for side-by-side?
Yes.
Just going to have a tea.
Gonna get ready, because we have a driver's meeting now.
Go for it.
Yes,
Thank
I will.
you very much for joining us.
Anyway, we'll
Come
also
back.
follow this now, because it's so interesting. I drove the lights in NRX last year, so it's super exciting to see. Whoa!
Oh, Janssen's gone round, so very lucky not to get collected. That moment went on for about 300 odd metres.
Nearly got it scooped up, didn't he? But not quite in the end.
But yes, you had a crack in these, didn't you? You had a decent run in NRX
did.
next.
Yeah, it was good in Lydden Hill, so that was a nice one. However, the others with the gravels fighting a bit more, but these cars, they're so much fun to drive. So yeah, it would be nice to be back in one. Let's see if I am one day.
We'll look forward to seeing that. All right, Michaela, thank you so
Michaela.
much for joining us. Come and let us know how you get on in side-by-side. Good luck.
I will, thank you.
Cheers. How good. Great to see Michaela here at the event. Thank you for joining us on commentary. Really appreciate it. Fantastic driver. I say, actually won a side-by-side race in Florida, if you remember, in Nitro at the end of the 2021 season. Just turned up and beat some people who are very, very good at side-by-side. So she's playing it down how she's a very, very good driver, and I'm sure she'll cope with the side-by-side thing, but it is new, and it's interesting. You see these professional drivers, you think, oh, it's easy for them. It's not. It's totally different.
Yeah, and I think that Petter Solberg analogy, I remember World RX in 2014. Who's got the misfire there?
Is it Enland? It doesn't sound well. I think
Is it Olofsson,
maybe not, maybe Olofsson.
Listen.
Look at the bumps in the background, how that braking zone on the gravel. Right, listen in here. Who is it? It's very hard to tell, because we're also getting audio from
We're getting lots of different microphone sounds there, aren't we? This is Enland in the Joker for the final time. Olofsson on the main lap.
Olofsson going to get him easily. And there's that run down to the finish. So what? Yeah, we have no idea who had the misfire, I'm afraid. So Olofsson, Högqvist, Janssen, Enland, 1:59.6. Looking back, that's fair. That's a competitive time, Hal. It's about a 1.4 or 5, I think, slower than the previous session.
So the first Michaela, we were chatting to Michaela during the first corner, and it was a little bit messy. So yeah, great awareness from Janssen. Fantastic move from Casper Janssen up the inside, as Olofsson just got it stopped. And this is Janssen over the jump. So Enland's right on the back of the Nitro NRX Next champion. Look, he's just dropped it that little bit on the tarmac, got over-rotated.
Look how he holds onto it, Hallam. Oh, he's so lucky to thread the needle. And
close to that concrete wall, wasn't he?
He was. He's actually got away with murder there, basically.
So it's really hard. Okay, so these cars are underpowered relative to a supercar. He's got sideways on the gravel. Now, if that was a consistent gravel corner, he would have held that, because you just come out of the throttle a little bit and then get back in, and it would have eventually straightened up. But because it's gripped up on the tarmac, it's totally changed the attitude of the car. So yeah.
Can I just point out as well, Hal, he still finished third. He didn't end up fourth, according to the time.
Well, Enland.
I mean, but holding on to that through that gap.
So Enland must have had the misfire because he lost out badly at the end, didn't he?
Yes. Their cars are actually coming in behind us.
Yeah, so Janssen doesn't have the misfire because he just came back into the 10.
Enland should be back any minute, shouldn't he?
Yeah, but he's over there in the paddock. We won't hear him.
Okay, won't drive past us for his position. Okay, we've got cars coming back on flatbeds behind us and all sorts of things.
I'm going to take a picture of Stur's car.
Here he is. Thumbs up from Stur. Come in the studio quickly. Take a look at this behind us. Come have a quick look in the studio if you can. Coming behind. There it is. There he is. He's waving to himself. Unfortunately, car getting recovered.
Broken steering. They all Rallycross teams are used to that sort of thing, so they'll have it fixed. I am sure of that.
I like he's pointing out to the guy where he wants to go. He's up this way, mate. Straight on.
Have you never been recovered in a Rallycross car before?
No, I mean, I have actually. Yeah, I have. I don't break them out because I drive so smoothly.
That is a lie.
Good photos. So that's race one done. Okay, yeah, sorry, we were talking to Michaela, we say at the start of the last one. You have to forgive us for that. She's fantastic, and we really appreciate them coming over.
We're so lucky, Andrew.
Literally just came and joined us.
Well, I sent Michaela a text saying, fancy joining us, and then just appears.
1 minute later.
You know,
yeah,
it's weird. The access, and this location of paddock is great.
It is good.
Who's going to be the next guest?
Yeah, we could be like a competition, couldn't it? We could have some sort of like a guessing game online, couldn't we? Like, who do you think is actually? Yeah, who do you think is going to be the next guest? So it's behind us now. We've got a buggy.
It is a dog, Andrew Coley. How disappointing!
Through. Yeah, what a shame. Go look, there we are. Mega.
If you came here to watch,
that's a look of.
That's Expiath.
Yeah, that is a look of disappointment.
Supposed to be in this race.
Yes,
Martin.
I wondered who was missing from the grid, but that was proper disappointed, Hal.
Where was he?
Look at it, it was P6. P6 after Q1, so Expiath has pulled out.
I wonder if it's broken a shaft or something, because it's by the tyre clean area there. So
between those two sets of bollards, basically, you do your tyre clean. I noticed they've moved that back, actually, Hal, from yesterday.
Yeah.
Obviously, felt it was a bit too close to the grid. There's no need to wait for that. It's not on the track.
I wonder if they're still recovering somebody else, but all 4 cars finished the last one, even though Enland did have a slow final lap. What's the mechanic holding there? It's just some tape or something.
Is it a rock?
Yeah, but the car doesn't run on rocks, so it probably hasn't come out of the car.
No, just, you know.
Imagine if you forget alternative energies. Imagine if you could just power it with stones.
It'd be good, wouldn't it?
You could heat a stone and then use the energy emitted by the stone afterwards to charge.
Hal Ridge has spent too much time up at Victor's place looking at this incredible mistake. In all seriousness, though, mate, active roll bars, that is bonkers. What were we talking about last night, was it? What was it, the FW13? Was it the Williams? Which was the active car?
13B,
yeah.
Or 14B. But this is Stur getting recovered. I love these Scandinavian recoveries.
It's right into.
You don't even have to get the jack out to get it into the tent.
Where do you want it, mate? Can you stick it here on these 2 ramps? That'd be mint.
I said to, we must try and talk in detail about Victor Hansen's car at some point because it's extraordinary.
Now,
but I said to his mechanic, who looks very much like Carlo Sullivan for those Rallycross anoraks at home, but his mechanic.
Hello, Carl, if you're watching.
I doubt it. But I said, how does Victor sleep at night? And his mechanic just said, oh, he doesn't. But all these bonkers ideas. You know,
brilliant. But I think, mate, I actually think he's the type of guy who if you're watching this and you're running an F1 team or something, you'd be like,
I would sign him up immediately.
That's what I mean.
Not because he's Adrian Newey and he knows all the details and amazing aerodynamicist, but I would take him just for the off-the-wall ideas.
Yes, because
sometimes he come in and go, why aren't you doing it like this? And everyone go,
we never thought of it.
You're a genius.
That's what I mean. How many times has the F1 been revolutionised by a design that nobody else has thought of? So Anderson on the inside, the winner of both rounds in Neeson. Currently, though, sitting P5 after Q1, gets the whole shot here. Lars-Erik Haug blocks up on the way into turn 1 and runs a bit wide, which puts Matt Oskarsson, into P2, because it's Expiath who hasn't taken the start.
Championship leader Lucas Anderson had an car skipping around. That bump's really developing at the end of the loose.
Yes, and maybe that would have affected Janssen. Yes, so maybe that's where Janssen dropped it. When we see the wide shot of that coming through, we mentioned it in the previous race, but so much was going on. It's the braking zone on the loose, and any braking zone on the loose, how tends to cut up.
Back to Anderson though, who's out front in the blue JC machine. Had an extraordinary debut weekend in Neeson. 15 years old, only the second driver ever to get dispensation from the Swedish ASN to drive before the minimum age of 16 in a senior category. Of course, the first driver to get that was Oliver Solberg, who has gone on to achieve just a little bit, hasn't he, Oliver Solberg? One of the top drivers in world rallying now. And Lucas...
Is he in South Africa with Petter or no?
I doubt it, because he'll be in Portugal this next weekend, won't he, with
Petter's driving Johann's old car, Wilma, in hill climbing South Africa. But yeah, I mean, he's gone on to do incredible things. But that's the thing, Hal, if you want these drivers to develop, you want to move them up the category.
I think it's a massive credit to the Swedish ASN.
So do I.
And Joel Kristoffersson went to lots of meetings, really had to persuade them to do it, and had to justify the reason why they were giving it.
Presented a case.
Massively delivered on that in Neeson, didn't he? Not just a solid weekend. Won both days, didn't he? Lead the championship, but almost more importantly, as Joel said, didn't put a mark on the car all weekend. It was a stunning performance.
So into the Joker lap, bit of brakes, in tight on the right. Look, he's just so measured. Coming out of junior cross car, of course, they are momentum cars, and these are very much momentum cars as well. Target time is bottom left of your screen, 1:59.6. I reckon it's in danger here. And it's gone, 1:59.203, the double winner from last time out, goes top of this session. Leaving Howell to the lap times. Oskarsson actually, did Oskarsson do the best lap? Yeah.
Did, yeah. None of them anywhere near to Olofsson on best lap. Olofsson did a 1:59.6, 1:59.2, like you say, so he has gone quickest. Shout for Lars-Erik Haug in the background there, sorry, Andrew.
There's the bump, Hal, sorry. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, big hop, isn't it? And interesting how it affected both cars very differently. So Anderson skipped sideways, and Oskarsson had a bit of a rear kick.
Coming off the velodrome section as well, there's a bump developing there. So, but when it's in this, yeah, okay, so it's bumpy coming out. Watch coming out of the velodrome here. We might see it in the background. No, it's only on the braking line. So it's on the braking line into the Joker. There's that little jump as they come down. So Anderson sets the new benchmark. Yeah, so front right, Hal, as you come off the loose onto the tarmac at the far end, where we saw Janssen spin, the front right wheel is in a hole just as they come out onto the tarmac. We'll look for it on this next one. Track development, big part of Rallycross, and we're not criticising the track for it. I actually like the fact that the track changes. I think it's cool. It's one of the things. You know what? Look, you don't want a track to change so much. When it's time-based, it's tricky, isn't it? The time-based tracks, the track has to be consistent to give everybody the chance of doing it. Yeah, we try to persuade Peter to come on as a guest. Peter is one of the hardest working people in the paddock as well, but he won't come on as a guest because he's probably done about 19 million other things. Andreas Eriksson's here too. And right, we're going to get this last race of Supercar Lights underway. Annette Cleve on the inside, Ida Tornholt and Nils Christian Haug. There's your green. Good start by Annette Cleve, just hold that inside line. And then make sure you get a good exit as well. Andreas Eriksson is in the commentary box. We're going to force him to put on a headset and join us for a couple of minutes. And Andreas, we're watching the last race here of Supercar Lights, which of course your fantastic chassis, but we're not going to talk about that for once. We wanted to talk about this brilliant weekend. So we've seen the stuff going on in the Burnyard already. Like, there's a good crowd here. It's a beautiful day. How's it going?
It's going really well. We have a good sales in the entrance as well. We have those problems when everything should started. This is the first time we do everything at the same time, so obviously we have some planning to do. But overall, it goes fantastic. People are happy. The weather is fantastic. It's not too warm. It's not too cold.
We can't decide whether to wear a jacket or not, but Michaela Arlen-Kolinski was telling us that this is a setback, that in Sweden you have lots of times when you think summer is coming, but it's not quite. But we're kind of on that middle bit, aren't we?
Yeah, I mean, all the Swedes, you know, as soon as the sun is out, we take the T-shirt on and we get sick.
Should we expect to see you sunbathing on the roof of the truck later, yeah, if it's a good day?
If it's a proper Swede, he come in shorts.
So Andreas, for people watching at home who might be interested in coming down to the venue tomorrow, what's going on this weekend aside from the rallycross we're seeing on screen?
We have drifting competition and show. We have a rally show with a lot of present, old, present, and future cars. That will be exciting. It's a long tarmac stage around here, but they also finish up in the Barnyard, so we will see all the cars in the paddock running. The drifting cars is doing a show in part of this as well. We also have the side-by-side that will drive the first stage on the tarmac today, but tomorrow they will do a forest stage. So we have that, and on top of that we also have a lot of stuff for kids. We have simulators, we have pedal cars, we have electrical scooters, we have motorcycles, your four-wheelers down there. So all that can happen. So it's a lot of things you can do. So it's done. If you have your kids with you, obviously. We want them to see what it could be, and also if they can go down and look in the paddock, with the cross kart. We have guys that are 10, 11 years old, up to the the World Championship of the World drivers. I mean, we have everything.
Literally, what are you doing? Are you going to drive anything, or are you too busy?
No, I think I will actually drive something. I mean,
what?
We will see.
Come on, Andreas, you're killing us.
So basically, I need to make sure Marcus is coming this afternoon tonight.
Yeah.
And I need to make sure his car's working. So I'm a test driver.
You don't want him saying, "I hate this car."
Someone's got to be the test driver, haven't they?
Yeah. Okay.
What a rubbish job.
What a shame. And this was how early on how early a chassis is it? What chassis number is Marcus Gronholm's car?
002.
There you go. So,
and it's the proper one, it's the right one. He actually got 001 of me in the 5th year's present, but it's actually my car, so he needs to buy this car after this,
I like it.
So it's kind of a...
And you've just refurbished it as well.
Yeah.
Let me give you the standings quickly. Olofsson leading from Anderson, Enlund, Högqvist and Oskarsson, your top 5. Kasper Janssen in P6. After Q2, one more qualifying session to come for Supercar Lights. And then... they'll be ready for their semi-finals later on today. Right, I can hear supercars lining up. We're just going to get our grids ready for that, and then we better focus on supercars. Kevin Eriksson, the championship leader at the moment from Johan Kristoffersson. Both those drivers competing today. They're actually both coming up for you in Heat 1. Hedström, Backerud and Bolewski. Andreas, Andreas is off because he's got lots to do. Thank you, mate. Come and let us know how it's going later on. So Andreas Eriksson not quite owning up to what he's going to drive. It sounds like he's going to warm up Gronholm's car for him. Standings after Q1, which was yesterday, Kristoffersson won Q1 from his teammate Ola Christian Baby. Then it's Bolewski, Eriksson and Gustav Bergström joining us this weekend. He is the man, of course, who's hired the winning car from round 1, Peter Hedström's Hyundai. And Bergström running with Kristoffersson and Baby in the World Championship. That was announced this week as well. So he's back. So their sort of 3-car squad is back, and this is a good old warm-up for them. Saying that, Bergström is missing, Hal. So the Hyundai's missing from the outside of the grid. So Kristoffersson, Baby, Bolewski and Eriksson. Fastest supercar drivers going first. Here we go. Kristoffersson with a fantastic start. Should be able to hold him to the inside line. They're so late on the brakes. Baby holds off Bolewski on the inside too. Kevin Eriksson tried them around the outside, but that's not going to work this time round. So he'll stay as close as he can. Up and over that crest. A little bit of contact. Baby ran a little bit wide there. Bolewski's going to have a better line into the left-hander. Can he close up a little bit? There's another one of those bumps. So the gravel sections are developing. Kevin Eriksson drops it out in the loose on the outside. If he doesn't go joker from there, I'll be pretty staggered.
Bolewski was Bolewski was really uncertain there about what to do. Was going to joker, then Baby started going in. But I think Baby's car attitude suggested he was going in quite early. So maybe Bolewski needed to commit earlier to the standard lap and not lose as much time as he did.
I also actually thought that I thought the car going in front of you might cost you more time, but they do seem to move more across to the right, don't they? Maybe the cross car's not taking quite that line, coming in from a bit wider, but...
I wonder if we can stay with this drone shot through, unless Kristoffersson's going to joker this time around, which I suspect he might. He doesn't. So what I'd like to do is follow through that chicane on a drone. If we could do that in a supercar, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, right from the velodrome all the way down to this braking point, sitting on the back of the car. Unfortunately, on the next lap, Kristoffersson's going to go joker, isn't he?
Back to the first corner. Kevin Eriksson tried to brake early and do the undercut, but couldn't quite pull it off. Didn't brake early enough. And then I think realised, we'll see in the replay, the Honda's all out of shape there on the loose. Looks like he's really struggling with the balance of that car just at the moment. Kristoffersson gets the nose hooked in the velodrome section. He's going to go right now into the joker.
So's Bolewski and Eriksson behind, so only Baby jokered prior to this lap, so that gives us the gaps look worth 2.8, 3.4 and 7.9. Kristoffersson wins it easily, but Baby comes back and takes 2 positions on the run to the line. Look, there he is, blasts past Polewski and Ericsson. So 149.0 for Kristoffersson. That is a second quicker, 9.94 in terms of thousandths, in fact, than he went. Okay, the point, yeah.
But Baby went a second quicker on best lap than Kristoffersson.
Really?
31.7 for Baby on the last lap. Johan did a 32.6.
That was Kevin, look, just launching it into
We just dropped the rear wheels into that gravel, didn't he? That's what we were talking about in Nice, with that little bit longer wheelbase, and then the rear starts to come round. Let's look at the Civic again here, because it looked a bit unwieldy to me. Wonder if he's got a problem. He's just landed on a bit of the looser, oh, not going to see it there, but he landed on a bit of the looser gravel, then it was all out of shape. This is in the run to the line, into the Joker. So tight around that tyre stack, isn't it, in the middle of the Joker section. See, that's a great shot there from Vigo.
Oh, brilliant.
Where you can see that you're...
Look at that as well.
There's lots of space there, though, isn't there?
Yeah, but I've actually, it's the drone shot that's blown me away the most. He's come from in the Joker lap on the nose of the cars, a little bit of altitude to follow them through the merge, and you see the closing speed of Baby was absolutely outrageous. So Kristoffersson with a 149.060. Earlier on today he did a 149.994, so say very nearly a second faster than he went in Q1 yesterday, sorry. So race 2 on the grid. Daniel Toren in the JC Run Audi S1, which he acquired just after Denmark. He actually texted me, Hal, I was like, oh, look what I bought, and a picture of the car. I was like, good lad. He's actually hoping that he'll rent it out when he's not using it. Stefan Christensen, Maiko Tam, Victor Franks and Ulrich Linnemann. Linnemann, who missed Q1 yesterday. We don't have a massive supercar entry, so he knows he'll make the semi-finals, which enabled him to miss it for that race in Denmark. Daniel Toren yesterday was really making me laugh. I don't know how old his kids are, but he was saying, wasn't he, he's going to have to tell them they won't be inheriting anything because he's going to spend all his money on rallycross, which I thought was brilliant. Good for you.
I mean, my rallycross car owner head is thinking, well, it's a bit of an investment, isn't it? Probably won't depreciate that much in the next few years. Just any justification for buying what you want.
Yeah, great. But he also said how different it was from the Polo, and obviously this is a World Championship car.
The Beetle he raced last year, of course.
Yes, of course, Beetle. But he said both those were pretty agricultural, weren't they, in comparison to this, that you had to get them by the scruff of the neck and really force them to do what you want to do. He said, but this requires a much, basically a softer touch. Like and that, of course, is because it comes from the Ekstrom stable originally, and it's just a different kind of driving style. Keep it smooth, and it will do what it wants. But he said it's doing it so fast, it's got more power, it does everything better.
But I also think that's the modern cars. I said this to Rallyx Knitters, I've been lucky enough to race some older supercars and to drive quite a few of the more modern supercars, the works built cars, like the Audi. I think I've driven that car actually in Mete, but I said to Rallyx once, they're so easy to drive up until the final few percent, and he didn't really understand what I meant, but what I meant was an old supercar, you can't even drive around the paddock because the clutch is so heavy, they're so clunky to drive. The new supercars, you know, someone's grandma could drive it to the track, and anyone could drive, you or I could drive a modern supercar around the track because we can drive to a point.
Yeah.
Getting the final percentage out of them is very, very different.
Yes, absolutely. Look, a car with a good window, a big wide operating window, is very easy to drive. Hal's off to get somebody, that's fine. Oh, he's getting Kevin Ericsson, there we are. Yeah, a car with a nice wide operating window, which Kristoffersson always used to say about the World Championship winning Polo, means that you can make a mistake and you can bring it back very easily, and also means it runs differently in different conditions. So that had a wide operating window, but to get the very last tiny bit out of it, as Hal says, is that's where the genius comes in. And talking of geniuses,
here's a real supercar
Kevin
driver.
Ericsson's just come in. But we've literally just been watching you out there. It looked a bit tricky at times.
Yeah, it's rallycross. I mean, I came up P4 from the start, and then you are in the back, so it's always tricky. So, but it was good. You know, us four, me, Johan, Yuri, and Ole Christian is very even. So, yeah, we will see. I have to find something more now up my sleeve.
Okay, so is there something more up your sleeve? Is that in terms of car settings, or is that in terms of Kevin settings?
Yeah, maybe myself. So.
Kevin settings. Okay, cool. One mistake up on the velodrome. Yeah. The velodrome's... Okay, let's take the start first of all. We'll come back. So Kevin's going to stay with us hopefully for this race. Toren on the inside, Christensen, Tam, Franks and Linneman. Remember, Franks is in the RX2E car with the wick turned up just a little bit. You can see off the line it just doesn't quite have the grunt. Inside line, Tam gets turned around. Toren ends up on the tyre bale on the inside line. Linneman coming around the outside of Victor Franks. Franks ends up P3. Linneman getting out on the loose on the outside. That wasn't necessarily the place to do that. He's broken again.
So very lucky not to go over there. You're at Linneman and broken the steering. You could see him trying to sort of nurse it offline.
What a shame. What a shame.
That first corner was classic, getting over-rotated in the first corner and it working out for you. Tam got pitched sideways. With the chaos around him, actually got away out of it best.
I thought Toren might slide past the tyre bale and get away with it, but he didn't, unfortunately. Kevin, what's your analysis of turn 1?
It's hard to say. You know, Michael started to go in a little bit, but yeah, it's hard to say. It's up to the stewards.
Typical driver.
I think with Daniel, we'll of course see it again on the replays, but I think there's a degree of him maybe braking a bit much, maybe locking the front and then nudging into the tyres, whereas a driver with a lot more confidence and time in the car would maybe have got back in the throttle and force the pack wide. If you've already been forced in, then it's not your fault if everyone else goes wide. And of course he doesn't want to cause any problems to anyone else's race. Franks though, he had a great weekend in Denmark, didn't he? Picked up the pieces quite a few times and then won the Supercar AM category on both days. All of the drivers in this qualifying heat are AM drivers, so they'll be in the AM final later on today. Franks again doing a pretty mega job in a relatively underpowered RX2E car.
So what's Tam's gap now? 6.4. You reckon it's about 6, don't you? Actually,
Well,
Kevin, what do you
what's
think
the Joker
Delta
Delta,
is?
Kevin?
I actually haven't checked.
Yeah, I love it. Kevin,
What else have
honest
you been doing, mate?
Yeah.
Franks has got him. Franks has eaten him alive. So Franks has absolutely destroyed that. Going to take the flag. What's the time like? It's a 1:56.2. So not going to trouble the top 4.
Kevin brings a sigh of relief.
Yeah.
Still fourth, mate.
Still P4, yeah.
But is that ideal? Is it, how bad is it being on the outside of the grid in the next session? Let's just watch the start back first. So Tam makes the best of the initial reactions with Linneman on the outside.
Just puts a squeeze on Christensen, doesn't he? And look, you see what
Yeah, I
mean?
think if Daniel had jumped back in the throttle there, it would have drifted wide and he'd have got away with it. Yeah.
He doesn't know the car well enough.
Of course, yeah.
And he just gets.
See, look now, if he just jumped back in the throttle, it probably would have pulled the nose. And to be fair, he was clear of the concrete anyway. He could nudge the tyres out the way.
And Linneman, you reckon steering's broken here already? Maybe on landing? Is he then? Yeah, then.
Yeah, there you go, immediately. So he's trying to nurse the car to the edge, and he was.
When he hits the here, look. Does he avoid the arm car on the inside? He does, and then straight on.
Quite a big impact.
Slightly odd.
It looks
It's
strange.
definitely broken now.
Yeah, I was not sure it was broken before.
Something was broken. He had problems with the steering rack in Neeson, didn't he? Tam, though, in that M Sport built Fiesta, massive step up for him this year from his Mitsubishi Evo he drove in the Estonian Championship. It must be like driving an armchair in that supercar. And another fantastic performance from Victor Franks, who must feel pretty at home in that RX2E car. He has had a lot of seat time in it, hasn't he?
So there's Linneman's car getting recovered. Victor Franks takes that one with a 1:56.2 from Maiko Tam, Stefan Christensen, Daniel Toren.
Franks' best lap there was a 32.557. I think Kristoffersen did a 32.675. So I think Franks has done a better lap time than Kristoffersen there.
But
Really?
Kristoffersen took the Yorker last lap.
Yeah.
This is one of the things we were trying to... Because
It's roughly 1.1 second, you know, that lap.
Yeah.
When
That's
you
why
go
Baby
straight.
was so much quicker. Baby did a 31.7 and Johan did a 32.6.
It's really confusing, isn't it?
So you will fool yourself a little bit
All
by
the time.
that.
Yeah, I know.
It's not hard.
Mate, we thought so this morning. The graphic said it was 3 laps when they'd only done 2. Ronald Bowdins was leading. Me and Hal were confused, which is not hard. And then Bowdins carried on for a 4th lap. And we were like, okay, I've no, what the bloody hell is going on? I have absolutely no idea. Luckily, we were right. Actually, he'd done an extra lap. So, yeah. Okay, mate. So you got to go and look at the old onboards, you know, tappity tap. Come up with the plan.
Yeah, I need to get into race mode now. So obviously now the event is going, and you know, actually quite a lot of people already. So looks great. So
great.
now I need to focus on my racing.
And congratulations, because it's been a hell of a lot of work. This man, I say, him, Peter, his mum. How important is your dad? We're trying to figure out if your dad's important or if it's just you, your mum, and Peter.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Nah, he's important as well, and also, you know, all all the marshals and everything that's here helping.
mate,
So it's
yeah.
it's
Would
great.
you like a biscuit?
Oh yeah, home baked. I think my girlfriend did this.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh,
Perfect.
thanks, Al.
No, we can't.
Not on air. Oh, okay. Hal has a thing about eating on air. He doesn't like it. Right. Okay. What have we got? Any more graphics, or should we just call this a day and then come back for Q3? We've had. There we go. That answers that question. We've got one more graphic. Johan Kristoffersen leads Supercar, having won Q1 and Q2. It's his teammate Ole Christian Baby and Yuri Belevsky. In fact, the top 4 have all had those top 4 results in both of those sessions. Kevin Eriksson, who is with us in the commentary box right now, is 4th and will be hoping to come back and sweep the board in Q3. And he's off now to go and do a bit of work in the tent. So thank you, Kevin, for joining us. That is it from us for Q2. It won't be very long before we're back on again for Q3, so don't go anywhere, or if you do, maybe go and make yourself a cup of tea or something. Is it too early for a beer?
Yes.
What time is it?
Well, it's depends
time
where,
is it,
depends
Hal?
where you are. It's 25 past 11. But
It's too early.
in Latvia,
Midday is
it's
a bit of a
in
rule.
Latvia, it's
Yeah.
half 12 or 25 past
Is
12.
it?
Yeah.
Oh,
So if
sorry.
you're in Latvia-
Now I thought you meant that was the rule and when you can have a beer in Latvia.
No. But in Latvia,
Not
that's the
Latvia
time.
that I know. Sorry, Latvia. Yeah, you have good beer, by the way. I've been drinking Latvian beer this week. Thanks, Bruno, for those. Okay, well, look, it's 5 o'clock
I'm
somewhere.
going to get a Swedish coffee.
I'm going to get a cup of tea, and you are going to join us in 15 minutes' time. We'll know if you don't. See you in a minute. Welcome back to Tierp in Sweden for rounds 3 and 4 of Rallyx Nordic. My name's Andrew Coley. This is Hal Ridge. That is, it's not a cross car, but it could be, you know.
Can-Am.
Sorry, Can-Am. What did I mean? Side by side. You know what I meant.
Something.
It's kind of made by the same
Supercar
people.
Lights.
They're warming up supercar lights in the background. Ah, look, here comes, so there, look at that. That is the white test livery of Ericsson in the Honda Civic.
Stalled it. Nightmare. White wheels, though.
Not that easy,
White
is it?
wheels.
It's not that easy.
White wheel.
Lovely, look at that. There it is. Is it Kevin in it?
Yeah.
He's a bit busy, isn't he, to be doing that? It's Kevin Ericsson. He told me he was going to get his supercar game on for the next session.
In a supercar.
Now he's disappeared off in a supercar, going to a rally sprint.
Well, he's not doing the rally sprint yet, is he?
No, but like, what's he doing? He needs to focus.
Gone for a driver. It's a Civic.
Hold on a minute, hang on.
There's no focuses in supercars
Here we
this
go.
weekend.
We've got a guest. This is what happens when you're in the paddock. He just walks in. Anton Markland, legendary rallycross driver. Hello, mate.
Hello. Nice to see you.
Hello, mate.
And you, what's going on?
Yeah, I'm just here enjoying rallycross.
So how was Hungary, mate? It was tricky, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was hectic. I think I was just saying to Hal that I think that the race hangover from that weekend is still going on. It was
it was that much of a heavy weekend. It's like a 3-4 day hangover, 5 to 6 day hangover now.
Yeah, no, it was tough. I mean, we were in the situation where everybody in the team said just this weekend is over. We have to retire the car. And I was just about to take off all my driver gear and all that, and then they come and they told me that, yeah, we'll try to get the car to the start line. I said, okay, that's good, so then maybe we can have some point from the semi-final at least coming to the start. But I said, no, we are going to win the race. We're going for that victory. And I said, oh, really?
We'll try.
We'll try. So starting from the last row in the semi-final, being P3 after a bit of traffic and struggle and some contacts and all that, and then finding our way back up to P2 in the final as well from the last row was a very good race.
Fantastic, mate. Absolutely brilliant job by you and particularly by the team, wasn't it? I mean, you must have been so grateful for the hard work they put in to get you back out there.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I think that it's pretty amazing when you see all these really experienced guys working on a rallycross car. It's like no stress. It's just full focus, just putting the car back together, and that's really incredible to see. Are we getting some action?
We are. Stick around for a minute if you can. We're going to get cross car underway. If you missed Anton Markland's crash in Hungary last weekend, you can go find that on World Rallycross's social media. They put the crash up, didn't they? And it was a hell of a punt in like, you really got collected hard. Like, how they got that car back together is a miracle. And say Anton doing a brilliant job to get a result out of it as well. Different car to last year's championship winner, so it's a different challenge, isn't it, for you?
It is, yeah. And I think that's exactly why we are on the start line as well. I really wanted that challenge. When Jussi said that, hey, we have that car standing around, and yeah, then it felt like something special, like to try to win the European Championship again with a car that you have never been driving before, which has not been on track for a couple of years actually, and before that it was in the US, so you really didn't know what to expect from it. So yeah, they were done last minute. The season started 3 weeks earlier than planned, and now I think we have green flag.
We do. So here we go then. Luito, Soli, Hallinen, Terpainen and Julalami. Fastest first, remember, in Nordic. Luito, the championship leader at the moment, with a P2 and a P1 from Nissan in Denmark. Winner of the previous session, sitting, I think, in the TQ spot, and as I say that, loses out in turn 2, just drops a position down. But these young cross-car drivers, don't stick it up the inside there. That's a little bit too tight. I think that's Lauri Hallinen trying to find a way past Jonathan Julalami. Tight old gap there, Hal. I don't know that I'd have gone for that.
It is, yeah, and Oliver Solly, who found a way through out front. Oh, and Hallinen's run into the back of Julalami in the velodrome section. Neither of them lost out too badly. That's Turpinen in the background. Hallinen jokers this time around, gets out of the traffic. Doubt he's done any damage there because he hit the rear of Julalami square on. But great start from Oliver Solly against Yuito, who has been the I was going to say man on a mission this season. They're only kids, aren't they? But he's been the kid on a mission so far this season, yeah.
I think it's something interesting here, how we often talk about the rev limiters on these cars. Remember, their rev limit is much lower, so it's 9,200 or 300 RPM, but actually you really hear it here when they come back towards the stadium. They are properly on that limiter for a long time.
This is the start of that run down the hill. This is Yuito jokering this time around. Faster to joker on the second lap and then have that run on the third and final lap of these 3-car heat races in Rallyx. So that leaves Yululami yet to go in.
Delta in the other classes, so we're thinking around 5.5, 6 seconds. Running a bit deep there, isn't it?
Carried a lot of speed there, Yululami, through that loose surface section. This is Oliver Solly up front. We'll see a good go now, so it's 6.7 back to Yuito. He's in the blue car. You'll just see pop into the picture, but you won't, but
top
in
right,
a minute.
yeah, you will, there it is. So watch this, look at the closing speed on the standard lap. It won't be quite as spectacular as I say that it is. He might get this. Yuito going to try and make the pass on the run to the line. Going to be very close indeed, but as he hits the limiter, you see there he's gaining.
You see where they hit terminal velocity, don't you? And then they stop making any progress.
That's it, so he didn't get past. So it is Oliver Solly who wins that one from Michael Yuito. Here's a look at the start. Yuito on the inside, look, gets this brilliant start. I'm piling the pressure on him, of course, saying he's at a P2 and a P1 and a win in a session, he's TQ, and then
just ran that bit deep, didn't he?
Just lost it to Solly on the way in. Solly, by the way, Hal, messaged me from after Neeson. Do you remember he stuck it in the wall and he had his throttle stuck open on the exit of the Joker lap, apparently, so he still got a penalty for it, so the stewards, had penalised him regardless, but there we are. So, Anton, did you do this?
No, I didn't.
What did you start with, and how young?
I was 15 years old and I started with folk race, and to be honest, I would have loved to be starting doing something like that, or go-karting. It would have made my life a lot easier when I was a bit older. But yeah, I just think it's fantastic that these young kids can come out and they can race, and they can do it on such a good level with cross karts like this.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? Their racecraft and the respect they give each other out on track, how we're constantly blown away, aren't we, by the fact that at that age I was messing about with Lego and maybe dreaming about owning a radio-controlled car. And these guys are showing racecraft, which frankly we could do with seeing in some of the more senior categories. Brilliant stuff from them. This one is Alfred Eriksson, Alexi Suono, Christian Schiel, Anton Soderholm and Pauli Tapainen on the outside. Joni Tapainen is currently in P4 in the standings. Pauli Tapainen is in P10. It's Pauli that's in this one. Right-hand side of your grid. So Soderholm, Schiel in the middle. Schiel looked like he had to kick the clutch off the line there, loses out. It's Alexi Suono who gets an easy hole shot down to the first corner. Popping up over that little bump on and off the side of the drag strip. Side by side over the crest as well, headed down. Brilliant drone shot there from Viggo. Here you get an idea of just threading the knee. There is tar underneath there, isn't there? And that's really starting to come through now, Hal. Yeah, and there's that big bump as you return back to the tarmac. We were talking about racing respect just before, and how great the racing is in this category. Anton, so busy was last weekend in Hungary that I don't think you ever publicly talked about the incident that ended up with the damage in the first place. From where I was standing, it wasn't really anybody's. The actual incident wasn't anybody's fault. You got turned sideways in the scrum of the first corner, and then Sivert Svardal was presumably pretty unsighted when he when he hit your car.
No, but it's like I said, or like you said, I haven't really been talking public about it. I think it was proper race incident. I was doing a great start from the outside, which we weren't used to with the Ford. We were struggling a lot with the starts, and then I tried to go around the outside. Didn't know Karai was there from P2, and then I squeezed him a little bit to the concrete barrier, and we connected the front wheel, or his front wheel, to my rear wheel, and it just sent my car sideways. And then Svardal was, I think he lost the sight of my car because of Karai, and then when Karai moved, it was just too late for Svardal, and he just went flat out straight into the front of my car, and that caused a lot of damage, of course, but it's like I say, I had no hard feelings about anybody. I think it was proper race incident.
Quite unusual. Sorry, Andy, but quite unusual to have that feeling. Usually, when you've had contact like that and it's caused such damage to 2 cars, somebody's to blame. But you know, it's quite unusual to have that scenario.
How was the car after the repair? Because I assume things were massively out of alignment in terms of the chassis and stuff on the front. I mean, how was it to drive?
No, it was completely fine actually. All the impact was in front of the front wheel.
Okay.
So it was the chassis leg was completely bent. So it was almost touching the engine block.
Really?
Yeah. So all the intercoolers, all oil pipes, and everything was just smashed. We have a finish flag.
Yeah, we do. Suono takes it from Tapainen. Anton Markman, the television pro, immediately recognising there's a finish. Hal, you're fired. Anton's just really good at it straight away. Off goes Hal to the beer tent immediately.
The great thing is, I'm sure Anton doesn't want to stand here with you all weekend. He's got far better things to be doing.
Nobody really wants to stand here with me all weekend, but you've drawn that short straw, mate. There's those bumps coming off the gravel section onto the tar. But so yeah, Suono wins it. 209.8 will, I was going to say, I don't know where it dropped him in, because at the minute we're still seeing the times of Johan Kristoffersen at the bottom of the screen, so we'll give that a little refresh and see if we get this. Yeah, we still don't, so it's not quick enough. I know it wasn't quite as quick as Oliver Solly went in the first race. So yeah, so the intercoolers, everything else was in the bin.
It was in the bin, yeah, and it's, I mean, maybe the cross member of the front was not really in the right place. We didn't have time to check that, of course. The car didn't feel exactly as it did in Q3, but of course, or in Q2, because we didn't run Q3, Q4. Track evolution was really high, and we were just standing still on the setup of the car for the semi-finals. We were not matching the grip perfectly, so that can cause what was not feeling perfect, let's say. But the car was, I think, running almost as good as it needed to. We were finishing P2, so it was good enough.
Well done, mate. Okay, Hagström, Victor Christensen, Nico Kinnunen, Alex Antila and Gustav Atterblad. Solly leads from Oito. Suono, who won that last encounter, slotted into P3. Thank you, Howard Ridge, for sorting out the timing screen. Bottom left of your screen is the lights. So you can see when it goes, there's a ready to race, that'll go out, and then there's a random gap to the green. So you can actually watch it down there, which I always think is cool. Great start from Christensen. Nico Kinnunen alongside, Kinnunen slots in behind.
Not a great start for Hagström, was it? And now applying the pressure at the back of the order. Not going to see loads of track evolution here, are we? That Lucy's going to clean up a little bit. But I think what's actually going to happen is he's going to get a bit more rutted and unsettle the cars a lot more, as we're seeing there coming up into the velodrome. It's not really a velodrome like Tierp where the corners camber. It's more flat, but it does rise quite a lot, which you can't really see from the camera angles.
That's that drone shot that we're looking for, Hal, but I want to see it with something ludicrously fast, like a supercar.
Yeah, and on the rear spoiler.
Yeah, that's it, Vigo. We want you down, close enough to get shot down by the gravel. Just want to see there's some of the crowd sitting in the end of the grandstand. Anton, is drag racing really popular here?
To be honest, I don't really know, but I know that they have done some European Championship races here in drag racing at Tierp, and it's, I mean, that's what this arena was built for.
I was going to say, it's massive, it's bonkers. Yeah. Like, we don't have a drag racing. We at Santapod in the UK is probably our best known drag racing facility, and there are no grandstands like that. I mean, it's epic. The grandstands are absolutely huge.
It's fantastic, yeah.
But of course, Anton's Swedish, but also lives about 3 weeks drive by road from here because Sweden's so long.
How much snow is there still at home?
Oh yeah, we do still have 30 centimeters about on the grass, so it's it's frustrating.
How long do you see the lawn for in the summer, the grass? Like how many months do you get out of it?
No, but it's not too bad. It's normally this is the time of the year when you have the grass is there. But I'm also pretty happy, you know, when you don't have the grass, when you just have the snow, you also don't have any work.
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
The grass, so
it's
actually perfect.
You can ride your snowmobiles as well, can't you? So it's not so bad. Yeah, snowmobile riding more fun than lawnmower riding, I guess.
Absolutely, 100%.
So checker flag out. He's going to get close to that top time, not close enough. Christensen takes it from Kinnunen, all the way down the straight. This is the point, isn't it, which you'd be thinking, I wonder if I take that rear wing off, how bad it will be around the rest of the track. Because when you're on the limit of that much, you must be starting to think about aero, surely.
I don't. I'd be interested to know the aerodynamic qualities of the rear spoilers.
So would I. That's what I mean. How much drag is there? Stick it in a wind tunnel and let's start whipping them off. What do you reckon?
It's too cold for whipping anything off, isn't it?
not according to Ericsson, it's not.
I don't think it will do too much of a change.
You don't?
Do you? No. I think because it's all about the high speed when that starts really to affect. Not so much in the acceleration. When they are on the rev limiter, it doesn't really change too much anyway, because they are in the rev limiter.
There you go, you see. There's
I think it's better they look cool.
A rear wing. Keep the rear. Yeah, me and Hal are just having a crack at it.
Don't think so much. Oh yeah, we go through the
Antila DQ'd. That'll be the spin and contact that we saw down in turn 1. Hagstrom was left sitting there, people threading the need to get through between them. One more Racing Junior cross car, and then they will have finished their qualifying for today, and they'll head on to the semi-finals. So Anton, are you just here for fun? Are you driving something? Is someone persuading you to do a side-by-side? Are you going to see if you can borrow, I don't know, an FC1 and go and do the rally sprint or something? I'm sure
absolutely not. I'm just here relaxing, 100%. I'm here with my sister, actually. I went to Uppsala and visited her, and I saw on Facebook that there's something going on here, so I asked her if we should go, and we should go. So it's good. I'm just here enjoying some time with my little sister.
Well, your poor sister is standing here waiting for you to go. So do you want to get going? Do you want to do one more cross-car junior race, or do you want to go?
I think it's really good that I start going, because now you missed the start of the last race as well. So
Anton,
I say thank you very much.
He's like a TV producer in here.
I suggest you don't go too near the OMS E10, mate, if you don't want to drive anything. Because,
there's a lot of spare cars.
You quickly end up in something.
Yeah, I was speaking to Kevin and then to Oliver as well, and I was asking him what he was going to drive, and said, I don't really know. We haven't really decided who is driving what. So I was like,
goodbye.
Okay.
See ya. I'll see you later.
But being a racing driver, you wouldn't be able to resist either. If they said, do you fancy driving? Well...
No, it's nice that I didn't bring my helmet here, because I don't have the helmet, so I can't race. But like you say, otherwise, when you have the question to drive something, you just go, yes, please, whatever it is. If it's a cross kart or the FC1 or whatever, a supercar, it's just great driving cars.
Any chance we can persuade you to bring your supercar maybe and do Hollius later on in the year in Nordic?
We will see. It depends on how much crashing I'll do in the Euro. I think I keep my mechanics very busy now, even though we only have 6 races.
Yeah.
There is nothing planned. I mean, my full focus is on the European Championship, and we have quite a hectic calendar, because it's ending very early. Yeah, we have July, which is a bit more calm, but no, I want to really be focused on that and try to secure that European title.
All right, mate. Well, we wish you the best of luck with that. Thank you for coming to see us. Lovely to meet your sister as well.
Cheers, Anton.
And enjoy the rest of your day. And if we see you in a car, we'll know you've not escaped. Thanks, mate. See you later.
Thank you very much.
Anton Markham, what a pleasure, what a gentleman for coming and spending a bit of time with us. Essi Suono leads this one in the number 12 car. Carl Svedland in P2. Speed car Wonder and a Kazmat.
I want to introduce Anton and his partner, maybe wife now, Beatrice, to my partner as the nicest people in Rallycross. He's such a nice guy, Anton, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. He's brilliant. He is. He's absolutely lovely. And a hell of a driver too. And that, I mean, he's playing. Oh, this could be close in the background. I think they're going to hit the limiter before they hit the line again. So I think it's Darback in one position, putting a bit of a squeeze on Svedland as they went over the line. Suono takes with the 2:14.2, but not going to trouble the top times because it's fastest first. I still don't like fastest first, Hal. There you go. I've said it again.
We had fastest first in European Championship last weekend. That's how the World Championship's going to be in Heat 2.
Well, always, not a random.
So Heat 1 order is determined by the draw in the European Championships or by Super Pole in the World Championship, and then Heat 2 is the reverse of the order in Heat 1, and thereafter in Heats 3 and 4, or 3 if you're on a double header, is fastest last. And that fastest first thing really tumbled up the order last weekend, and arguably Anton...
It was alright, was it?
Well, Anton wouldn't have ended up in the situation he was in had it been fastest last, which is Anton's crash, because he never would have been so low down. The track improved massively, put lots of dust decks down, and the track improved massively, so René Munich was quickest in Heat 2 because the track improved a lot.
Yeah.
And he's a very good driver, obviously, but he was lower down in Heat 1, blah, blah, blah. So it's interesting how that affects the dynamics of the event, whereas here it's consistent throughout, isn't
I think it's the fact it's slowest first all the while. Sorry, fastest first.
You used to have the spinner of doom, didn't you?
Yeah, that's what I called it, the spinner of doom. That wasn't the most spectacular television graphic I've ever seen in my life.
And that is saying something.
It is, because I've seen some pretty shonky ones over the years, yeah. Right, juniors are done. We're having a little paperwork shuffle here if you're wondering what's going on. This has to happen in between every single session, of course. Yes, paper and pen, those good old tools. Right, here's your grid. Ugar, Hume, Granner, Eliasson and Eek Murstad. Granner in the middle of the grid at the minute is your top qualifier with a P1 and a P3, but doesn't get the best start. Eek Murstad with a massive wheelie on the outside line, but it's inside line for Martin Ugar. A little bit of contact. Eek Murstad gets shot down there into P4 from Granner, just shutting the door on the outside. And it's Ugar that leads as they head up through the chicane, and just immediately you can see with that little bit of extra power and maybe a little bit more experience as well, the attack is there straight away.
Again, Ugar makes the best of the first corner. Great awareness. Where is Martin Ugar in the championship? Look at my standings. He is 12th. Didn't have a great weekend in Neeson. We were in the first doubleheader, but had some strong pace, didn't he? Now he's under massive pressure into the first corner.
He's only young as well.
Whom.
He was 16 last year, so he's what is he, 17 now? Likely, I don't know exactly when his birthday is. How we doing?
Experience beyond his years in the first couple of corners.
Run wide there, Hal. Sorry, just as we were looking away from the commentary box, he ran just a little bit wide. Same place on the gravel that some of the juniors were getting a bit deep, and I think it's those bumps again. The bumps unsettle the car, and it just gets a bit deep.
Whom has been very, very
Joker.
But brake very straight. That's what you were struggling with at Linden Hill, wasn't it? Was keeping the wheel straight when you're braking. He didn't move the car around at all, did he? Talk a little bit about that, Andrew, because it's hard not to rotate the car when you're braking, when all of the weight's on the rear.
So I from a rally background, I quite like moving the car around on the way into a corner. You know, you can't run a car wide in the forest, you hit trees, so you always want a guaranteed turn in. But the quick guys now, if you look at them, they trust the brakes. They tyres and diffs and all the rest of it, it just turns in nicely. Now these cars need a little bit more muscling to get them turned in. So look at this, look at the rotation Eek Murstad puts on the car, but actually the RX 150s in the UK don't need to be rotated quite that much on the way into the corners.
The rear diff helps a lot.
Exactly, yeah, the diff means you can turn it in more smoothly, and that's just not something I'm very good at. I'm a bit too aggressive. Ugar takes it with a 157.8. Hal's just going to go and grab us a guess. That is the fastest time of the weekend so far. So Ugar gone half a second quicker than he went in the previous one. Watch this on the inside. He's on pole, Ugar. Early shift up to second there. You can see the nose of the car just... And is there a tiny bit of contact with Granner? I think there is. Granner then runs wide, which shuts the door on Eek Murstad here. But it's only... That's just all turn one stuff. There's nothing in there. Look how committed they are through the chicane, but as well how committed Ugar was to the throttle on the exit of the second corner. You could just see he had it pinned as he crossed the drag strip. Big inputs from Hume, and then as Hal said, look at that, just keeps the steering perfectly straight and just smoothly turns the car in. Contrast that with the last lap Joker entry for Thomas Eek Murstad, and he properly flicked it in. Here it is, there it is, that's exactly what, look at the rotation on it compared to Hume just a couple of times before. So I'm definitely more Eek Murstad style, sadly not with Eek Murstad's speed. So I was a second a lap off the pace, which is, in rallycross terms, is still a lot. And if I was that much off the pace here, I'd get my butt kicked, basically. I say 4 seconds here, well 3 seconds over 3 laps, of course, would be enough to drop you about 10 places down the order. So these guys are very, very good. They're very consistent, but I do enjoy seeing those different driving styles work. And Ugar taking it from Murstad, Granner, Alexander Hume and Eliasson. Hume super smooth, and maximum attack from Eek Murstad on that turn in. Hal's back. Let's get this next one underway and then we'll find out where he went. I think he's gone to get people. He has. He's got Linneman. Ulrich Linneman is joining us in the commentary box. We'll let him get his headset on and then we'll crack on with a little chat with him. We're waiting for a green flag on this next race. Eric Anderson this side of the grid, then Sebastian Enholm, Ronald Baldins, Romet Serna, and on the far side is Rasmus Persson. Ulrich,
yeah,
how's it going?
bad luck still continue.
Yeah, you need to shake that off, mate. This sucks.
Yeah, I've had bad luck before and try to never give up, and then sometimes it.
Yeah, it's still there. Well, let's get this race underway, and then we'll talk to Ulrich about how he's going to shake that off. Anderson on the inside gets a brilliant start. Enholm again takes second gear early, but then gets caught in a bit of a crush. Oh, Bowdens chucks it into turn one, runs out wide, gets two sideways. Cerner gets around the outside of him. Then contact again, it looked like for Enholm's lost momentum going down the straight. Look at the difference, then picks it up on the run up through the chicane. So it's Bowdens P4. There's the bump. It's really upsetting the cars into the right-hander at the end of the straight.
Enholm actually lost out in the start. Now he runs a bit deep in the velodrome section. That's Bowdens closed onto the back of the red speed car Wonder. Enholm's going to joker this time around. Oh, with Bowdens as well. That's not what Ronalds needed to happen. But Enholm lost out in the start procedure and then managed to cut back up the inside and run third early on. Look how the grip changes. It's so grippy there.
Oh, on the inside, Hal. A pass in the first corner by Cerner on Anderson. Anderson just got a tiny bit wide, and Cerner stuck it right up the inside. That was a hell of a move. Really impressive.
Yeah. And you really have to trust the grip. That's why, and Anderson's running a little bit wide now.
The grip is high, though, isn't it, across that drag strip?
But you have to go over it a lot of times till you can learn how high it is, how consistent it is, and whether you can trust it all the time.
Anderson's gone joker this time. Watch for the green indicator top left of your screen. Meanwhile, Cerner coming on the brakes down the end of the straight. Oh, there's the merge. I reckon Bowdens might get past in the background. Haven't seen it, though, unfortunately. No, he doesn't. So Bowdens is held off by Anderson as they come down to cross the line onto the final lap. So Cerner, okay, so this will give us a good indicator, 6.0. Sorry, Ulrich, we'll talk to you in a minute. The races, there's so much going on, we don't get the time.
Person got all out of shape there on the exit of the that first loose section, but behind them, Enholm's doing purple lap time, so he's going quicker. Look at Person's car moving around.
6.0 is the gap. Watch for Enholm in the red car on the right-hand side of your screen coming down here. Should carry more exit speed than Cerner. Gets the merge, just flicks it in. So it was 6.0. Hal said it at purple, which is the fastest lap time of the race, and he gets Cerner by 0.7. So arguably it is about 5.5. Right, Ulrich, now we can come back and talk to you. How are we going to get rid of this bad luck, mate? That's the number one thing we got to do. Do we need to, like, is it witchcraft time? I mean, what are we going to do?
I don't know. For the moment, I'm trying to find parts for the car to get it running.
Oh, really?
Again.
What here? What's broken?
Steering rack.
Right.
So if somebody in the near of Tierp have a BMW E36 36 BMW steering rack, I will need it.
So you need a BMW E36 steering rack at Tierp, and then you'll be able to run tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay, we're absolutely serious about that. If you're around the area and you can do it, Ulrich's got cash money waiting to get the right rack in the car. I take it there's nothing else you can borrow in the paddock that will fit.
No, I think it will be hard to make it, but yeah.
eBay?
Yeah.
This is the purple badge rack, is it?
It is so strange because we were really late to make that entry here, so we have really small spare packets with us. So yeah, and
How
2.5 lap on the track, and then I don't know why it's broken because I didn't touch anything.
So what has actually broken, mate? Because looking at the incident, you didn't have control of the car, did you? And then you went into the bank. I thought the steering arm was broken initially. But
already before the jump, it was snitching off. Yeah, I had no steering. So luckily it turned left because otherwise it was directly to the barrier. So yeah.
Penttinen, Nilsson, Osterberg, Tudo and Brunkvist in this one. Oh, left on the line, Tudo, inside line, great start by Pasi Penttinen. Gets it turned into the first corner. There's that ultra grip. I think Hal are starting to get an idea of the level of grip in there, and they're turning in at 90 degrees and just gunning the throttle on the inside line. You saw Nilsson nearly pull it off, ends up P3 off the start. But the grip level just for that little blast across is so high that I think we're going to see some moves down there.
Yeah, very close between both Penttinen and Osterberg in that first corner. You can run all the closer with someone, can't you, when you know exactly how much grip's there and what you can get away with. So what's actually broken, Ulrich? Is it inside the rack? Is it where it mounts?
No, it's broken off the subframe. So
okay.
Yeah. So it's hard to prepare. It's hard to yeah, so we need a replacement.
I think you need to post on social media. Andrew and I will share it. Tag us in it. We'll share it. We'll get Peter from Rallyx to share it.
We'll get a rack here by the morning. You can't have your
This afternoon. Semi-finals are later.
Yeah, come on. That's a good point. Get us a rack here. E36.
Post about it now.
BMW E36 steering rack to Tierp.
You're getting his phone out.
Yeah, he's going to tag us, tag Rallyx. We need a rack. Sort it out, people. Come on. We've got to get Ulrich back in. He's driven all the way out from Denmark as we see a move down in the first corner, side by side. Osterberg and Brunkvist absolutely going at it. Brunkvist managing to sneak alongside him. Fantastic. Oh, sideways, there's that bump again.
The TM5 puts out so many flames, doesn't it, out of the
I want one
exhaust.
just for that.
It's really skipping around now, the travel, even though it's reasonably large in the cross cars, not able to deal with it.
What's the gap
losing
back
out
to
here, isn't
Penton
it?
and Hal? It's only
Penton's got it
4.1,
done
so
easily,
Penton's going to do this. Comes in the 77 on the outside. Brunkvist and Osterberg. Osterberg both going to get past, or just one. Nilsson trying to come around the outside of Brunkvist, but can't quite get there. We are going to see some spectacular finishes over that line, definitely.
Yeah, especially when it really matters in the semi and final. You'll be nursing the car on that little bit more.
Here's another look at the start. So Passy Penton on the inside. Look, it's a tiny wheelie. Nilsson then goes on the brakes. Watch Nilsson. Look, turns in, goes for the gun up the inside, manages to get one place just, and then loses out, ends up P3 on that back straight. So Ulrich, is Danish Rallycross going on today as well, or was it only yesterday?
No, it was only yesterday.
Why yesterday? What was the special day in Denmark to give you the day off?
It's an off day in Denmark.
Why? What for?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, just a good day to go and do some rallycross.
They actually cancelled it from this year. And
really?
So, yeah.
Oh, that's out of order.
Next year would not be on that day.
Okay, right. And your sister was racing again?
Yeah, she was doing really well, but all the race on one day was too hard for her, so she was missing some power in the end of semi-final. We do 8 laps in semi-final in Denmark, so. Yeah, on the first 3 laps it was okay, but then she lost time in the end and made a mistake and finished last in the semi-final. She was third into the semi-final.
Great to see her back out racing though.
Yeah, it's good to see her.
Yeah, fantastic, good stuff. So Passy Penton in 158.4 actually goes second in the session. So Penton on an absolute flyer there. Brunkvist in P2. Look, just 2 seconds down, slots in P8. So have you done that social media post?
Yeah, I posted. We need it ASAP.
we'll get that shared. We need a BMW E36 steering rack to Tierp Arena as soon as possible. Ask for Ulrich Linnemann when you get to the front gate and tell him that we need it. Ulrich, thank you, mate.
Thank you very much.
All good. Apart from that, obviously you're okay.
Yeah. Then I will go and watch some racing, and hopefully I can get back on the start line.
Go over to OMSE, mate. They've got all sorts of cars over there. There's FC1s and there's a Marcus Gronholm's old Rallycross car. There's a Honda Civic. Like there must be.
Yeah, there's really a lot going on here.
There's so many people they wouldn't notice if you jack one up and.
Go on. Yeah, off you go. Hukar on the outside with the biggest wheelie yet. He needed a wheelie bar to keep the nose down. And that one contact on the inside line. 2 cars hooked up in turn 1. That is an absolute disaster. But Hukar definitely getting wheelie of the day for that. That's broken, I think. Hal looks like a link off the steering. It's Meiji Niemi, is it, with a broken car?
Niemi stopped there, and then Rasmus Roos, I think, is the Martini liveried speed car wonder that she had contact with.
Mate, that wheelie.
Hukar loves a wheelie. We discussed, didn't we, in Tierp, in Neeson, as Hukar goes into the Joker for the first time of asking what's allowed. We really need to find Krista at lunchtime, don't we? I suspect he's extraordinarily busy if he's going to be running the...
you can see, sorry to interrupt. So you can see Lorentzen there, how coming down, and you see Nick down the box on the way into that first corner.
I don't think there's anything better in life than changing down gears.
Sequential gearbox is the best thing in the world.
When I first got a dog box in my Rallycross car, I just sat there selecting first all day.
Because of the noise it makes.
And if it went in too smoothly, I'd come back off the clutch and back on again, and then
my mate Drew Gibson, who's a brilliant photographer, if you've not found him on Instagram, go and have a look. He's also a massive rally geek. He's built a Mark 1 Escort road car with a clicky sequential box in it. It's cost him an absolute fortune, but he's absolutely loving having a sequential box in his car. He let his brother, who's also a rally driver, ever go in it, and he said he was absolutely loving it. So yeah, sequential boxes for the win. Watch this, watch Lorentzen on board. So watch when he gets down to the end of the straight, Watch the right hand through the front screen. No, it's right up the other end at the minute. When he comes back the other way. Oh, he's on the final lap. Damn it, you're not going to see it. Damn you, 3 laps of weird configuration. It's so confusing, and we're missing the thing. Look at this. Look, oh, to nearly. That must have been pretty distracting for Lorenzo, to be fair. That was about as close as it gets. Hukar, though, coming through with the biggest wheelie we've ever seen in Rallyx Nordic and taking the win. And the time is a 1:59.2, which is going to see him go P5, I think. But Hukar off the start. Watch this, watch this. Right-hand side of your grid, watch this for the biggest wheelie we've ever seen in cross car, and it is, without a shadow of a doubt, the biggest one. That was bonkers. And then on the inside, unfortunately, Marja Niemi with a different kind of wheelie. Disqualified. Niemi disqualified Hal for that contact in the first corner. To be fair, she did run up the back. Was a fair old hit on Rasmus Roos, but there you go, that's the way it goes sometimes. There's the jump onto the straight. Hukar, the checker flag in the background, but the finish line is actually there as he exits stage right. That was a proper wheelie. Did I mention it?
You did, yeah, and it was, you're right. No big.
We've got a special guest joining us here in the studio. Just going to get him a set of cans. Marcus, good to meet you. Oh, good. Here, let's get these on you. So Marcus Dubois is a very well-known influencer up here in Sweden, into cars and bikes and all sorts of things. And now you join us here at Rallyx. How are you getting on?
Yeah, just arrived, so I haven't done much, but I love this whole atmosphere with being around cars, and especially rallycross and rally is my main thing. That's what I love the most.
Well, look, if you don't know anything about what this man does, we're going to show you a little video from Marcus. So take a look at this. So basically, as you can see, Marcus enjoys sending it and sitting in cars that are being sent. That's great, mate. What I mean, you've had some incredible highlights. What stands out for you? Yeah, you love rally and rallycross. It looks like you've had some brilliant experiences.
Yeah, I mean, I've done so many things. We used to like crash, I mean, just normal stock cars and try and just roll them without cages and stuff.
Goodness
and just
me.
see what happens and put caravans on fire, and we jumped through 3 caravans with a Volvo and all kinds of stuff. I can't say one thing; it's impossible.
That's outrageous. I love it. We need to get this man a caravan and I don't know, a Mustang and something in the you know the barnyard. Let's go.
Yeah, that would be great here.
Exactly. Let's do it. Let's just set fire to something and then do some donuts around it. I mean, come on, there's content to be made, surely.
Next year we should jump through 3 caravans.
Okay, I'm in. We're doing that next year. We're going to get 3 caravans.
You are joining me.
Peter, we need 3 caravans. I'm going to sit with him. We'll jump through them. Is that all right? We're getting a thumbs up from the man over the side. He's the one who organises it. Going to get this one underway. Jorgensen, Gotherson, Tierp and Munch down to the first corner. Fastest first, remember. We might see someone trouble the timesheet. Brilliant move by Kalle Gotherson up the inside, making the most of that grip again. Over on the gravel section and leading this. Now, have you ever driven a cross car?
No.
Okay, then that's something else we need to add to the list.
Yeah.
Wow, we're making a long list very quickly here. Peter, have we got any spare cross cars? Yes, he's nodding. We probably haven't, to be fair. Do you fancy a go?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'd like to drive everything, you know. I've driven pretty much everything, but not cross cars.
And you're driving this weekend, aren't you? Or at least planning to drive this weekend? Explain what you're up to.
I don't really know, but I guess I'm gonna try the supercar light car, and then maybe if I do good, I'll try the FC1 or what's it called?
The FC1X.
Yeah.
1,000 horsepower.
That would be.
You up for that? Yeah. Don't crash that. Never.
No.
Don't crash that. Well, don't crash the lights car. I broke a lights car last year over a jump in Hollius, and I haven't been asked to drive the FC1.
What happened?
So I lifted over the jump. I did it fine for 6 laps, and on the 6th lap, it got a better exit. Went a bit quicker over the jump, lifted, which was stupid, and put the nose down. And off the front. That was all good. It was fun. I didn't set fire to it. There were no caravans were hurt.
More full send.
Exactly. Yeah. You know. No lifting.
No.
No lifting.
Yeah, but that looks fun. So much fun. Huh?
These things are awesome. Me and Hal have both been lucky enough to have a go in these. There's a series.
So that's pretty much how you start out if you want to go into rallycross.
Well, did you see the juniors? So we've got some kids who are racing like age 10, 11 years old, and they're racing. And so they have a lower rev limit to keep the top speed down for safety because they're young. But their racecraft is incredible. They pick it up so quickly. We're watching Gotherson exit from the Joker. Going to get beaten to the line though, because that speed on the standard lap is just that much quicker. Munch going to take it as they cross the line. But a 2:01, sorry, Jorgensen takes it. 2:01.174 is not troubling the top of the timesheets.
Pretty handy lap time though on a 34.4. You just gain so much on that final lap, don't you, when you carry that momentum to the finish.
Another look at the start, funneling down. So where will you drive the lights car, on the rallycross track?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I'm just...
the rally sprint, I believe.
Yeah, the rally sprint, okay.
You think? Yeah, that's what they told me. Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just down for whatever.
Let's go. Let's go. We've asked Ulrich Linnemann, one of the drivers, needs a steering rack for an E36 BMW, so we've asked for that. If you've got an old caravan which you would like set fire to and bring it up, I mean...
3 caravans.
3. We want 3. Can we not do 4? I mean,
we should make the...
It should be bigger.
Yeah, that's the record, 3.
4.
But we had 1 caravan on the car, so...
To jump through the... Oh, mega. Okay, well, so we need 5 caravans.
Yeah, we need 5.
4 caravans, 1 caravan. And then what we'll get a tow bar on the back of the FC1, and we'll drive a 1,000 horsepower electric car through 4 caravans and see if Andreas Eriksson...
I'll let you pitch that idea to Andreas.
I don't think Eriksson will ever ask us back again if we do that. But I mean, you know, that's fine. That's fine. They're tough weekends anyway, Hal, aren't they? Let's go out with a bang, you know? Let's go out with a bang.
Career over.
Yeah, done. Last one.
So you kind of either go into like go-kart and then F1 or cross kart and rallycross.
Which would you do?
I need like more crazy, I mean gravel and...
jumps.
Yeah, everything.
There are not enough jumps in F1, are there?
No.
We discussed this before.
They should spice it up, no?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the racing's okay.
Joker laps, jumps.
I mean, just little bumps, so they even like just...
Yeah, you know, like when they hit a sausage curb and go flying.
Yeah.
Like, let's put the ramp nicely so the car doesn't get damaged.
But what you could really do is being able to activate it at random times. So you know, like you can use DRS at certain times.
So the jump
certain points during the race,
lap 11.
push a lever and the jump comes up, and you just don't know when it's going to happen.
Yeah, good.
You can jump over cars like DRS. And
yeah, exactly.
Like Mario Kart.
More Mario Kart, yeah.
Banana skins, turtles and stuff being flown out all over the gap. Why not? Sounds good to me. Okay, so this is a final race of cross car, which is on now.
We could see the times tumble here because Elias Svensson, we know how quick he is, was the comeback king in Denmark a few weeks ago.
So where's Svensson overall, Hal? Because in P19, so Svensson is in the same situation he was in both race weekends, both races in Denmark. Needs top 18. Svensson very nearly won the championship last year, but lost the points from being DQ'd from the win in Hollier. So Svensson now, again, is having to go for a good result in Q3 to try and make it through to the semis.
Not the best lap on the opening lap, and he also doesn't joker this time around. So we'll lose that momentum on the last lap by not running right to the line. That's strange that you wouldn't joker. The only reason you wouldn't is if you end up in traffic.
Which you definitely won't want. Having said that, Hal, as long as this is far enough up the timesheets, you know, he's only one position out of the semi-finals, it should be enough to get him through.
You do get points, of course, from the end of qualifying, so there's always the need to look how little he lost the championship by last year. You do need to be accumulating the points all the time. It is cleaning a lot more there now, isn't it, on the way into the Joker.
Absolutely.
Spit of flames from the rear, gets the rotation done nicely.
Here he goes now, so watching the clock is the most important thing here. He needs to be as close as he can or ahead. I think he might take the session here. He's looking for a 1:57.8. 1:57.7, he does it by 1/10 of a second. Elias Svensson wins Q3 for cross car in the final race. Epic performance, and he will drag himself into the semi-finals again. Remember, the top 18 go through, and then it'll be the top 2 from each of those semis will make it through to the final. Svensson on the outside with a great committed drive. Wins the session, Hal. That's some performance, isn't it?
Yeah, mega, and I said mega again. It's very good.
Fine, mate. It's my word, really, but I mean, you can borrow it occasionally.
Well, I think I have to go get ready now.
Whoa.
Have a pee and
Are the
shit.
caravans here?
Yeah, they're here.
Marcus, thanks for joining us, mate.
Thanks,
Much
guys.
appreciated. Have a great
Thanks.
weekend.
Cheers, mate. Enjoy it.
Look forward to seeing you
Will
set
be
bike
good.
and stuff later. So, I like Marcus's style, Hal.
Yep.
Do you think he's going to set fire to something later? Hopefully not a lights car or an FC1.
As long as he can leave our high car alone, because I quite like to get back to the hotel
Yeah,
later.
there is that, yeah. Nobody lend that man our hire car. I will be looking him up later on, though. When somebody comes in and says, I've set fire to stuff.
That's right up your street, isn't it?
Right up my street, yeah, straight away. Like, you have my interest. Classy. Grana takes the TQ. So Robin Grana with the TQ after Q3 from Martin Newgard, Alexander Hume, Sebastian Enholm, Elias Svensson, Hukar, Merstad, Cerner, Nilsson, Passy, Penton, Persson, Osterberg, Lorentzen, Brunkvist and Anderson. Elias Svensson in that session went from P19 to P5, I think it was. Eliasson, Roos and Linderquist make the cut. Bowdens hasn't made it, Hal. So Bowdens is in P21. That's
extraordinary.
Not ideal. Yeah, didn't need that at all. So Bowdens, who I say...
There's some pretty handy drivers down there, aren't there?
Yeah, there are. Where was Bowdens? I'm trying to see. Yeah, he made it to the semis in round 1 and to the final in round 2. Not ideal for Ronald Bowdens, and probably, for me, probably the Callagothison's down there too. Probably the biggest of the names, though, not to make it, I say, is Ronald's. But championship front runners are all into the semi-finals. Now, these guys are all going to make it. I say, unfortunately, we've got a slightly smaller entry here for open two-wheel drive. We'll see, open two-wheel drive, we're going to see locals, aren't we, appearing at various different races. I'm kind of hoping we're going to see the blue Smurf mobile in Kuvula.
Yep, I'm sure we will.
I think we will too.
Mr. Venelainen.
Yeah.
Who are we missing here?
Hello to Thomas
Marcus
and,
Norman. Sorry.
Henry and the whole team.
Sorry, Andrew. I talked across you there.
No, it's fine, mate. Don't worry about it. Who's missing?
I'm not worried about it. I just said sorry, just to be polite.
I appreciate the apology. Marcus Norman is not here. Look at that. I thought that bloke had... what things you balance on? You stand on them. Was it got a Segway in the background? But it wasn't. It's just a funny angle on a scooter. There's a lot of running about going on in the background, isn't there?
And making a segue into Heat 3.
Nicely done. Simon Tiger off the line. Oh, trying to go around the outside, are we? Not going to make it. Tia Hansen tries and unfortunately loses out. Needs to get past that car on the run up to the next corner and does. Look at that. The Merc is rapid, isn't it? Did you get any idea on power output yesterday?
I did, yeah. Right on the top of my head, I can't remember.
That's fine, mate.
No, I think it's 550
from the IC or in
total, and the electric motor and battery produces about 100.
And the motor and battery is from a
BMW Mini,
right,
or a 1 Series. That same concept.
Oh, tell you what, he's piling it on to Tiger here. Gets deep on the brakes, coming around the outside, trying to get a good exit onto that back straight again. Victor Hansen, the reigning open two-wheel drive champion.
It really doesn't land nicely over that jump, Victor's Mercedes. Yeah, so it's a BMW. Oh, he's run wide there at the end of the loose. Is he going to keep it out the barrier? We can't quite see from this drone shot. Tiger pulling away out front. Oh no, Hansen is going. Oh, these cars ride those bumps reasonably badly, don't they? The long wheelbase not really helping. Is Tobiel still going? Yes, he is. Big job by Derek's Parts for Cars team and Bjorn Stur's team to repair their cars after the damage in Heat 2 earlier on. Oh no, Hansen's got a problem.
No.
So I was talking to him last night about the fact that he can drive to the end. Oh, Tiger stopped as well.
So that's our race leader and our P2 man stopping. This is going to hand it to Bjorn Sture in the blue Ford Focus, which came back past us, Hal, on a flatbed in the previous session behind commentary. If you were watching it, and she literally drove past the 10. And if somebody hasn't told him already, they ought to tell him, wind it in a little bit, sunshine. We don't need another broken car out there. Norman's in DNS, Hal. We're not going to be long. We won't have a final for these guys.
I wonder if they're just not on. Derek's going slowly as well in the background. I wonder if they're just not handling these bumps, and I sort of said how hard Victor's car was landing. Hansen, is he still going?
Tiger has fully stopped out there. He's walking away from the car. Did Johansson get round on the battery?
I think Johansson's still going. So we talked last night, he and I, about the ability to keep going. Can you hear track sounds? I think he's on the electric motor.
So do I.
So he has the ability to turn on and off the electric motor, the electric drivetrain, as he wishes. That
it's so good.
It's located. So it's physically in the rear of the car, and it's driven by a chain.
Look at the door, Hal, just quickly. Drive the door. Right. Yeah, listen.
Yeah, I think that's just. It might be idling and just driving off the rear. So to drive on just the electric powertrain. Yeah, I think that's idling but not driving. But I don't know. It's very hard. So, the noise is hard. But anyway,
so the thing is, yeah, a DNF is way worse in terms of points, isn't it, than a slow finish time.
Yeah, but
so just keep it going round on the
electric motor. Of course, yeah. So
Brilliant.
Physically, the electric powertrain's in the rear of the car. Then he drives the rear axle, obviously from the internal combustion engine that's mounted in the front, through a prop shaft and a gearbox to the rear. The electric side of his drivetrain is chain driven from the motor basically to the input flange on the rear axle. So to drive on the electric powertrain, he just needs to put the car in neutral. So obviously if you had it in gear, it would try turning the engine over. So it's almost like you can dip the clutch and then drive on the electric side. It's a fascinating technology.
It's brilliant.
But look how hard they're landing here. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I'd like to see that again. The amount of bodywork movement, all the panel gaps are all over the shop thanks to that landing. This is Tiger.
Do we see... So Tiger, you see the compression on the rear right there, Hal, again through the dip.
Look looks like he's got bigger wheels on the front than the back to me. See?
Yeah, you might well have. You better go and talk to Derek. Derek's been trying to figure out the witchcraft of these guys.
They changed the front springs on Derek's car earlier today and it was a lot better. He even suggested that he might be able to wind some more power back into it.
Really?
They were going home last night, he was so disappointed, but today I think it's going better, but broke the front stub axle and upright.
No, it's rope.
Yeah. So Derek broke the front upright in the previous race and obviously had a bit of an issue, because on pace he's not that far behind Stuart. Johansson did make it to the finish, as we said. I really, 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 really want this class to succeed, but it needs more support.
Yeah, it does. It does.
I don't really understand why people aren't coming, because it's brilliant.
Yeah, agreed. The rules are open enough to do some fun stuff with it.
And there's so many of these cars in Scandinavia.
Yeah.
I think it'll be strong in Finland and strong in Norway, and of course everyone wants to go to Julius, don't they?
Yeah.
And it's a chicken and egg scenario, isn't it? Because I think there's quite a few people elsewhere in Europe who would like to race in it, but if it's not very strong, then maybe they have second thoughts. If there's 20 cars, then they will come because it's great. So if you've got an open two-wheel drive eligible car, then come to Rallyx, because you should.
Well, do you remember the when we used to go to Hell, there was always the mad, as you say...
Well, it's just supernatural, yeah, so, and it's all on engine capacity. Yeah. But here, it doesn't matter.
Well, let's go, that's what I mean. All those cars, how many cars... We used to have to race on practically on Thursday night to get through it all, because there's so many of them.
Usually they do a Friday night race.
I'm looking forward to going to Grenland.
Yeah, me too. I like Norway.
Yeah.
I like all of Scandinavia. I would live in Scandinavia.
It's expensive.
Well, you need to be paid in Scandinavia as
well.
That's
true, yeah, that's true.
But I love it up here. So I'm very much looking forward to going to Grenland. I'm looking forward to Kuvula. Always have a good time in Finland.
Kiitos.
I'd like to be Finnish, really.
Would you?
Yeah.
I like the language. I don't know enough of it. Well, the stuff I do know...
How much Finnish do you know?
Well, not much. Most of it was taught to me by Topi Heikkinen, and he's utterly unsuitable for broadcasting.
Yeah, I wouldn't trust much of what Topi Heikkinen teaches you.
This is the problem, isn't it? This is the problem. I was once taught some Swedish by a Swedish driver, and it was not what I was told it was. And I used it for a good couple of days.
Were you involved in that conversation with Guillaume de Ridder in Neeson?
Yeah.
So the Swedes had told him something, and he went saying this word when he was driving with JC. He was driving with JC Race Technic in the lights class. We're about to see in a minute.
Or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, he was told something like, "This is good luck. Tell this to everyone." So he's going up the line of all his teammates saying this, and then to Simon Olafsson and Enland, "Oh, good luck, good luck."
They were all laughing, weren't they?
It actually means something else.
Yeah.
You can decide what that is for yourselves at home.
But it's not suitable for broadcasters.
And he found out months later that he was actually just saying not very nice things.
Something very rude, yeah. Yeah, great though. One of them laughed, didn't they, and couldn't keep a straight face. He's like, what? And they were like, okay, we'll tell you. But yeah. Bants.
Quite risky, this role, isn't it? You could lose your career very quickly telling stories like that.
Yeah, oh yeah. Well, we keep threatening to write the book, Hal. You're writing it, by the way.
There's a pram behind us.
Yeah, rolling
It's just
away.
rolled off.
Right. So, Anderson, Olofsson, Oscarsson and Sjöqvist. Anderson the winner of the last qualifying session, but at the minute Olofsson in the TQ spot. And Olofsson gets an absolutely perfect start. Could have fired that out of a gun and it wouldn't have gone quicker. That is incredible. Straight to turn 1 ahead of Anderson. Now we see whether or not Anderson's got the pace over Olofsson. With 3 laps, Hal, it's always tricky, isn't it? Because I don't think he'll joker on the first lap for fear of traffic, but then he could from P2, I suppose.
The pace is good in this race. There isn't Isaac Hookfist in the background. Great pace. Mats Oscarsson, a little bit inconsistent with the pace, I don't think it's unfair to say, but is in the fastest race of the session, so has good pace as well.
He does go. He goes on that,
yeah, so
lap 1.
What I was getting to is that it's not as much of a risk as it would be in a 6-car race come the finals or 8 cars even, where there's lots of slow cars behind you. And you've got to do something different because Simon Olofsson is one of the best supercar lights drivers on the planet, and that's not an exaggeration. So experienced and so quick, so you need to mix it up to try and get ahead of him.
Now, having seen what happened at the last event, Hal, if I were Sandra, I would probably send him down to cover him off. Because I think Anderson is fast enough, but of course they will have the confidence that Simon is fast enough to stay anyway.
I'd joker him now.
And they do.
So
He's gone Joker.
yeah.
Right, so they've gone Joker. The top 2 cars, Oscarsson's gone in as well. Hookfist stays out on the standard line. Watch for Anderson on the right-hand side of your screen. Here comes Olofsson. Anderson going to try and get the extra speed. Going to look to the inside line. Oh, he's so late on the brakes. Anderson in the 99 goes too deep, though, and Olofsson gets Anderson's in the wall, through the tyre wall. And that's unfortunate for the 15-year-old. It was a brilliant attempt, Alan. He was maybe 5 metres too late on the brakes.
Do you know what? I don't
it.
care. It's having... In the first round of the British Rallycross Championship last year, on his supercar debut, Patrick O'Donovan sent it around the outside of this man here, Derek Tohill, who's racing this weekend, and it just laid down a massive marker for what he was willing to try and attempt. Exactly the same there with Lucas Anderson. Made an attempt that many people wouldn't do. He'll learn from that. He'll brake a little bit earlier the next time and get it right. I love seeing that kind of commitment.
So do I, and it's the first time as well how we've seen somebody go for that inside line with that extra pace off the standard lap. It was brave and it was late. It still finishes. It's only a tyre wall on the outside of turn 1, luckily, so there's no damage to the car. Oh, did he guess the lights, mate? He's got away with that, hasn't he? Yeah. Surely.
Well, maybe he just made an...
Mate, that's an epic
reaction. You can't make that kind of reaction and be better than everyone else. But you can make a mistake and get away with it.
Right, I sort of think this might be a lie. There was a thing on Instagram with a cat and a snake, and the cat was basically batting the snake away. Seriously.
I don't want to know. I really don't like snakes.
Reaction times. Oh, you don't
like
snakes?
Talk about something else.
No, see, the cat. What they're saying is that cats' reaction times are super fast. So basically, what I'm saying is Olofsson's a cat.
Here's the move.
Look at this. Look at this.
So Anderson's had the awareness to go up the inside.
And Olofsson's seen him coming as well, Howard, just giving him a little bit of room.
And I also love the fact that Anderson tried to rotate the car there.
And he drove through the barrier, which is what Solberg did in turn 1 in Silverstone when a similar thing happened.
Rustad.
Wrapped the entire car in tyres.
Tommy Rustad.
Was it?
Yeah.
No,
Green Polo.
Turn 1 at Silverstone?
Yeah.
You sure?
What, hit the tyres head on, tried to plough through them?
I'm sure it was Solberg.
Tommy Rustad.
You reckon?
Yeah.
Right, we'll have to look it up.
£5.
£5. Yeah, why? So Heroes up at the start apparently.
Will you have a £5 on that?
Let's go and have a look at the. Yeah, we're going to have a £5 on it. Yeah. There we go. Didn't they then spend ages repairing cars in turn 1 in the pre-grid?
Yeah, that's after Johan drove over the back of him on the way into the first corner.
Right,
Petter and Johan started side by side. Petter came across, Johan hit the rear of him. That's what gave him the puncture there. That's why Cuddy and everyone are there sticking all the grapple tape on the rear
quarter.
The stuff
Power remembers is ridiculous.
And I just earned £5.
Well done.
Well, you haven't disproved it yet.
Well, you'll have to look at it, of course.
What? It's on Facebook.
Is it?
Yeah, YouTube.
Oh, mate, I can't find it on Facebook. God.
You're like
I can't find anything.
I can't
Facebook.
Understand how a man so old can operate social media.
I can't. Facebook, I can't do it. I can't do it.
But Facebook's designed for your generation.
Screw you, Hal. I can't stand it. Sorry. There you go. I've said it. I can't. It's too clunky. I'm sick and tired of all the adverts and everything, to be honest. I'd like to ditch all social media. Elon Musk ruined Twitter.
A very good friend of mine's removed himself from social media.
Yeah. Said it was great, didn't he?
Loves it, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Oh, we wouldn't want you guys to miss out on the gold social media that me and Howard Ridge produced, of course. I mean, God, what would the world be without us? Well, of course, Hal's an influencer on Instagram with his incredible following, thanks to a video he posted, wasn't it, of Markland?
Yeah, Anton.
You should have talked to Anton, really. You are Anton. Much to Andreas Backer's disgust.
Still not pleased, Andreas.
Yeah?
He's still not pleased.
No, he's not. He's not at all happy. There's Casper Janssen.
So we've actually gone down to a 2 4-car races and a 3 in lights. If we lose one of them, whatever it is, we do 5s, but this is the last race of qualifying anyway, so it's not keeping yours.
I like the braid rims, Hal.
I'll commentate on my own lights tomorrow if you race in it.
What, if I race in lights? I'd 100%. Yeah, let's go. Which one can I use? The Race Champions one? Sheffield 2? Yeah, all right. Andreas, line me up. Let's go. Let's go.
But back to Anderson, who caused this ruckus in the first corner. You know, it's trying something
you've got
because
to have it, that killer instinct.
You know, when I raced a supercar in British Championship, I tried all sorts of overtakes that probably weren't really on, and I think a lot of the drivers there were surprised, and it's just having a different element, someone they're not used to racing, and I think people get maybe slightly guilty sometimes of knowing your opponents. You know, of course, Simon Olafsson knows most of this grid very, very well. So having someone different, just try other things. It'd be like.
But the other thing is, Hal, it's like, who are you afraid of in your mirrors? And I always think back to F1 with that. You know, if Schumacher was in your mirrors, Michael Schumacher, you would always be afraid that he would have a go, even if it's not on. And believe me, as a Brit, there's a few moves that I thought weren't on, mostly against British drivers. But there's no denying that if Schumacher was in your mirrors, as any driver,
that was the Senna thing, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Scare them out of the way.
But that's what Anderson. That's not what's on his head. He's not thinking, here, I'll scare Olafsson. He's thinking, I'll pass Olafsson. But the fact he's had a crack at it.
Also, he doesn't care whether it's Simon Olafsson or me or you or whatever.
He's going to have a go at it.
When Liam Duran and Kevin Proctor, this is very niche British, but when they were racing in European Championship, when I was doing it in 2010, I remember we were in Poland one weekend, and Kevin Proctor was like, he had a heat, and it was Kenneth Hansen and Ludwig Hunspet and whoever else, Isaacson, whatever. And he was like, oh, I've got all these amazing drivers next to me. And Liam Doran, who was driving with the Hansons at the time, was like, so? They're just numbers. It doesn't matter. They're just people you need to beat. It doesn't matter whether they're 14-time champion or whether they've never driven a car before. And it's being able to differentiate, or, you know, remove yourself from the situation, which is what Johan Kristoffersson can do.
Oh, yeah,
he doesn't care whether he's racing Sebastian Loeb
or Kimi Hansen, or it doesn't matter.
Or me.
Yeah.
You know, or someone who can't, like me, who can't drive is what I mean.
Yeah.
Is you're just someone, a thing he needs to beat.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm pretty sure Lucas Anderson's objective is, and his thought process is, there's a car in the way, I need to overtake it.
Yeah.
I don't care that you're the reigning champion. I just need to get past you. So it's a really strong mental attitude to have, isn't it?
That's the thing with 15-year-olds, isn't it? Is that bravery, that, you know, you haven't developed any of the fears that we develop as we get a bit older, and you think, oh, what if I can't do that? He hasn't got any of that in his head. It's brilliant. Okay, Annette Clev, Janssen, Haug and Enland. Good start on the inside line. Enland coming in from the outside, though. Casper Janssen ducks in, keeping it tidy in turn 1. Holds on to P2. Nicely done by Janssen. Good awareness there, and holds on to the second place as a result.
Enland actually lost out badly by making a much better start than Haug there, and then not being able to make the switch back because he was already stuck on the outside. Haug, shout to his team, worked so hard in Nice to try and fix that car and couldn't. They've since been to Omercy to use all of their experience. 4 different problems there was. Internal wiring loom, engine wiring loom, something in the fuel line, etc. And finally they've got on top of it, and apparently that engine is producing fantastic numbers.
Really?
But of course, you know, they're tricky things to drive, and a lot of these guys in these cars have got a lot of seat time.
Look at that bump again, Hal. Sends Enland really sideways as he comes over the crest. You are at the point there, if you push it too much, you can roll a tyre off the rim. I don't think he has. The rear left is still up. There, is it? I think it is. I just for a second thought the rear left had gone down on it, but I don't think it has. No, it hasn't. Oh, he's coming out really wide. Now watch for the cutback here. Carries good speed through that long right-hander. And now he's really close. So Enland, looking for a way past Annette Clev, will be conscious of the fact that Janssen went joker on the first lap. Janssen is some 6.8 off the leader, but he's not that far off P2. Enland looks to the inside line, and Annette Clev just runs a little bit wide, gets muscled out of the way. Enland now on the right-hand side, surely goes joker from there, and Annette Clev has to as well, because it's lap number 3. Watching for Casper Janssen, the red and black machine about to come down the straight on the left-hand side of your picture. Where is Janssen? How much speed has he got? Not enough to get to the leader. Maybe not even enough to get to P2. It's going to be close, but he gets third. Enlund takes it from an Eklev. Janssen's early joker not paying off that time. And the pace is good, 1:59.9. Here the local commentator, oi.
I actually wondered if Enlund would have been better to sit there and have a tidy time, but actually gained a lot having passed Aneklev. So anyway, we can see he lost out badly. Got pushed a bit wide there in the first corner. That's where he went around the outside of Haug and then couldn't quite get back to the inside.
We saw an Eklev, didn't we, just a few moments ago, just before the session started at OMSC, and he was saying it's been 2 years since he's competed in lights and just fancied a run at Tierp. He's actually doing the whole side-by-side Nordic series.
This is the move.
Look at this. Oh, okay, did give him a little nudge on the way in, didn't he? What do you think?
And a side-by-side contact on the way through.
Side-by-side's fine, it's the first contact.
No, but I think they'll have a look at it because you've already forced the car ahead wide, haven't you?
Yeah, so he may get a pushing to pass there, meaning you push the car wide and then you pass it. It's not allowed, basically. The second move, if he just got a better exit, or if a Eklev had made a mistake, which is what I thought he'd done, I didn't realise there'd been the contact on the way in, properly cutting that curb.
But look, he had a good few car lengths. There must be a couple of seconds there in difference from having made that overtake, so definitely
worth it
from a time point of view.
Enlund 1:59.948. We've got a problem with our timing screen, so we can't update on the overall positions right now as the cars roll back into the paddock behind us.
This is going to be interesting. We'll see. You watch the screen. I'm going to watch Nicholas's body language as he gets out.
There was a dude on the phone, Hal, who put a can of Coke down on the floor while he was making his phone call. He's just had to pick it up as the cars are coming. Going to lose his drink.
Oh, what a shame.
Is he getting out? Do you think he's grumpy? We're just standing here basically staring into the back of the OMSC paddock tent. Here we go. Ida Tornholt, Niels Christian Haug and Martin Expeth in this. Expeth with a lovely start on the outside, but needs it to be absolutely perfect, and Ida might get there first. Bit of contact for Ida, all three. Well, in fact, Ida Tornholt with the contact from Haug, I think, on the run down to the braking zone. Actually, other than having the bodywork hanging off the back of the car, oh my goodness me, that was close to the Armco on the right-hand side as well, nearly took the other side off the car.
That was not ideal for Martin Expeth at all, was it? Because really he needs a good time. Remember, he retired from Heat 2 earlier on in the tyre warming area. Didn't actually see why.
Might have gone joking then.
Why did you not joker? So easy for me to say that standing up here, but unless you can overtake Ida Tornholt on track, and she's no reason to get out of the way. She's actually getting so much quicker than she was, doing a great job. But Expeth is in podium contention here, there make no doubt about that, and I would have mixed the strategy up there. Okay, you risk coming out behind Haug, but it's a risk you've got to take, because now he's just hemorrhaging time behind
Where are you going to
Tornholt.
park the stage? One thing I would say is we haven't seen much passing other than the long braking zone.
He risked coming out behind Haug, but I think he's got such a pace advantage over Haug anyway, and now Tornholt's joking on lap 2 and compromise Expeth's entry.
So maybe not the right tactics.
But like I always say, it's very easy for us to stand here and say
we still have to have a crack at it, and have an opinion about it. And in our opinion, you should have gone joker on that one. With 3 cars in the race and only 3 laps, you're unlikely to get held up. Just do it. So loses a bit of time. As I say, they'll all make it through anyway because yes, they will.
But it's all about the points as well, isn't it? It's all about your grid position in the semi-finals and about the points that you get for your position in the intermediate classification.
Tell you what, this isn't a done deal either, because Ida Tornholt was only 6.2 back. We know that the delta is about 6. Here comes Tornholt now in the background. Can she pass Expeth? I think Expeth is just going to hold on. You can see how much time she's gaining on the run down the straight. Expeth does take it with a 2.02.
That was a great drive from Tornholt, to be fair to her. Withstood the pressure.
Watch Tornholt here on the inside. She gets contact from Haug, I think it is.
Yeah, I think Expeth's just nudged Haug across. I don't think Haug's solely responsible for that. It's just the first corner. Look, a bit of a squeeze across. Just clumsy. Clumsy though. Expeth's outbraked himself. Lucky to not do a Lucas Anderson and just nose first into the tyres there.
There's an awful lot of Cooper tyres branding missing, isn't there? It was on the outside of turn 1 and the inside of the Joker lap, and it's all gone.
That's why I've got a Cooper tyres hat on. I preempted that just to make up
well
for it.
Well done, mate. Honestly, you should be on the marketing team. Are you on the marketing team?
No.
Oh.
Peter does that as well.
He does, yeah.
But this is Tornholt's run to the finish. So the gap at the end was only 3 tenths. That's the gain you make by not joking on the final lap with that run to the line that we talked about all day. Great job from here.
Just supercar to come then as we round out qualifying for round 3 of Rallyx 2023. Round 4 will be tomorrow. Been treated to sunshine, at least in Tierp. I have to say, it's not super warm. Experth wins that one. I would say, I haven't got an update, I'm afraid, on the overall times. The bottom of our timing screen has just gone to sleep. There it is. Olofsson wins the session from Enland and Oskarsson. And Eklev, Kasper Janssen in P5.
So Experth joking on the final lap there. So he was another couple of seconds and he would have been third. I think you probably lose at least 1.5.
Olofsson gets the TQ from Martin Enland and Lucas Anderson. You then got Oskarsson and Hogqvist. Olofsson was in that TQ spot ahead of this session, but Anderson was literally just 1 point behind. Then with the move, Anderson tried to make on Olofsson, just loses out. But remember, the top 4 will be on the 2 front rows, basically in the 2 semi-finals. So in fact, it'll be Olofsson, won't it, versus Anderson in semi-1. So those two are going to come up against each other on the front row of semi-1. With 11 cars here, it'll be 3 cars through from each of their semi-finals. On to Supercar, where we'll also see 2 semi-finals. Kristoffersson, Veiby and Bolevsky, Ericsson, your top 4. In fact, look, Ericsson, to be fair, Ranks, Tam, Christensen, Toren, all on 74 points, Hal. It's all to play for them. Could they take a position on the front row by getting past Kevin Ericsson? Ericsson needs a clean run in this.
Yet again, Frank's the top of the AM drivers.
Yeah. Thumbs up from the marshal. Let's get Supercar underway for Q3. Kristoffersson, Veiby, Bolevsky, Ericsson and Franks in this one. Bringing the noise, except for Franks, who's just sitting there waiting to unleash the electric power down to the first corner. Kristoffersson gets a great start again. Ericsson, though, trying to come around the outside, sends the Honda wide. Veiby gets in, Bolevsky maybe going to get him. Ericsson couldn't be more sideways as they go over the jump. Slots into P4, though. Victor Franks doesn't get the best start. We know he doesn't have quite the power off the start to match the internal combustion supercars, but he's doing such a good job in that RX2E machine. Double winner, as Hal said earlier on today, in the Pro-Am class, the new second-tier category of supercar that's in the Rallyx Series. Veiby goes Joker on lap 1, and Kristoffersson leads at the end of that circuit.
You've got to love a trier, haven't you? And Kevin Ericsson is absolutely that, sending the Honda sideways everywhere. He's followed Veiby into the Joker. I think Franks went in with them as well. Bolevsky, though, choosing to stay out. I think Kristoffersson will Joker on.
I think he'll go on lap 2.
He normally goes, oh, whoa, he was well out of shape there on the way in. Oh, sorry, that was Veiby well out of shape.
In terms of ultimate time, you'd go with but the thing is, no, he doesn't go.
He didn't last time either, did he? Because I guess they don't want to Joker him into Veiby. They want to give them both a cleaner run as possible.
It makes sense, doesn't it, to split the strategy, and also how they know that there isn't going to be anybody else who's going to be challenging them in terms of times. I mean, Bolevsky's kind of there, but it's been a good run so far. Is it much better than it was in Denmark?
So Johan's best lap, although the track's probably deteriorating slightly with the bumps. Bolevsky got it lovely and sideways, beautifully set up through that loose surface section. A 32.7 so far for Kristoffersson. He did a 32.6 in the previous heat, so the time's there or thereabouts.
Into the Joker now. It's as perfect as we'd expect. Bolevsky rubs the tyres in the background on the way in, and Kristoffersson is miles ahead of Veiby. Veiby passes Bolevsky, and Ericsson might as well. It's so fast. The closest been Kevin Ericsson trying to get past Bolevsky. Timing screen, though, says it's Bolevsky's, or by 0.043. Tiny margin. Ericsson as well had just done the best lap with a 31.7, although that's as well with the flying finish.
Look at Ericsson here, brakes so late compared to everyone else. So you can see the brake lights flicking on, left foot braking, of course, just trying to balance the chassis, gets pushed out wide, has to come out the throttle, because that barrier on the outside comes at you very, very quickly. He'd actually made it past, hadn't he? Most of the pack.
He gave Bolevsky a little bit more space.
Look at the barrier on the left. He was so close to that there. Then he's got sideways.
It's hard for him to know, isn't it? When you look at the famous move from Estering, yeah, you really throw it in around the outside, but Bolevsky there, he's actually given him a fair bit of space, and if he turned in half a metre earlier, he still wouldn't have hit him.
What's remarkable about Kevin's moves like that is he very, very rarely uses the handbrake. It's all done with the momentum in the car, changing the weight, a big throw of the steering wheel, like a Scandinavian flick rather than a grab of the handbrake, because of course, once you've used the handbrake, you lose the momentum, and yeah, he was unlucky. You can just see where the cars reach their top speed there. Rallycross car's not designed for going fast in a very straight line.
Kristoffersson takes it 1:49.2. He's won all 3 sessions, and that is the second quickest time. So he's 0.2 slower than he went in Q2, but undoubtedly top qualifier. Ola Christian Baby is P2, then Bolevsky and Kevin Eriksson. So those drivers have finished all 4 sessions in the same order. 1, 2, 3, 4, Kristoffersson, Baby, Bolevsky, Eriksson, and that is where they will qualify. So incredible consistency from them. Hopefully we'll see some risky moves in the semi-finals and mix things up a bit. Final race of qualifying here for round 3. Maiko Tam on the inside of Stefan Christensen and Daniel Thoren. Ulrich Linnemann, as we know, is waiting for a steering rack. And Gustav Bergström is a non-starter again, Hal. So we've got a little break after this. We'll try and find out what's happened with some of the open two-wheel drive cars and also the missing supercars. Remember, if you've got an E36 BMW rack, Ulrich Linnemann needs you here with it. Best start by Tam on the inside. Daniel Thoren gives her a bit of space here. Going to come inside, needs to try and get past Christensen, but can't do it there. Daniel did say to us yesterday that he reckoned it would take him most of today as well to get his head around the car. He was pleased with his lap times back home at Arvika, wasn't he, where he's testing on the same track as Kristoffersson had been testing on, but yeah, he's not been here. Hal, it's a different car, new circuit for that car for him. There's a lot to learn.
Yeah, and in this race, he'll get that opportunity, won't he? Because he can do he's going to do the same as Tam at the front. I've had a bit of grief on by WhatsApp from various people for not being nerdy enough about chassis numbers. Steve White being one of them, a photographer from British Championship and does some World and European rounds as well. So that Audi that Thoren's in is chassis 001. That's the car that Philip German was racing last year, although it looks a little bit different now because I've updated the bodywork to the latest spec of the EKS Audis. But the only difference, if you look, is the air intakes on the rear quarters, because the older cars 1 through to 5, have the bigger side pod air intake in the rear quarter, whereas the later cars
in the roof
is 7, 8 and 9 have the roof and the little one in the window, which makes it very difficult for getting a name like Kristoffersson on the rear window, because it's so long and you need to keep it very shallow.
So have you made up for the lack of geekiness now, Hal, hopefully?
Well, probably not, no, but that's at least car number 1.
Do feel free, if you've got Hal Ridge's number, please feel free to send him some stick. There's nothing I enjoy more. And Christensen kind of sideways and then not in the velodrome section. It is weird banking here. It's like a flat banking, so if you get it wrong on the way in, the banking doesn't pitch up, giving you any extra grip as you head up it. Tam takes it 154.8. So Tam actually goes quicker than Victor Franks by 0.5. And Maiko Tam was behind Franks. Also, Tam might get Franks in quali, but none of them are going to get the top 4, so the front rows are locked out for the semis. Thoren coming out wide and looking to the inside, but nothing to do.
Massive step up for Tam this year, isn't it? Driving that M Sport built car. For reference, that's M Sport chassis number 3 of the supercars. But there's a massive step up from driving a relatively production base. You could sort of call it Group A / Group A Mitsubishi Evo supercar in the Estonian Championship, raced in the Baltic States, raced in Latvia and stuff as well, and now stepping up to one of the best rallycross supercars ever built. Just taking a little bit of time to get used to it. Run by TT Motorsport, who have been around a very long time and know very well how to run a competitive car. It's great to have an Estonian driver here full time, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, absolutely. So DNS is for Linnemann and Bergström, so we'll try and find out what's going on with those guys and bring you the news later on today.
So Bergström, well, Linneman we know doesn't have a steering rack. Bergström isn't racing today, so he's actually doing a Porsche event with part of his circuit racing program. As we see the overall order, Johan Kristoffersson takes the top qualifier position, and 1-2 for the KMS team with Belevsky in third. But Bergström down in ninth. But Bergström's in Stockholm doing a Porsche event today. He was always doing that. Then he decided to race here late in preparation for his World Championship commitments. So he did Heat 1 last night. He's hoping to be back on site later this afternoon to do the semi-finals, but doesn't know. It depends how long this Porsche kick takes. And then he's going to race again tomorrow.
That's what you can do when you know there's not a full entry. Is that you can't really do that when there's 20 cars because you know you won't make the cut. But Hal, I can smell
lunch,
barbecue food. Yeah, we can smell barbecue stuff, and we're interested. you have our interest. Just as with.
Are you more interested in lunch than?
No, I mean we did say earlier we're simple creatures. You know, a white car livery with white wheels. Very exciting, aren't we? No, I need to save.
Go on.
No.
Maria's.
No. I know they're lovely.
You'll be doing her a disservice if you don't have a biscuit.
No, later. Thanks, Hal. I've got to take care of this figure, Hal. You know, not getting any younger. Got to put the time in.
We know you're not getting any younger, mate.
I know, it's savage, isn't it? Anyway, we're done for qualifying, and shock horror, we have a break. So you have 2 hours, I think. What's the time? I might be wrong. Yeah, approximately. About 1500 local. It's 1309 local right now.
This dish is so cold.
Sometimes people message me asking me what time is it in their country, and I'm like, I don't know because I'm not in your country. And there's a thing on your phone where you can add the different countries in, and then you can see what time it is. So add Sweden, then you can make a comparison. 3 o'clock Swedish time. We will be back with semi-finals and finals for Crosscar Junior, Crosscar, Open Two-Wheel Drive, Supercar Lights, and Supercar. In the meantime, Hal, I think we should eat some barbecue food. And what do you want to watch? There's plenty. Where should we go?
A rally sprint. I would love to watch a rally sprint.
Should we go and watch a rally sprint?
Yeah.
I'm kind of sorry that that you can't watch the rally sprint. Maybe we'll put some on our Instagram stories for you and think of you whilst we eat a burger. You've got about an hour and 50 minutes to say to chill out and join us at 3 o'clock. In the meantime, look at there. There goes the Can-Am side-by-side taxi. Maybe we'll get a ride in that whilst eating a burger. We won't. So don't get any funny ideas, television production lot. Have a look at some highlights from so far today and join us at 3 o'clock for the semi-finals and finals. Thank you, Hal.
Thank you, mate. That was cool.
ready?
What we doing?
There is a standby and then a go.
For what are we talking about?
Brilliant event. Welcome back to Tierp in Sweden. We're here live for round 3 of Rallyx, and we're coming up to semi-finals and finals times. My name's Andrew Coley. This is Hal Ridge. In a minute, they're going to release the horses behind us. Hold on. Right on cue. Look at that. I mean, what is not to like about a Volvo on the lock stops, Hal?
It's very Swedish, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, on the wall. Come on, get in. Yes. Right, I'm into it. I'm happy. That's me done for the day. So signing off. We'll see you tomorrow. That's rad, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It's cool. It's cool that there's so many different disciplines here, and drifting's very popular up in Sweden, like it is all over the place. And yeah, fantastic to have that here, along with a rally sprint that was held during the lunch break, and that rallycross we've got going on this afternoon.
But Volvo drifting, Hal. I mean, they're not all Volvos, as you can see. But yeah, epic.
Old American cars and Volvos and Saabs.
Ultra popular.
Yeah, that's what being Swedish is all about if you're into cars.
Talking of Volvos, there was a whole line of Volvos at Hire Cars, and we got given an Opel, so we're very unhappy with you. Who's the car from? Hertz, is it? Yeah, that's right. We want a Volvo next time. We're in Sweden. Jesus, the smell and the bits of rubber coming over, but it is good. I said, ow. I even saw it, and during the break, we had the FC1 was in here drifting. Casper Janssen was on the lock stops in his NRX Next car, wasn't he, which is in a different livery, not the car he's using here.
Yeah.
Johan didn't do the rally sprint, did he?
No, they didn't.
But he is TQ and Baby's P2. I mean, maybe you don't risk it at that point.
And there's several runs of the rally sprint this weekend, so they'll be out at some point. And that is very, very loud.
I mean, Vigo's out there.
Drifting done well is amazing to watch, isn't it? Especially when they're driving in tandem.
There are clearly no noise restrictions or issues around Tierp because this is in the middle of nowhere, which is handy, isn't it, really? That's why you build a drag strip in a field about an hour from Stockholm, although I suspect they can probably hear us in Stockholm. Let's go this way because there's some amazing toys that we want to show you guys as well. These, Joel Kristofferson showed us these because he bought them down in his truck, didn't he, last night? He's like, I want to show you what's in the truck. And so we're still watching the drifting, really. And he brought with him these cars, Hal, which are of significance to Petter Solberg specifically, but really anyone who loves rallying, which is us.
Yeah, so they're from the Solberg Walfridsson collection. Of course, Pernilla Walfridsson from a dynasty of motorsport drivers, you know, just like the Solberg dynasty as well. This Subaru Impreza is the car that Petter Solberg won his very first WRC round in Wales Rally GB. And yeah, it's stunning, isn't it? It's still got, let's have a look down here, look. Still got all the gravel rash from when it finished. Okay, it's been washed since, but it's still got all the gravel rash from when it finished GB. Still got all of the correct stickers on the bonnet. Of course, 2002 was the year he won the first round, and then the next year on GB he won the championship. So a really special car and part of this wonderful collection that he has. Of course, Petter's not here this weekend because he's driving a Volkswagen supercar in South Africa up a hill climb, but he's been very generous to...
Johan's one, yeah.
Yes. Clearly.
This car here, so I was lucky enough to be working at Rally GB in 2002 with 22 Motorsport, who were running Hervonen on his first WRC event in the S6, the yellow battery energy. Go and look on ewrcresults.com. Really cool livery, I think. And I was lucky enough, I say, to be stood in the service area when Phil and Pet came in and stood on the roof of that car. And I got pictures on a proper old camera, the actual photos you got printed from. And it was, oh mate, it was amazing. I love those things.
I was just there spectating, but I guess that shows our age difference a little bit, doesn't it?
How dare you?
I'd only just got into rallying at that stage.
Oh mate, yeah, I know. We'd been lucky enough. I'd gone up with my dad and my co-driver to watch a few times Rally GB, the Mickey Mouse stages, and sometimes into Pundershaw we went. The year it was an F2 only championship.
1996.
Yes. So we
Armin
went up.
Schwartz won.
Right, he did, but he wasn't running two-wheel drive. He was running the Celica, wasn't he? And then there was, who came third in the Skoda? Was it Blomqvist?
Yes.
Skoda who came third, but it was only the 1600 one as well, which is just absolutely ludicrous. But we went to Pundershaw, and I remember we were coming out one of the stages, and my dad said, "There's a car coming very quickly down the road behind us." It was snowing, anyway, it was, I think it was Rovanperä in, Harry Rovanperä, Cala's dad, in the Ibiza. Look at this, OC Baby's road car, very nice. He did a little story driving in that the other day. They see me rolling. And then Hal sung that earlier. That's twice. We'll get done for duties at this rate.
Shall I grab someone?
Yeah, go on,
quickly?
grab someone. I'll stand here and have a look at this. So obviously, Johan's
someone
car
to
on
grab.
this side of the tent, which
Hello,
is
mate.
in the TQ spot at the moment. And over this side, we've got OC Vaby's car. I'm talking of OC Vaby. Here he is right now. Hal?
How's it going?
Well, better than Denmark.
That isn't difficult.
No, not so difficult to beat that. But no, I think it's going fine. I mean, yeah, we had some good pace and yeah, clean heats and yeah, having some fun, and the cars are working great now. So yeah, we're just enjoying.
Talk about the strategy here. We've, of course, you carry all that momentum to the finish line by not joking on the final lap. So how does that affect your pre-race plan? Although you've been in the same races as Johan, haven't you? So I guess that makes it a little bit more difficult.
Well, yeah, but it's a bit different here, you know, when the Joker is that slow. I mean, I think I've never raced a track that has this slow Joker, and it takes so long time. So yeah, it's a bit different tactic, and also, you know, you over the finish line you just continue straight, and this affects the timing a little bit also overall. So it's a bit different than from what we're used to.
Pretty high commitment there over that jump in towards the finish line with a wall on the left-hand side.
Yeah, and especially I had a big moment there yesterday with all the dust. I almost hit this tire barrier on the left side there just before the jump, but yeah, luckily it was fine.
Who's this, mate?
This guy, he's the son of my girlfriend.
Okay, cool. And who's going to win? I thought he might say that. Good luck. We need to get back to commentary. We're going to run out of time. So come with us. We'll go this way. Enjoy. See you later. Thank you guys for your time. As always, that is the side-by-side that Johan used in the rally sprint. They did like a tarmac stage. And tonight they go into the forest. He was complaining that the tyres are no good. And his teammate from Extreme E, Michaela Island-Kotlinski, he tested her car the other day. And he said the tyres on her car were much better. So they had a bet. I'm not going to tell you what the bet is. I don't want to spoil it for... But Johan and Michaela, whoever was slower, one of them has to make a very awkward phone call to somebody very important, and I think it's going to be quite funny. So,
I would assume that's their team owner in Extreme E. But
well, we'll have to see how, won't we? But let's see.
I have to say the side-by-sides don't look in their comfiest environment on the tarmac, do they? On the off-road,
yeah.
Amazing. On the tarmac, they look like they are very specific to drive.
I'm never quite sure. You know, when you look at a cross car and you have a good idea of how it will handle. Same with an FC1, a lights car. And then you look at a side-by-side with tons of suspension travel and big round donut-style tyres, you say. And as Johan said, the wrong tyres on his, because he would know, obviously. Yeah, I just can't get my head around it on tarmac. I'm up for a go, but I'm probably on the loose first.
I think you might roll.
Well, we might.
Because you watch all the really good drivers come in, and it's a little bit of turn in, and then they're just so nervous.
I've had to go in one on snow and ice, but... Burnyard's still going off. Right, we're going in here. Come round this way. After you, Mr. Ridge.
No, you go first.
Oh, you insist. Thank you very much. I'm going to put this down here. I'm going to switch that on, and hopefully you can hear us on the headset now instead of the microphone. We better give these back to our cameraman in a minute, the two microphones.
Hero might need those.
There we are.
Slide the housekeeper.
Look, you're on the telly, Hal.
Hello.
How about that? Can you switch the timing screen on, please, mate?
Yeah, I don't have the password for it.
You don't have the password.
I've asked for it.
So
when we're not in vision, I'll sort it.
Basically, the
I'll
timing
just stand here for
running.
now.
Look at Peter's emoji on his.
That says a lot, doesn't it?
It does say a lot. That says a lot about Peter. So basically, yeah, that's running off.
I thought that was a selfie, to be honest.
Did you?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll send a picture of that to Peter later on. So look, that's a little look around this brilliant event here. It's called Rally Extreme. They spelt it extreme as in the stream online. Me and Hal kind of spelt it extreme as in extreme. I don't know who's right, really. What do you think? I think we're right.
Yeah, I think you're a bit old.
Now, otherwise, extreme. It's what is it? A stream? Like a river? Peter, you can come and do your password. It's fine. Please.
He doesn't want to be in vision.
He doesn't want. Come on, it's fine. Look, everybody needs to see Peter. He's the main man. Just wandering casually. Here he is. Give him a wave. Peter Helmet, ladies and gentlemen. He's responsible for an awful lot of this series. Yeah, please come with your password. The timing tree doesn't work. So it's online. Chronomoto, what is it, .hu?
Yeah.
Which is the timing partner for this series. They're brilliant. They're the timing partner for all the major rallycross series. So if you want to go and have a look on there, you can actually see the grids and the various different things that me and Hal are printing out on the printer, which is down here underneath the snacks. from rear.
Someone's stolen most of the stacks or eaten them.
I don't. It's a bit too crunchy, aren't they, for on air?
Yeah, definitely don't eat
Really?
those.
Probably not
Please.
going to be the one, is it? How long is it before we go racing, Director Henker? Not very long is the answer. The cars are down there in the pre-grid getting themselves lined up. We are ready for 3 semi-finals for junior cross car. Top 2, remember, from each of these will go through. They're in their little tyre clean area. Maybe we can stay and watch the tyre cleans. We'll see. At some point as well, I want Vigo to fly down here and show you. Well, I just want him to fly down here because he did it at the last event. I liked it. Vigo, fly over here at some point and say hello with the drone. And I'm kind of hoping Vigo might take you around and show you our hard-working cameramen as well. I know we mentioned it last time, but big thanks to the whole TV and organisation team, because you only get to see me and Hal, and we have the fun job, and everybody's working really hard. So, yeah, it'd be nice to see a few more people and give a few people a shout-out. The Burnyard is going down, isn't it? Look at that. Basically, I think you have to stop doing the donuts at the point you can't see anything else. Here he is. Here he is.
So there's some drift cars.
Coming in hot, look.
Coming in hot. There is a very cool rally sprint machine. Honda Civic, is it?
Okay, I'm looking for him. Where is he? Come on, Vigo. This way. Loop him round. Come round this way. Okay, up the mid. Yeah, there's the drift car. But come and see us at commentary. Come on.
He's busy.
Well, he's kind of busy.
Let him do his job.
Go on, Vigo.
I wonder if you could land on Vigo. Can you land on the rear spoiler of that BMW while it's also?
Well, I'm pretty sure he could. To be honest, I think the greatest trick would be to fly it in through the driver's window, which would really.
That would be terrifying. They're much bigger in reality.
You don't want to
would
get hit
think.
by it. You definitely don't want to get hit by it. So Vigo's heading back up to the top. We are around to the left-hand side. There's the pre-grid over on the right. So they go and line up in their various different orders for the heats, and then they do their little tyre clean in between the 2 cones.
Did you see that green and yellow Volvo PV on the rally stage?
Yes, I did. It was mega.
Apparently him on rally stages is something to behold.
Really? There was some Sendy people out there.
Yeah.
No, there was definitely some
Sendy
people
McSenderson.
who were very brave. What would it be in Swedish, though? It wouldn't be Sendy McSenderson, would it be? Well, for a start, there'd be loads of S's in it because it's Swedish. There'd be Sendy, you know, McSenderson. But you'd have to have double S's everywhere. If in doubt,
I'm not getting you out of this hole.
I'm not worried about it, mate. I've seen
worried.
plenty of Swedish names. You know, if in doubt, add another S. It's probably the right spelling. About it, isn't it, roughly?
Yeah, fair.
Yeah. It is a beautiful day in Tierp.
I'm now desperately trying to find a Swedish name that doesn't have an S in it, just to prove you wrong.
Have you found any?
No.
Yeah, I'm looking down the list as well.
Osterberg.
Yeah. Huh?
Enholm. Yes!
In your face, Coley. Oi, oi, oi.
Sebastian Enholm, my new favourite driver.
Well, he does have an S in his first name. Anterblad doesn't have an S in it either. It's got a double T.
His sister doesn't. She's Frida Enholm. There's no S's at all.
There you go. Well done, Hal. Well done. Right, there is qualifying. The top 18 have made it, so these 15 and 3 on the next page. You can see that Uito was the TQ. That stands for top qualifier. He won 2 of the sessions and was second in the 3rd one. I'm just looking to see. Wow, okay, so Uito has so far, Hal, has taken a clean sweep of the TQs this year. So, yeah, sorry, did you say that earlier? Probably. Essi Suono, Kalle Bjorklund and Pontus Oscarsson. Only Carl Svedland and Alex Antila didn't make the cut here. 20 drivers in junior cross car. I'd say 2 go through from each of these 6-car semi-finals. Last car rolls up to the back of the grid for semi-final number 1 in junior cross car. On the front row, Michael Uito and Jonathan Julalami. They are P1 and P2 in the standings overall. Anton Soderholm and Alfred Eriksson are on row 2. Gustav Atterblad and Essi Suono are on row 3. As I say, really important is that the top 2 in the standings are on this front row. Uito with a second at round 1 and a win at round 2. Julalami on the outside in the red and yellow. He won round 1 and was 3rd at round 2. Hallinan is the only other podium finisher from both those rounds. We've had the same 3 drivers on the podium twice so far. They've got to make it through to the final first of all. Great start from Uito straight away, and Julalami down towards the first corner. It's Soderholm behind who's got into P3. fairly sensible down in turn 1, and really how now these two have just got to check out. It's kind of, the only problem with the 18 cars going through to the semis is that sometimes the front row is significantly quicker than the other drivers in it. They've just got to stay out of trouble. They won't be able to Joker early, and of course we are now doing more laps.
Yuito's been brilliant off the line, or we can always run a little bit wide there. Yulolami has a look to the inside, but can't quite get the traction out of that corner. Of course, you need to keep the momentum up in these junior cross car machines, just because they don't have the ultimate power that the cross cars do, and you can already see the gap that the lead pair are pulling on the drivers behind.
Yulolami closed down a little bit there on the brakes, but I think when you're coming in high speed like that, particularly on tarmac, it's not quite the same on gravel, is it? But you can judge your braking zone by the person just taking that one hit on the brake. You can also get pulled into an almighty shunt if they get it wrong, but I think you can trust Yuito, can't you, if you're Yulolami in terms of where he's nailing that pedal. See, slightly wider on the way in, Hal, but then lovely radius the whole way through the corner.
These two are pretty experienced as well, aren't they, as Yulolami Jokers on lap 2, so they'll both know that they don't want to get caught in a big fight. Yulolami's obviously jokering earlier to try and get the overcut on Yuito when he jokers. Will we see Yuito joker on the next lap just to cover off Yulolami, because he will have no idea what the pace is like. No spotters for the junior cross cars, so you're relying totally on what you can see.
Yeah, true. Yeah, so, yeah. I mean, if he sees he's disappeared from his mirrors, he might well do. On the other hand, Hal...
He also knows he's the quickest driver in the championship based on previous form. So.
And if he knew what was going on in the background, I'd be tempted now to wait until the end. Of course, he doesn't, but if he did know, you can see that Yulolami is going to come across traffic very soon indeed.
He stayed out, hasn't he? So,
and Yulolami's been released immediately.
Yeah,
so
that's
both...
worked perfectly. Ericsson and Atterblad both jokering from ahead of Yulolami. Last time around, Yuito did a 38.5, Yulolami 38.7. So he's not actually got ultimate pace over Yuito either. Yuito will know he needs to get the hammer down now because he hasn't got Yulolami in his mirrors, and he'll know he needs to extend that gap for the Joker merge. Of course, Yulolami will have the extra momentum if Yuito jokered on the final lap, which he's not going to do.
Going to go a lap early. I think that's wise. Then you don't lose the exit speed.
Well, run
a little
wide,
bit wide on the exit, yeah. I think, he could be in trouble here. Yulolami coming down the outside line. Remember, they hit the limiter and therefore top speed just a little earlier, and they do. And that's, see, if that was cross car senior, Hal, I think potentially Yulolami could have got him there, but because of the rev limiter at top speed, you top out and then that gap stays the same, and they're pretty much back to where they were and racing for this final lap.
Yulolami will be pleased nonetheless with a clean race and to make it through to the final, because as we know, once you're in the final, literally anything can happen.
Through the long right-hander.
Very different lines for both of them every single time through there, isn't it?
Yeah. I like Uito's sort of less lock, bit of throttle, carry the pace through. Uito and Yulolami P1 and P2 in the championship are P1 and P2 in semi-final number 1. And they will go through to the final. Soderholm, Ericsson. There he's on the down the straight again. And Ko won't go any further. Look at Uito's start. And it's the way the nose just rises the whole way through the rev range as well. Sort of perfect traction, no dip in the clutch, no messing about. We've got some drift weapons coming in behind us in the commentary box.
Yulolami has a bit of a look to the inside, but on almost every lap, he did take that tighter line. Look where cars have been cutting the inside there in the end of the velodrome. It's getting quite dirty and loose, and all that will do is lessen the grip slightly. This is Yuito into the Joker. Nice open entry. Runs a little bit wide there, so he just was a bit late in getting the car switched to going left rather than right. Hard to get the weight moving in that corner. Very, very slow Joker, isn't it? That's what Ole Christian Baby was just telling us before. The slowest Joker he's competed on in his rallycross career. For Yuito, untroubled really at the front. Confident in the pace he's got, isn't he?
Absolutely. He takes it. 326.3, 5 lap semis. Yulolami as well. So I guess what's key now is Hallinan. So Hallinan qualified second at both the first 2 rounds, Hal. One is semi-final and has had a P3 and a P2. But here, Hallinan has only qualified 5th. Now, it's not the end of the world.
He had that contact, didn't he, in Heat 3 earlier on, Q3.
See, funny enough, Yulalami only qualified 4th, but of course with the semi-finals being 1, 2, 3, and then you get the 4th guy goes into semi-1 and so on. So here we go, Oliver Solly, Lauri Hallinen, Pauli Tapainen, Christian Schill, Hampus Hagström and Kalle Bjork. This one is really important for Oliver Solly and Lauri Hallinen. Hallinen gets a good start, squeezes Solly on the run to the first corner. Carnage behind them, lucky not to get collected there. Solly, I thought for sure, was going to get tagged Hal in the background, but managed to avoid it.
That's Hagström in the wall. He ran that little bit deep, and then the steering wheel has been pulled out of his hands. If you look at the qualifying situation, Andrew, 3rd Suono, 4th Yulalami and 5th Hallinen were all on 118 qualifying points. So had Hallinen managed one place better in Q3 than 10th, he would have ended up 3rd in qualifying. So it shows how close this field is, and what a massive difference every single position in every qualifying race makes.
Solly is piling the pressure here onto Hallinen, and the man who's looking much more relaxed is Niels Andersen, who's just walked into the commentary box and joins us on the 3rd commentary position. Niels, these kids are going at it again, and Hallinen sideways, they're very impressive.
Of course, and I'm actually really jealous on these guys out having fun, of course.
Yeah. What are you doing here this weekend? Tell us.
So actually I'm spotting for Ole Christian Baby as a standing spotter. He's usually having another Norwegian guy as a spotter. He couldn't make it this time, so I step in, and I'm enjoying and learning on the same time.
I was going to say, are you enjoying it? Because everybody says they hate spotting because it's the highest pressure job in the paddock. As Oliver Solly closes down again on Hallinen. Hallinen's under pressure here. I'd go Joker Hal if I was Solly on the next lap, just simply because he looks to me like he's got the edge on pace.
If I was Hallinen, I'd also Joker on this lap.
Yes, so I'd dummy him off.
To dummy him in, because you lose so much by slowing up for the Joker here, then really Solly would have to follow him in.
Let's see then what happens. Go on, Niels, what would you do? You're the spotter.
I have to say that this track is really tricky. The Joker is so long that it's so hard to slot in between with the short lap.
Neither of them goes.
And they've got the margin, haven't they? Because Turpainen is some 8.7 back off Solly, so not going to be a problem.
Solly's closing Hallinen down a lot on the brakes at the end of the straight. Up and over this little jump. Niels, you didn't do this, did you? Junior cross car?
No, I didn't. It wasn't existing at the time. I did the other cross cars, the national ones, but these are a more sensible class with less problems and more equal cars, I would say.
Yeah. Here we go. Let's see if one of them has to Joker here or they're mad. Oh, and Hallinen goes in late. That's really good. So Hallinen's gone in late and effectively has covered off Solly. I don't know if he made that decision based on his mirrors or what, but he backed that in really late.
Great tactics, though.
Yeah, definitely. Well, you've got to give... Now Solly doesn't have the option, so Solly's going to have to follow him. And in that case, in theory, we'll end up with 3 semis. He would still be on the front row, won't he? No, sorry. No, he'd be row 2, won't he? Because Hallinen has... Yeah, it has to be row 2. Okay, work it out.
No, it depends who wins the next semi-final.
It's so complicated with the 3, isn't it?
Yeah,
so
it depends who wins the next semi-final.
Based on qualifying positions?
Yes.
Count back, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so if Hallinen wins this and then someone other than the pole starter wins the 3rd one, then Hallinen will be on the front row for the final.
There we go. So coming down, Solly, I don't think going to have another opportunity because they'll hit the rev limiter pretty soon down this straight. Here we go. Wait for it. There it is. And just sit on the limiter all the way to the line. Hallinen takes semi-final number 2. P2 is Oliver Solly. Ignore the graphics there. Hagström did not win that. There we go. So Niels, what's your plan for this year for people at home who don't know?
So my plan for this year is to do the full RX2E championship. We will start the test program a bit now and going to Buxtehude now tomorrow evening. So I won't be able to spot for Ole Christian actually. I have to fly to Buxtehude.
Who's going to spot for him now?
His mechanic, which has been my spotter actually in the past as well.
Okay, so it's all there's plenty of people with spotting experience. He'll be all right, will he?
Yeah, he will.
What are you seeing, Hal? A couple of kids who are going to be very good at rallycross.
Yeah, Hallinen was under big pressure there, wasn't he? This is interesting. I've just had a text message from one of Niels' best friends, Jan Kristoffersen, who's clearly watching the stream now. He's had a little bit of time not driving a side-by-side or a supercar, and he's calling me out for saying how the lap times were in Q2 before we realised what a massive difference it made when you joker to the lap time. So
good effort on the move there, but it didn't quite come off. Oh, he's calling you out.
That's Hagström getting rotated. But that just shows what detail all of these drivers at the very highest level go to, that they're watching the stream back to see what they can learn. Not that Johan's got much to learn, really.
No,
let's
I know,
face it.
yeah. Basically, I had a great chat with Johan while he was waiting to go out to the side-by-side. Everybody was all stressed, sitting in the cars for 40 minutes. They crashed out somewhere. He was standing with me, ripping in about various different things. We had a good laugh. Then he went and moved his car about 1 minute before he was due to go and start the stage, basically. But yeah, here to say him and Michaela Arlen-Kotlinski need to find the results for that, because I say there was a bet riding on that.
I have it.
Johan, we need you to come and see us actually at some point, mate. So if you're still watching the stream, come and see us, will you?
He's obviously watching it quite delayed if he's just got to Q2.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true.
Johan beat Michaela.
He did. Okay, there we go. There we go. So she's lost the bet. Well, we'll find out about that later. Suono, Terpainen, Christensen, Kinnunen, Darbach and Oscarson in this. Great start from the second row by Victor Christensen in the 3-1-3, but then backs out of it. I thought might have a little lurk, trying to duck underneath on the exit. Not going to make that work, so it's Joni Terpainen leading Alexi Suono.
So if it finishes like this, then that would secure Hallinan a front row start for the final. Oh,
Suono's gone off.
Definitely,
drops it on the brakes.
So yeah, Hallinan will be on the front row by virtue of his qualifying position.
There we are. Oh, that all ended a bit too soon for Suono, didn't it? Long way back now.
Done most of the hard work.
Well, Victor Christensen got a good start in the blue and white car that's in P2, the 313 buggy. Scott Jr. Yeah, so give him that correct name. Can't just hold on to P2 now. Nobody's gone Joker on the first lap according to our timing screens.
Now this is the tricky part, because now they're all within the dead zone. Like the last guy is like 6.6 seconds. Then you're in the danger of coming, even though you Joker, you come behind the guy who hasn't.
Yeah, so you might want to wait another couple of laps.
Exactly.
Because these guys don't have spotters, so this is the thing for the kids. Like, they've got to make that decision for themselves. I actually think it's quite hard.
It's really hard. I love those tracks, like, for example, on this track, if you're good at looking in the mirrors, you can see and trick the guys that's behind.
Right.
Like, leave to the Joker and then go standard left.
Yeah. So watch. Do you think Hallinan did that or not?
Could have done it.
Yeah.
Could have done it.
Yeah, I like it. I saw Lowry's dad this morning, Hal, riding back on a quad bike with a very, very crumpled rear wing. I said, oh, what happened? He said, oh, he hit the wall yesterday. So Hallinan hit the wall somewhere and lost the rear wing. And I said, it doesn't look too bad. He goes, give me 5 minutes. He said, it will be as good as new. But anyway, it really wasn't looking very new when he was carrying it back on the quad bike this morning. But all good. That's what you got to do if you're a cross-car junior dad, is you got to go out and find those bits. Okay, so Terpainen's gone Joker. He's going to come back out in traffic. Yeah, well, it's enough of a gap,
I think Darbach's going to be enough up the road for that not to cause him a problem. Johansson didn't look particularly quick there through the first corner. Needs to get a wriggle on, because Terpainen's... I don't wonder if he's got a problem.
Terpainen?
Christensen not looking as quick as he did, or maybe it was just an illusion through the first corner. Very neat and tidy through the first corner. Now maybe I'm completely wrong. As normal.
Well, that's fine, Hal. Don't worry about it. It's part of the job, isn't it? We know that.
But jokering this time to cover off Terpainen, but it's not going to be enough, is it? Clearly.
They're using the tarmac now on the left-hand side of the road to brake later on the run into the Joker. Before everybody was going inside on the loose. Neil?
It's starting to be quite much cleaner there than it was in the
Right, so you would brake out further out than you would...
At least with these cars, that's not so heavy.
Right, okay.
You have a shorter brake distance.
So me and Hal were saying this morning that the cross cars and the cross car juniors actually affect the car behind them because they're braking on the racing line, which I guess they're using the tarmac where the supercars have got to brake earlier, so they're moving right, etc. There we go, you see, we're not rubbish after all, we're all right.
No.
Well
sometimes even some guys can have a bit of luck when they say something.
Yeah, that's true, mate. Yes, Neil. Okay, so Terpainen comes out on the standard lap, going to take the checker flag in the background. It's going to be not that close. And Christensen's going to get it by a fair old margin. So Terpainen gets the win. Christensen P2, Kinnunen P3.
The rev limiter always makes me smile in these junior cross cars.
Me too. You know, they're absolutely on it, don't you, the whole way down the straight. There we go, another look at the start. Amazing start by Christensen, but unfortunately just couldn't make anything happen up in turn one. Sort of got that brilliant start and then backed out of it before the braking zone. Probably better than having a shunt, and then when this happened to Suono, too much curb?
Yeah, the car really buttoning out, making the bump too aggressive on the car's handling.
I feel sorry for Suono, starting on pole. You've done a lot of the hard work for the event, haven't you, and then not managing to pull it off come the end.
This is the bittersweet about the semi-final, which I really like about Rallycross, is how fragile you are. every time you come into the semi, you know, even though how good weekend you have ever had, then it doesn't matter when you're there. Still need to do the work.
Suono was with us last year, but didn't do either of the events in Denmark. So first Rallyx event this year, but was bang up there on the pace. Last year finished in P10 in the standings. Made it to the semis. Actually never made it to the final last year. So Alexis Suono would have made it a final, potentially a first final looking at last year. I haven't checked 2021's results. But Painen and Christensen go through. And that is all of that's all our finalists, isn't it, for junior cross car? Well, Niels, you can stick around. I bet you're over the moon about that, aren't you?
Yeah, of course. I like spending some time with you guys.
Yeah, well, it's always good to see you, mate.
Imagine spending all the time with the other guys in the team. It's nice to have some relax.
A break, yeah. Come and talk to some really cool guys, yeah? Yeah, thanks. Big sarcastic smileys, right. Okay, so this should get a little bit more fire because these guys, as we know, are maximum attack. They've got a fair bit more grunt and a fair bit more RPM.
Now we're coming to the guys that I raced against.
Yes. Oh, actually, good. Well, you can give us some insight on these. This first one, we've got Robin Grana, the TQ man, on the front row with Sebastian Enholm. Then Thomas Ekmerstad, Pasi Penton, and Kim Lorentzen and Noel Eliasson. This should be an absolutely epic semi-final. Top two going through, remember. Grana versus Enholm, but you cannot count out Ekmerstad or Pasi Penton on row two. Pentonen's got a good start, not good enough though. Oh, Enholm coming around the outside of Grana. Grana has the inside line. Tyres get punted out of the way. They're smack in the middle of the racing line. Broken car down there as well. Need to get that off the racing line. That is Noel Eliasson who's going to retire. Grana leads from Enholm. Thomas Ekmerstad is right there. And it's Pasi Penton in P4. So these four, it's definitely only a four-car race with what happened up in turn one. I'm hoping no red flag. I think we'll be all right.
I'm always... not surprised, but it's always satisfying when you see someone with a completely broken car pulling it off out of the way. Because if someone had fired me into the first corner wall, I'd probably leave it there in protest and let the race directors deal with it. It's actually opened up that corner quite a lot without that tyre on the inside, hasn't it?
I was going to say, look at Grana's line, Hal. He came all the way down the left-hand side. He actually kinks left after the end of the wall to get a bit more entry space on the run into that corner. Enholm is throwing it around behind. But in the background, you can see Pasi Penton went to the Joker lap. And we'll get our timing screen sorted in just a minute and hopefully get the gaps up for you. So I wonder if Merstad will go now and try and cover off behind. Does. Ekmerstad goes into the Joker lap now, so we want to see the merge for the Joker in the background. Let's see if Ekmerstad comes out in front of Enholm. In front of Pentonen. There it is, Ekmerstad coming through. Pentonen, throwing the car all over the road.
Pentonen really moves the car around underneath him, doesn't he? Always. This is big pressure from... Enholm, who's using his own car this weekend, clearly.
Yeah.
Having raced breeders in Neeson.
I know we say it every week and how I love the attitude, apart from one wheel in the air, which is amazing. It's just seeing them dive on the brakes. Now Enholm then takes the opportunity to go standard lap. TQ man Grana has gone standard lap. Watch in the background. Is Grana going to get overlapped here by Ekmerstad? Watch for Ekmerstad, extra exit speed. Where's the merge further down the road? No idea, so we didn't see what's happened there in the background.
This is Enholm now out front. Needs to put in a massive lap to try and get ahead of Merstad. It's going to be tight, isn't it, with a gap at 5.6.
Mate, Enholm's lit. Absolutely committed to the throttle through the left-hander here. So this would be for the win. Ahead of Grana if he can get it done, which would be tidy to put him up on the front row. Going to go right and left. I think Grana's got enough pace here. Ekmerstad's going to get him as well. Ekmerstad comes through and gets Enholm too. So Enholm goes Joker on the last lap and loses out big time. Sorry, second to last lap. So, but he's under pressure now, Hal. He's unlikely to come back from there. Only the top two are going through.
He hadn't done enough, had he, even before making that mistake in the Joker. The lead pair had already closed the gap that little bit.
Spectacular stuff from these guys. I'll just say, just love, it's just so obvious, the body language of the car as to what the driver is doing in there. So final lap through the long right-hander. Here comes Robin Grana, top qualifier, going to win semi-final number one. Thomas Ekmerstad from row two is going to go through as well. Great job, Ekmerstad. Over the flying finish. Job done. Enholm not going to go through. Where was Enholm in the standings coming here? Ooh, yeah, it was P2. So Ekmerstad has gone through, the championship lead has gone through. Sebastian Enholm, who was second, has not. Pasi Penton was in P5 in the standings, not made it either.
Brilliant start from Helmet in the initial reaction, and then that's quite a big impact, isn't it?
Tell you how big improvement in pace. Robin Grana, looking back at the results, was qualified 30th on day 1 in Neeson, so I would suggest some sort of an issue. But day 2 in Neeson, qualified 14th and was 5th in the semi-final. So to go from that to top qualifier here, it's either some changes or just knowing and liking the track a bit better. But it's a hell of a step up in performance.
It is a great run, isn't it? Oh, there's a lot of damage there.
Yeah, we're going to be collecting a few cars down there.
So this is one of the cross cars. Is one of the most fun cars I've ever driven, except from a supercar.
Yeah.
Absolutely. If you take away supercar, then this is the most fun you can have.
Hal always says the problem is once you've driven a supercar, nothing else is any good.
Like 100% true.
Yeah, it sucks, doesn't it? It sucks once you've done that. Yeah, no good. There we are. So I say drag a couple of cars off, and we'll certainly drag the tyres back in. There we are. Grana from Ekmerstad, Enholm Penton, Noel Eliasson and Kim Lorentzen. Semi-final 1 done. You're right there, Hal. What's going on?
Just trying to get the timing screen finished. Niels, what does this say at the top?
The web page could not be reached.
Yeah, I thought so.
You should have this, you can play with the dragon, that you can jump if you have a keyboard. If you press up now, then you can play a little game while you're waiting. Yeah?
Really?
You haven't tried it?
No.
No, you
What?
should.
Is that a Swedish thing?
No. It existed all when I was young.
What are you talking about?
2 English blokes have just had their mind blown. We could play. So the web page is not available. So you press up and play a game with.
Yeah,
the
exactly.
dragon.
When you don't have the connection and you use the Google Chrome, I think it is. Then you can press the up arrow and you started like a small old game.
Okay.
Downloads of Google Chrome are going to go up for that, aren't they?
I don't use Google Chrome.
I've used Google Chrome before. Yeah, it's all right.
I'm a Mac person.
I'm a Mac person
me too.
You can use Chrome on Mac.
I know, yeah, but why would you not just use Safari?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Safaris are good.
Way bad.
There are some championship that's actually not really working well with Safari. Some championship premium broadcast apps not working on the Safari.
I wouldn't like to comment on that, Niels.
No,
Would you like to comment on it?
Sorry, I'm driving in it, so I can't.
So maybe not. I don't know what he's on about. I guess he's at home. I'm going to send us a message if you think you know what Niels is hinting at. Hal's on. He's ringing. Hal's ringing timing. Look, this is real. This is how we roll.
I didn't realise we were in Vision, to be honest. Sorry.
That's fine, mate. Don't worry about it. We've got to fix the timing screen. Otherwise, we're what are we going to do?
Yeah, I don't know what we're going to do. Well, we'll just be sitting ducks.
Where's the beer garden?
That I don't know.
Where is the beer garden?
I don't know.
I don't think Niels drinks beer, though.
No?
No.
Why not? Because you're an athlete.
I'm trying to be.
Oh, mate. No drinking at all or just no beer?
No, not drinking.
In the season?
No,
Yeah.
no. Of course, we have fun and we take the pleasure in having a drink, but not during the season.
No,
like
I
this.
get it completely. Yeah, you want to be one of the best, and you've got to take every opportunity to do that.
Of course. Now we're actually starting to be a bit ready again.
Okay, we are. Let's go. Mind you, there's still a recovery going on in the background.
I see it.
Yeah. So they might have to wait just a moment. Okay. So I can see now we've lost the internet, haven't we? Rather than timing. Okay, that's good. We'll see if we can get a timing screen on a phone.
I have it here.
Niels, thank you, mate. Perfect. Okay. Niels is propping his phone up on the desk. Look at this, techers. I need my binoculars to read that, though. It's a bit on the small side, isn't it? That's all right. We'll deal with it. How long's your screen lock, though? Is it 30 seconds?
We'll find out, I guess.
We will find out very quickly. Well, I've done that before. I've been doing Extreme in. I've had my timing screen on. I'm like, yes. I look down and no, there's a lovely screensaver. It's like, no! Yeah. Yeah, first world problems. Still waiting on one of the cars being brought back in. There it is.
Yeah, some work to be done tonight.
And yeah, there is. That's Noel Eliasson holding on to his cross car on the front there.
Yeah.
They don't seem to have strapped it on.
I have a lot of memories going down
on one of those flatbeds.
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes they're They're not so conscious of pulling the car down and strapping it properly. You almost have to actually hold it to save yourself.
I mean, you could do that with a cross car. I don't fancy hanging onto a supercar.
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't.
If I didn't know better, I'd say that doesn't say very well for your career.
What? How many of the cars?
I had some rough years.
But they're behind him now.
The old cross car was horrible.
Martin Ugar, Elias Svensson, Romat Cesarna. We've got Rasmus Persson, Rasmus Bunkvist, and Rasmus Roos. So we've got 3 Rasmuses at the back of the grid, but Ugar versus Svensson on the front row. Ugar's got a great start, pitches it in sideways in the background. It's Cerner who's gone up the inside, though. I think Cerner's got the whole shot. From row 2 has managed to get through. Ugar just ran a little bit too deep. That's a great move from the second row.
Cerner did exactly to Ugar what Ugar's been doing to the pack all day by cutting back underneath everybody in the first corner. Ugar just that little bit too exuberant on the way in, got loads of oversteer. Managed to get it stopped though on the outside and carry that through to run second.
So is Ugar going to go Joker straight away? Backs in a little bit. I think potentially could he gone later on the brakes there? I'm not sure.
Yeah, but the pack behind was really compromised there by the 2 cars slowing down to go into the Jokers. That's worked out brilliantly for them, hasn't it?
So if you were Cerner's spotter now, Nils, would you send him on the next lap to cover him off? Bearing in mind he's come from row 2, so in theory you know that Ugar's got the pace based on qualifying this morning, or
exactly. Then I would trust my pace and trust that you pull away.
Right, so
if you have the air, then you need to pull.
Right, okay, but even though he wasn't as quick in qualifying, you'd leave him out there.
Yeah, I think so.
He stayed out. Yep. There we go. Nils Anderson calls it right.
We have to see about that, though.
Well, yeah, whether it was the right decision
exactly.
is different, but that's what
I did a call.
Done,
however, it wasn't right.
Yeah, that's the thing about a spotter, isn't it?
That's the thing.
I think with being a spotter, it's a bit like being a co-driver, isn't it?
Or like being a goalkeeper.
Oh, Cerner getting under pressure here, big time. So Cerner is coming under pressure from Persson. Persson all over the back. And Ugar now only 5.2 seconds back. Svensson is only 6.4 seconds back. How I think these guys are in danger of getting eaten up.
Yeah, and these 2 fighting doesn't help their cause at all. Persson has had great pace in Neeson, now goes for the Joker. But yeah, Nils is absolutely right. It's like being a goalkeeper because you can only get it wrong. If you do a good job, that's what's expected, isn't it?
Here we go. So Ugar passes, and so does Svensson. So Ugar and Svensson have gone past. You're going to see Persson will drop down the order now as they come over the timing line. There you go. And they are 5.4 off Cerner. So for Cerner now, you might as well wait until that last lap, and then you're going to have to risk it on the exit speed. But I think I don't think it's enough, personally. Let's see if Cerner is feeling brave. You might stay out and say one more lap and just see.
It could always happen something behind.
Into the Joker. Here we go. Cerner goes Joker. Watch for Ugar on the right side of the screen. Svensson as well. Loads more exit speed. Cerner's going to be close to Svensson, but not close enough. That's gutting, isn't it, when you've had the start and you've got the whole shot. Oh, Persson coming in hot in the background. He was gathering that up from about 100 metres back. Absolutely wild.
There's nothing more frustrating than being in a racing car like that, but there's nothing you can do on a slow exit of the Joker and watch everyone else flying past you, because it's all gone then, isn't it? Oh, Persson all over the shop in the background.
I think it was in the wall.
Yeah? So I would have joked slightly earlier, because I think if you know you've got the whole shot from row 2, finish coming up, Ugar and Svensson having a go at Ugar on the run to the flag. Not quite going to get there.
So Svensson did a really good job, because he was one of the guys that got stuck in behind Persson when they did to the early Joker strategy, and he did a late call
to go the other way.
Persson went past him on why he did the change of his mind.
See Nils, look at Nils, Hal, with his young eyes and mind keeping up with all the action.
Racing mind.
Eyes of a bat is what me and Hal have got.
Who has eyes of a bat?
Oh, you said that about yourself last year.
Yeah, 2 years ago.
2 years ago.
They've improved since then.
Well, the memory of a...
I just wear my glasses all the time now.
Memory of a goldfish.
Goldfish?
For me. I can't remember anything unless it's
Where's my
down,
$5?
you know that? Huh?
Where's my $5?
Oh, I'll pay you in Swedish. I'll buy you a drink tonight. I'll probably have a quiet night tonight. What do you reckon, Hal? So Cerner potentially having got that great move from row 2 into the lead. Maybe should have responded and gone Joker earlier, but that's easy for us to say.
But the thing is, when you're in front and you're having the track position, you don't want to give it away.
No, and you have to have confidence in your own pace. You've got to have that confidence in your own pace. Unfortunately, this time didn't work out. That was a great fight to the end.
Svensson was brave there to be throwing the car around like this. High speed down there.
One more semi-final to come on cross car, and then Neil's the best. We're going to have to send you off then, aren't we?
You were probably, otherwise I will spotting in live TV.
Well, that's not a bad idea, although we did look the other day, and I think the delay is about 5 seconds, so by the time you told him, it'd be too late.
Yeah.
What do you think? Is it?
Probably.
Yeah. What do we got? Timing screen's coming back up for us. That's handy.
So Callow is sitting on the floor below me, working his Apple magic.
Fixing stuff. Technical people.
Yes. Timing.
You got any messages, Neil, saying you got to go?
No. Still fine.
Checking.
Not hunted yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
No, your drivers are too busy sending me abusive pictures on WhatsApp.
Oh, are they really?
Of course, he is.
Is that Johan, is it? Brilliant. He's only messaging you, Hal. I feel a bit left out. Oh, hang on. I can see you asking for the... Yeah, there we go. Okay, good stuff. Yeah, marvellous. Okay. Right. That's what you have to do in a cross car, isn't it? Is just flip the throttle up to the limiter every now and then, just to check that there's still an engine in there. You know?
They always did. It comes from when we did the small ones.
Yeah.
When they had the two-strokers, and the dad is standing beside, just showing when it's supposed to be clean.
Yeah.
Like this, hand gestures, just showing it.
Yeah. Green flag, front row. Alexander Hume on the inside, Riku Hukar on the outside. Then it's Eric Nilsson, Jimmy Osterberg, Eric Anderson, and Alexander Lindqvist at the back. So Hume versus Hukar. Good start. Another massive wheelie again from Hukar. Osterberg trying to come around the outside line on the inside. Nilsson has made some moves as well. Side by side in the dirt. I think that's from the back row. Is that Eric Anderson from the back row up into P2? Oh, sideways on the brakes. Huge moment there coming up over the crest as well. This is wild. Hukar holding on to P3. We're up on the drone and we're just about seeing what's going on through this long right hand and out. Amazing.
Hukar making that move for position over the jump. The first jump is brave beyond belief. I would have gone Joker then when you've already got side by side and you're losing that little bit of time. So easy for me to say that from here though. Jimmy Osterberg lost out badly in that first corner, didn't he?
So it's Hume leading from Eric Anderson. Anderson, as we say, came from the back row in that melee in the first corner, just made up a bunch of positions, but potentially is going to be hurting Hukar here. And Hukar makes a move to the right-hand side, and gets clattered in from behind. Anderson in the background and Hukar, and where's Hukar gone? So Anderson with the contact there. What's happened, Hal? Where's Hukar?
Hukar's right at the back. There he is. You can see with the yellow highlights on his blue machine.
But unfortunately, so Anderson, I say, got the bit. This is Anderson here in P2 with the yellow wing. Hukar was right in behind and was getting lap time compromised, definitely being in behind, and unfortunately then had contact, which just was off to the side. We might have it on the drone. But that is a disaster. Hukar and Osterberg, after brilliant starts, are right at the back of this pack. So Hume out front has a lead of 3.1 seconds from Anderson. Who's
crucially, Nilsson's the first to have jokered in fourth, some 9.6 down the road.
So yeah.
Or up the road, behind.
Who's your money on? The thing is, does Anderson get a telling off, Hal? Without seeing the incident, it's hard to see if Anderson, because Hukar was well alongside, if not past, and I think Anderson's come in hot on the brakes after the pass. But
Hume looks like a bit of a passenger through those bumps. So of course, in control and applying opposite lock arm to arm, but just the way the car skips around is remarkable. The change of direction.
309.3 and 309.7 are the winning times of the two previous semis.
Hume and Anderson both in the Joker.
And miles ahead, look.
Hukar all over the back of Osterberg. Well, I think they've changed positions now. From the last time they crossed the timing line.
I'm interested to see what the pace is like, because Hume's had a pretty clean race out front. Not really much in the way of contact or anything going on. Just to give us an idea of form, there's a mudguard you see on the left-hand side of the track, right-hand driver's side, which I'm assuming is from the contact between Hukar and Anderson. Coming down the straight then, Alexander Hume going to take the checkered flag in semi-final number 3. Anderson going to come through in P2, but there was a bit of contact with Riku Hukar fairly early on in that race.
Nothing on the stewards notice board yet, but there's time for that.
Yeah,
Nils, just quickly, we've been pondering the last couple of rounds. Hukar always does a wheelie, and the height of the front wheels varies. Is there any ruling around that in crosscar, not necessarily in Rallyx, but in Scandinavia overall?
No, it's not really any ruling, but this never happened when I was driving. So the car says
I mean, look at it, it's like that.
It's huge.
That's a metre off the ground or more.
He needs a wheelie bar, literally needs a wheelie.
Interestingly enough, he doesn't lose anything on it.
Yeah,
no, yes, because you'd think, wouldn't you? But then he also seems to not back out of it. You almost wonder, is there a sensor in the car where you hold the RPM so it doesn't go too high? I'm sure that would be illegal.
It shouldn't be.
Here, Hukar, look, for me, I think Hukar's a long way in front there, personally.
Yeah, he hasn't got fully past, has he? And he's the one going around the outside. I think that'll be a racing incident at best.
Do you?
Yeah.
Even though the steering's to the right there on the way in, but they're
going left. He's on the outside.
Yeah, no,
he's trying to go around the outside.
Yeah, he's not inside, is he? So yeah, okay, fair enough. Well, look, either way, good racing. Hume takes the win. Anderson going to go through P2. Anderson was coming here. Is it the same? Yes, it is. We had 2 Andersons last year, 2 Eric Andersons, in fact, but he's in 11th in the standings with a 6th in the semis and a 4th in the semis. So Eric Anderson doing a good job to get through behind Alexander Hume.
All right, Nils.
Thank you, guys.
Do your thing.
I will do my thing, and I will keep you posted how it went.
Yeah, do. Yeah, let us know.
I think we'll see that.
Yeah, we will. We'll have a very good idea. Good luck,
Thank you, guys.
Good
See
luck.
ya.
Cheers. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us, mate.
Thanks.
Yeah, always appreciate the drivers coming up here and spending a bit of time. I say Neil's driver, but at the moment, spotter. Legend. Supercar Lights semi-finals. 2 semis for these guys, 3 going through from each. No semi-finals, remember, for open 2-wheel drive, because only 5 cars in that, and I think actually down to 4 because Simon Tiger's blown his engine, I'm afraid. I won't use the word he used to describe how bad the engine was, but it's bad enough that he won't be using it again this weekend, let's put it that way.
When you've got a hole in your rotor, whether you're flying or driving, that's bad news, isn't it?
It's not ideal, is it? He's got a spare one, Hal. He said he reckons he can fix it in time for Kuvula. But
his engine builder's on with it, basically.
Yeah, right. Already?
No, they wanted to bring a spare engine here, but it's not done.
Right, okay, yeah. He said, his words, it's in bits. It's in bits. So he was actually talking to Derek Tohill. Derek was trying to persuade him to drive Derek's car in the rally sprint. But Simon is 201 centimetres tall. Bearing in mind, Hal and me are both I'm 6'2", Hal's 6'3", and Simon towers above us by a good 3 or 4 inches.
He's a big
he said, I don't think I'll be able to get in. Derek was then joking again, now I know what the secret is with open 2-wheel drive. He goes, Simon's got such long legs, he's sitting in the back of the car for the weight distribution. He goes, no wonder they can get 60-40 on the weight. He said, I don't stand a chance. So Tohill's got to grow by a foot, Hal, and then he can sit in the back of the car, and that should solve the problem.
That's not going to happen, is it?
No, sadly not.
the scale differentiation between the differential, too many syllables, of that recovery machine and the cross car that's on the bed is
crazy,
massive.
Him, by the way, was with the fastest time 3:08.0, so went 1.3 quicker than Grana, but of course the track might be in slightly different condition. But
it's definitely cleaning. I think it's not as rough as it was. I think in the nice gap they've had, they've obviously managed the loose surface because it's not as rough as it was in Q3 earlier on. And that's another benefit of these gaps in the day is in Neeson there wasn't that time to work on the loose in the same way.
The track held up well, actually, to be fair.
Oh yeah, it's a great track, yeah.
Olofsson, Anderson, Sjökvist, and Eklev, Tornholt and Haug is your lineup for the first of the Lights semi-finals. Remember, Lucas Anderson won both the first 2 rounds, which is pretty epic by anybody's standards, but it's certainly epic by a 15-year-old who's making their debut in the category. Olofsson is P2 in the series at the minute, retired from the lead in the first round, of course, and then got second in the second round at Neeson. So your 2 championship prize fighters, if you like, are on this front row. But Eklev and Sjökvist won't make it any easier on row 2. Vigo's hovering above the grid in anticipation. I need a tea.
If there's another delay, mate, I'll go and make them.
Thanks, mate, yeah.
Remember, we should have said yes to Maria's kettle.
Leave the kettle over in, Maria, yeah. We were never allowed a kettle in the TV truck before, because if it trips, because kettles are high wattage, aren't they? If it trips the TV truck, it can take 40 minutes to reboot the TV truck.
This is hard work, this setup for the TV team, and it's probably not as comfortable for us, is it? Not that the TV truck is that comfortable, but I do enjoy being in the paddock. I think it is.
I'd like the truck that we have normally the studios in, but I want a glass side on it so I can see out.
Just need a still saw.
Huh? Well, yeah.
We cut the side out, and then
they'll have to fix it.
Let someone else sort it out.
I'm down for that. What should we do? When? Next event?
You're not going to cut the side out.
Oh, mate, I'll have a crack at it. Why not? Look at Vigo. Oh, he's landed. Vigo's landed.
He does that, doesn't he? He does that, doesn't he? I said to him yesterday, where is the drone? He goes, oh, I've landed over there.
Yeah, the duration. So he has a battery pack with a certain duration on it, and you can't go too much bigger on the pack because the weight of the pack has an effect on the way the drone handles. So he only has a certain amount of duration he can fly for, which is X amount of laps, depending on the track. So he was really struggling in Denmark because the track is so fast that the drone was flat out, and at that point...
the track's quick here, isn't it? But for very much shorter spells. The track in Denmark is monstrously fast.
I'm a big fan of that Danish track.
Update on the rally sprint. Fastest time so far,
Go
Kevin
on.
Eriksson in FC1X.
Is it really?
1 minute 53.38.
Ahead of?
Stefan Christensen in Fiesta WRC. 7 seconds behind.
2016 spec, that is. Apparently they're not allowed to use the big wings over here. So the 2017 cars with the big aero, they have to. That's the highest spec they can use.
Same as the UK.
Cool.
Eriksson P1, Eriksson Andreas P3, Eriksson Oliver P4.
What was Andreas in and the other FC1?
FC1, yeah.
So what was the difference between Kevin and Andreas?
7.9 seconds.
7.9.
Oliver 12 seconds down in a lights car.
In the lights car?
Yeah.
In P4?
But I wonder if was Oliver driving that, or was our friend the influencer driving that? I said to Oliver afterwards,
mate, if the influencer's in P4 in a lights car, then he needs signing up. The influencer.
I once again commended Oliver for his bravery. Oh, there he is, look, right on cue. Because sitting next to, they've got problems with the printer as well. Sitting next to inexperienced rallycross drivers in rallycross cars is what the Eriksson boys do a lot. And I have to say, you've done a lot of instructing, haven't you?
Yeah, I did 10 years.
I don't fancy that at all. Like, I'd sit by someone I knew and trusted, no problem. I'd sit next to you, the Erikssons, whoever, fine. But sitting next to someone you don't know anything about them is brave.
There's an interesting difference between what they do and what I used to do. I worked at rally schools, race schools, etc. 99% of the people who come there are complete novices. So you're sitting with a novice, and as a general rule, hopefully they're listening. When they're doing what they're doing, they're sitting with someone who's testing a competition car and has experience in competition. That is a totally different thing, because they have an idea of what they're doing, but as you said, you don't really know how good they are. And they also, of course, do the taster days for the Lights series, where they're just jumping in with a bunch of...
Anyone can do that. You just pay your money.
There's a big difference between the levels there. But yeah, you're right. If you're sitting with someone who you trust, I've been so lucky, mate. Some of the passenger rides I've had over the years with some amazing drivers.
Would you sit with me?
Yes.
Would you?
Yeah.
That is very interesting.
Yeah. Not in the forest. No, probably not in the forest. Not because I don't trust you, but just passengers in the forest is not a thing that I've done a huge amount of. Good with Festival Speed did a fair bit. My favourite ever passenger ride, I think, because it's hard to remember, Hannanen in the S2000 Fabia in the wet at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, because the Goodwood Festival of Speed's rally stage is chalk, which all the drivers describe as more slippery than ice. It's horrific, and it was wet, and obviously the S2000 cars had to be worked high in the RPM, and mate, it was, when you just watch something, you're like, okay, yeah, you're very, very good. It was mega. It was really good.
I haven't done loads of passenger rides, to be honest.
Hermanen and Neuville in the Citroen DS3 WRC car.
I was lucky enough to give some passenger rides at Linden Hill last year in a supercar, and I got, to be honest, I got a massive buzz out of giving people the pleasure of experiencing a rallycross car. Yeah. That was great.
So if I ever got the duty of the ride car at Brands Hatch Rally School, that was always mega. So if the British Superbikes were there, we'd roll out the ride cars for the day, and all you had to do was, people paid 15, 30 quid or whatever, and you gave them 3 laps, but it absolutely balls out, flat out, as fast as you could go. Or as the bosses said, yeah, 8 out of 10 for safety. We were like, the marshal on the start line had a stopwatch. That was an absolute no. But it was, oh mate, it was a riot. And as you say, if someone's never sat in a rally car before, and yeah, don't get me wrong, I'm no Colin McRae, but you know, if they've never sat in a rally car and you're wheeling it around the stage you know very well, in a car you know very well, it's fun.
Yeah.
Not always fun for them. I gave passenger ride once to a lady who was in her 90s, and she got in the car with a stick, climbed over the roll cage. Her family were there. I shut the door after I'd done a harness up, and I went and said to the family, I was like, how careful do you want me to be? And they said, don't worry about it, mate. Last year she jumped out of an aeroplane with her. So she'd done a tandem skydive, literally aged like 95, and for her 96th birthday, they stuck her in a rally car around Brands Hatch Rally Stage. She absolutely loved it. What a legend.
Amazing, yeah.
I love that, isn't it?
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
that's living. That is really living. Go for it. We've got a problem with the start lights, which is what the delay is. So they will be.
There they are.
Those are the lights.
There they aren't.
Yeah. You wait. Somebody from Hungary will be running out there any minute now with a spare set of lights and some
magic
things
in their fingers.
Well, our director Henker is saying we may have to do it the old-fashioned way with the flags, which would be interesting, wouldn't it? Red flag is up because they are saying don't do anything with the lights, basically. So that'll be, you know, if they're testing the lights, they don't want the drivers suddenly going off the line, especially when you're stood on the front of the grid holding a red flag. Didn't somebody used to run in front of cars with a red flag?
Yeah,
remember back in the day?
That's back in the. You were learning to drive then, weren't you?
Oh yeah, I was. How? I'm that old.
No, that was the rule, though, wasn't it? When the automobile was first created,
someone had to run with a flag
in front of it with a red flag.
Which is ridiculous, isn't it? But it's hilarious too. Yeah, the first international motor race in the UK was held on Bexhill Seafront, where I live, and Leon Serpollet won it in a car called the Egg, I think it was, or something. And it was steam driven or something. And I don't know, it did 40 miles an hour, but back then apparently it was terrifying. But that's mad, isn't it? But that's the pace of humanity. Now we're launching rockets to Mars at some point.
Let's talk about supercar lights, liveries or something, because this is in danger of getting very deep very quickly, isn't it?
Well, yeah. Would you go to Mars?
Would I go to Mars?
I wouldn't. I'd go to the moon. I'd quite fancy a couple of days in the international space. Yeah, it's too far. What are you going there for? I mean, I
don't have that much time between rallycross events.
I'm full of admiration. We're going off piste here, aren't we? You know, we're going to see that. So on the right hand side of your picture, there. Damn you pointing. Damn.
That's made my day.
Good,
you owe me a £5 and you pointed the wrong way.
Yeah, whatever. So they're going to try and fix those lights. In the meantime, we're going to discuss, would you go to Mars? No, it's too long on a spaceship. If Millennium Falcon, yes, you'll do 0.5 past light speed. So that's the Millennium Falcon, yes, but not. I can't sit on a spaceship for 4 months or whatever to go to Mars and, like, I don't know, grow a plant. I like that film, The Martian, by the way. That's a good film. I watched that the other day.
4 months is a long time, isn't it?
That's what I mean. Like, whereas the moon,
you don't like waiting for your bag at the baggage belt
queuing.
for 5
Queuing
seconds.
is one of my worst. Don't ever stand with me in a queue. I'm miserable.
I can vouch for that.
I'm miserable. Yeah. There we go. So yeah. So Mars is a no then.
No, I don't think so.
There we are.
That's it. I mean, there's not much there, is there?
Not yet.
Well, not in our lifetime. No,
Elon Musk's good at rockets, not so good at Twitter.
Well, some of his rockets aren't great, are they?
The latest one. My favourite was what when they said it was a rapid, unscheduled dismantling, was it, or deconstruction?
Something like that.
Yeah, it blew up basically. Go and have a look at it. There's actually a great montage of when they first tried to land the boosters that return, and they've got a montage to opera music of all the boosters blowing up until they got it right. Clever stuff. I'll tell you who they need. Who do they need, Hal, from this paddock?
They need
Victor Johansson.
They do indeed.
He'd have that. I'll tell you what, Victor would have a rocket on Mars in 5 minutes.
No, not 5 minutes.
Well,
he'd lose some sleep over it first.
He would, yeah, he would. I reckon they know where the beer garden is.
I think it's that way.
So
it is actually that way.
Actually pointing, he is actually that way, yeah.
There's a couple of FC1Xs here. I think they would be eligible in Supercar. Well, I've decided that they are, so someone should get one out there.
What, take in Supercar now?
Yeah, why not?
Well, I'd like to see it. It's impressive, isn't it, that Kevin is fastest time in that.
Yeah.
What are you printing?
Oh dear. I'm printing the rally sprint results because I wanted them, but they're in enormous font. It's going to be up 5 pages. Oh dear.
Right, okay. Shout outs, Hal. So, messages that we had. Clara Anderson. Hello, Clara. Thanks for your lovely message. Another legend of rallycross and extreme and all sorts of things. Clara wants...
RX 150 event.
Yeah, she is. Yeah, she won, and I only got second. So she's the weapon. But me and Clara...
She's the weapon.
She's the weapon. Clara thinks me and her should enter cross car. What do you think? Yes.
No.
Yes. Would you want to enter as well?
Yeah, I got,
right, there you
I
go
got FOMO there.
There we go. That's Clara off my list. Viestas.
Have you list?
Viestas. I wrote down some shout-outs. Viestas, we were talking about whether it's appropriate to have a beer. Viestas is Latvian. It was 11:30 in the morning, and he said it was definitely appropriate to have a beer. However, Viestas has spent the last fortnight in Mexico and America, so he's actually in the wrong time zone. So Viestas, I'm not sure. He said that he's waking up horribly early and going to bed at 9 p.m. because he's basically on the American time zone. So Viestas, hello mate, I hope you've had a beer by now, so it's 5 o'clock somewhere. And we had a question come in, Hal. Do you want the question? You'll like it. So the question is, hold on, this came in on Insta. The question is from Mike Densmore, who's watching from California. It says, question for you two. Your favourite chassis philosophy on the grid, suspension, dampers, anti-lag tuning. So just like philosophies of rallycross cars, they're not sending the cars back. Obviously, there's a few ground breakers, Hal. Passenger ride time? A few ground breakers, the Polo. When the Polo appeared with the front cooling package, and nobody had done that for a long time.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yes, I knew you weren't listening. Listen to me. That's
no, I
rude.
was listening.
Mike Densmore says, from California.
I'm going to write it down.
He said, I think I've switched the printer off of my foot. Question for you two, favourite chassis philosophy on the grid, suspension, dampers, anti-lag tuning. So okay, some examples. We've got lay-down dampers on the lights cars. We've also got them on the Honda Civics. That was kind of the first supercar, wasn't it, to try the full-on lay-down damper thing. Anti-lag. Again, the Polo, nothing made noises like the Polo on the start procedure, did it? All the growling and the weird noises and how long it took, and I remember talking to Derek Dauncey, who was running the Focus RSs at the time, and he had a theory on what it was, but they hadn't quite figured it out. And when the manufacturers were involved,
still won't reveal.
And the skullduggery that was, of people trying to figure out what other people were doing. EKS, who had a machine to measure the traction in each one of the grid slots, so that they would have data on what the traction was. And effectively, wasn't it a machine they used to measure how slippery floors were in airports or something daft, wasn't it?
Runways and stuff.
Yes, yeah. So they had one of these EKS did, and they were going around testing the various grid slots to see what the grip level was like. Then you go, right, these are the things. Then you use your settings. Did I get a good start or not? And you build up data, which effectively means you go to a new venue, run the thing up, grid slot number 1, and you go setting 4, setting 3, boom, perfect launch. That's not even a chassis, Mike, so we're sorry about that. I'm glad you watched from California, by the way. You must have been up early or late earlier on today. But what about for you? Groundbreakers?
Suspension, the inboard concept of the Focus, the Civic first and the Focus, not because it's necessarily the best, because I'm not sure that it is. I don't know that. But I just love the fact that it's different. And why I love open two-wheel drive, why I love a lot of rallycross is that there's the opportunity for doing things differently, for your own invention. And so, yeah, that gets my suspension. Dampers is a tricky one because I think that rallycross dampers have become too good. The lack of friction in a damper now is incredible. That's what's allowed people to go back to. If we just look at the screen to your right, there's Kevin Eriksson standing in the front of a digger fixing the lights before he's about to start a supercar semi-final shortly. But to go back, dampers are a bugbear.
Yeah, you don't
because I think they're too good now. I think the cars are relatively too easy to drive. Not so many mistakes.
That's my problem with rallying.
So dampers. My favourite dampers would peak in 2015. 2015. I would. So anything from 2015, a Riga from 2015, because they weren't too good at that stage. Anti-lag. Team RX Racing's Ford Focus, because it gives me goosebumps every time, and having the opportunity to race it and stuff, but also standing, it's just so loud and aggressive and
I miss old anti-lag. So when I was watching like 90s rallying, at the side of the stage, my God, when an Impreza came past you, a Group A Impreza, and the anti-lag backfired.
Not a patch on a real supercar.
But mate, it was like a proper shotgun. It was unbelievable. And I say
in the woods.
That's what I mean. An old anti-lag, you'd hear it from miles away. You'd hear, first of all, you just bang, bang in the distance where someone's lifting at a hairpin 3 miles away in a Welsh forest, and then slowly it gets nearer and nearer.
So I was with a team last year in a Swedish event, Rallycross, where the car wasn't running very well, and they had to take it somewhere nearby to try and make it run better. And
now
it was a gravel track, and it was a supercar on a rally stage, and the sound was
epic,
extraordinary.
I can only guess at what it was. Patrick O'Donnell at Nitro Rallycross, Dragnas.
I couldn't possibly comment. Patrick was in the paddock at the time, I'll know that much.
Oh, was he? Who was driving?
Not me.
Not you?
No.
Not you.
Someone far more committed than me.
Our director Henker's just asked, is it hot in the cars? Probably not today.
It's always
uncomfortable.
warm.
Yeah, but if it was August, this would be filthy by now. You'd be sitting in there sweating and you'd be hating. Obviously they've got the doors open. That's keeps some fresh air in the car.
It's stuffy. It's always stuffy.
Yeah.
Even in winter, it's stuffy, and that's the difference between an internal combustion engine car and an electric car. Because of course, in an electric car, the engine's not idling and you've got no exhaust. So why these cars get very hot is because the exhaust. Okay, in the lights car it's different because everything's behind you as a driver. But in a normal supercar where the engine's in the front and the exhaust exits the rear, you've got a big tunnel alongside you where the exhaust is a 3-inch exhaust pipe, which is enormous, transferring all that heat. And of course, you don't want to turn the car off at this stage because you don't know how long it's going to be, and you're keeping everything nice and warm. The fluids are in their window at the moment, so you can't. In these, if they said 20 minutes, you turn it off. But you don't know, they could fix it in 5 seconds.
Christopherson story. Canada, remember the polo? Sat on the start line where they did some sort of a thing. He's sitting there watching the temperatures, and the air intake temperature went up by 10 degrees, so he went up 1 click on the launch because he thought it wouldn't, and he was absolutely bang on the money, of course, and that is why he's 5 times World Rallycross champion.
The lights just said 6.
Oh, here we go. Here we go, ready to race. Are we going to get a green on it? We've got a red flag still because nobody wants to get run over.
They're just cycling through the lights.
Okay, here we go. Now we're getting a green flag. Red flag man is gone. Green flag man is getting a thumbs up to the grid, and we're going to get ourselves underway again. So sorry for the delay. We hope you enjoyed a chat about everything from anti-lag through to shout-outs and going to Mars. Hal, thanks, mate. There aren't many people we can do that with, are there? Let's be honest. Simon Olofsson, Lucas Andersson, Isaac Högqvist, Niklas Neklev, Ida Tornholt and Nils Christian Haug. Ready to race light comes on this time. Hopefully we're going to go green. We do. Oh, it's a good start off the front row from Olofsson. Going to get to turn 1 first. Andersson going to get muscled out here by Högqvist on the inside. They're going to be side by side down that straight.
Högqvist just got helped out massively by Tornholt, so he'd got in the brakes, knows that barrier. Oh, there's
it's on the wall. Högqvist, contact between him and Andersson. Högqvist goes off to the left-hand side of the track. Is that car broken?
Front right suspension broken, I think, or front left looks broken there, but I'm sure from hitting the wall on the right-hand side, what a shame for Isaac. He hadn't really done anything wrong there, made a great start, got up the inside of Andersson, then hit the wall on the inside, then got shoved through the gap by Tornholt behind, which helped him out massively. Ran side by side with Andersson, and I don't think either of them did anything wrong. He was just unlucky, and now Andersson's all over the back of Olofsson, just as we had in Q3 earlier on.
So Andersson and Olofsson.
There is Högqvist's car, just off to the left-hand side.
Off the racing line at least. Okay, so Neklev and Haug have gone joke already and are some 10 seconds back. Tornholt is in P3.
You can't joke Andersson yet, I don't think. You've got to wait for Tornholt to either joker or fall far enough behind.
Tornholt's going, I would too. So if Tornholt could get out now, Hal, sorry to interrupt, in front of Neklev, which in theory she could because she's got 6.4. Do we see that merge in the background? Can we see the merge for the joker? And trying to see whether Ida Tornholt's going to hold on to that position. Well, we'll get an update on the timing screen then as they come over the line.
Anneklev's done it. We just saw in the background there that Anneklev's just got ahead.
So Tornholt would have made the final half, was what I was going to say.
Yeah, which would be brilliant result for her.
Yeah, it would have been amazing. So just unfortunately.
Andersson to joker now, unless Olofsson does in front.
Yeah, Olofsson does, and Andersson's compromised. So Andersson break there, Hal.
Olofsson got very sideways there in the middle of the corner. So that's not really going to lose Andersson a lot, but it is going to compromise him base compared to Olofsson's overspeed when he remains on the next lap.
For me, I'd stay out now if I was Andersson for at least another. You know what you're going to say?
Well, the trouble is, though, Andrew, is that if he jokers on the final lap, then you lose out in that run to the line, don't you? So they'll be carefully monitoring the gap. What is the gap at the moment? It's 5.1. I think that's enough.
You think, here we go, is he going to go or no? No go this time. So Isaac is his brother, Isaac Anderson, who is only 17 years old, and he's spotting for him with the help of the very experienced spotters from JC. Race technique, Joel Christopher's team. He's driving amazingly, isn't he? I mean, wow, just looks like he's been a pro in this category for many years, and this is his third event now, and he won the first two.
And while cross car is brilliant and amazing, I think you learn habits in cross car, don't you, which maybe don't help you in a four-wheel drive car, whereas he doesn't have that because he's passed that step. He's thrown that ladder away altogether.
He's going to go Joker now, watch in the background. Can he get Olofsson or not? The gap was 5.3, so Olofsson took a couple of tenths out of him. It's a good Joker by Anderson, but Olofsson, I think, is going to have more pace down the left-hand side of the track, and he does indeed. Olofsson comes over the crest, down towards the finish line. Simon Olofsson wins semi-final 1 from Lucas Anderson, and it should be Aneklev that comes through in P3, is it? Or no? It is. Aneklev crosses the line 7.6 back. We were trackside there, and we just saw Ida Tornholt coming through. I wondered if Aneklev had a problem, but he's crossed the finish line.
Stunning final lap there from Olofsson, a 34.005. Okay, you have the overspeed of running straight to the line, but I think that's maybe the quickest lights lap of the weekend we've seen so far. I'm sure someone will correct me if I'm wrong. There's this first corner. That's Hookfist hitting the tyres, and then Tornholt nudging him through. We'll see that better from this angle. So watch the orange and white car, third on the grid. He goes up the inside of Anderson. There's Tornholt going up the inside of Aneklev, and she just nudges Hookfist on that little bit, gets up the inside of Anderson, and then this is over the jump. Neither of them are going to give an inch. I actually think Hookfist has probably got the line, but Anderson can't break out of that either. Oof. That's quite a heavy impact.
Yeah.
And what you don't see there is that the fiberglass bodywork's protecting the wheel. But it also looks like the front left is broken there, but I wonder if that's just because it's compressed on the side of the road. There's Olofsson, who was tidy in the first part of the Joker, got a bit of over-rotation in the second phase. Look at the windscreen on Anderson's car. That's pretty destroyed, isn't it? You can see all the reflections of the
just coming behind us as well. How just literally rolled into the JC tent behind us. Whose screen was it yesterday? Was it Enlund we saw yesterday? Yeah, his screen was smashed to bits as well. And he'd followed Casper Janssen for a half lap or something and ended up with a broken screen. That was the merge. Olofsson had done enough. Takes the win in semi-1. Olofsson would love to get a bit of revenge for that first round. I say he was leading round 1 at Neaston before he retired from the final. Ended up P2 at round 2. He won't want Anderson getting super pumped up about being able to beat him everywhere. You know, you've got to start beating him so that Anderson starts to think, okay, Simon's the one that's the problem. And then you get that psychological thing again of being able to fight them a little bit. Olofsson wins semi-final number 1 from Anderson and Aneklev. That's our first 3 lights drivers through. 3 more to come from the second semi. There's Shugfist's car. Howell's mentioned that front left. Of course, the front left is what had the contact with Anderson. And then the front right. I don't know if we had that on the drone TV truck. Did we have a drone shot of the contact between Anderson and Shugfist? Or not? If we did, could we see it? And if not, could we see the contact again from the front shot while we're waiting to get the? Thank you very much. They're just telling me in my ears that they're looking for it. They don't have the drone, but they've got the shot from the front. Maybe you can just slow it down a little bit for us on EVS, and we'll take another look back at this with Hal Ridge's expert eye as well. Here they are side by side. Lovely and slow for us. Thank you very much. So look, you can see why Shugfist is staying out on the outside, Hal. He's thinking, I can get this turned in around here. Anderson, to be fair, is as far across the curb as he can be, but that maybe pushes him slightly right.
He sort of bounced across into Isaac there, isn't he? I don't think neither of them have done anything wrong, I don't think. If anything, Shugfist is on the outside, but he's on the inside for a chicane. You know, it's really, really difficult to call that a proper racing incident. You know, Anton Markland... Hey, we've had some great guests in today, haven't we? But Anton Markland was saying earlier on how the incident in Hungary last weekend was a proper racing incident, and I'd say that's not quite as clear-cut, but that's also a racing incident as well.
I think actually Sjökvist was lucky to glance off the barriers. If that had been another
Oh, this will be a good angle. Let's look at this then. So he's on the, this is Sjökvist on the right, the white car. He's on the brakes. Of course, he's on the gravel there, so very difficult to do anything about that. And he's getting squeezed across.
It's the nudge, Hal. He gets a nudge from Anderson, but oof.
Wow, that really rippled that. I mean,
look at the way it moves when you see it in slow motion like that, and you see metal arm coat. Like, try and bend a piece of arm coat, not with the car, but try and bend a piece. It's not very flexible.
Oh, that's very deflated language there. What you normally see with the lights cars now, and this will really help us to diagnose what's happened.
Can we get Vigo's drone over there? Is Vigo up? If he is, let's go and have a look at the car.
But you often take the front of a lights car because that wheel's pushed back, I think, on this side, isn't it?
Well, it's the other side we want to see, though, isn't it? Unless we've got a track camera we can look at the front right from. I think it's facing fully to the left, Hal.
Yeah, it's towing in, isn't it? So I wonder if there's damage on both sides, but there's definitely damage to front right, and that ought to be, given how hard that impact was with the
I think the front right's not even rotating, is it? Do you see?
Yeah.
So it may be
it's pushed a long way back,
right
I'd imagine.
into the wheel well.
Yeah.
Not ideal, but as we've said many times, these cars are easy's not the right word.
The beauty of them is that they're
modular.
Yeah, modular is a great word. So you can take off an entire corner and place it, and it's not the end of the world. It's also not a steel shell, so you can replace parts of the body and it'll be okay as long as the main structure's okay, the main frame's okay. But we've also seen teams change roll cages in the paddock, haven't we? So.
Some amazing cars on display here. Some of them are, how do we put it, real, and some of them are show cars. We could say if you joined us at the start of this show, you'll have seen the ex-Solberg collection. Those big digger, what do you call them? Buckets, I suppose.
Yeah, they're buckets mostly, aren't they? And have a look around the corner.
They're from Daniel Torrent's company, who's one of the sponsors for this. We've got simulators here. Andreas Eriksson mentioned those. He wanted people to bring their families along. This is, they're really trying hard with this event. Do you know what? They're really trying hard with the whole series. And I know we mentioned it at the last event. I'm going to mention it again. Tough. Could do with a big sponsor. It really could, because it's a fantastic real rallycross series, and I think a lot of people, I know you guys watching at home are enjoying it because you wouldn't be tuning in if you're not, but they're trying something a bit different. This is only an hour and a bit from Stockholm. That's why we're at Tierp. We're going to some classic tracks as well. Yeah, they brought in the side-by-sides here. They brought in scooters for the kids, simulators, a beer garden, all the rest of it. The drifting, the show cars. There we go, look at that. We can have a race on those, Hal. We can afford that. Might require an element of fitness. I'm not sure I'm into it. That's cool though, isn't it?
There is something for everyone, isn't there?
It's a good little event. It really is. So I say they're trying hard. They just need Svensk Bilsport support of the governing body. Bouncy castle. I didn't know there was a bouncy castle. You up for that? No. Just hurt ourselves, won't we? Oh, hello. We'll have a go on that. That looks like the sort of thing you can get hurt on.
If you ever go on that, I don't need my fiver for the...
Actually, I had to go on one in Calgary. Yeah. Mate, not at all. And it wasn't even on the hard setting. I got violently thrown off.
It's one of those things where people have had a couple of beers and I could stay on that.
Oh, you can't, honestly. It was brilliant. It was good fun. It was good fun. But yeah, they have a Velcro cut-off switch which attaches to your belt or whatever, and they put it on the top, and when that comes off, it cuts the machine. So when you get thrown off, it automatically cuts it. But some of the settings on it, I can't even remember what it was called, but there was a button on it that was pretty wild. Pointing, look.
That way, please. Sir.
Yeah. Way, and Eklev's giving us a round of applause as he comes around behind her. She's probably a round of applause for himself because he's made it through to the final. Right, we're going to take a little pause while we get back. Oh, I think the pause might be unpaused because I think we're back to the grid. We were just going to have a little rest there. But we'll leave you with some pictures of the grid until we're ready to go racing. Okay, good to go for semi-final number 2 after a fairly lengthy couple of delays there, one for the lights and one for the recovery. Stay with us. Enlund, Oscarson, Janssen, Haug and Expert in this. Casper Janssen could do with a good start from row 2. Kind of boxed in there, almost fancy being on the outside, but no driver would say that. He'll tuck in now behind Enlund and does. And immediately gets hit by Expert from behind and then fires in front as well. So Expert came in pretty hot there at the back, Hal, but comes out of it in P3. Janssen was in a right old sandwich there. Oh, Janssen, has he got a problem with the car? He's run very wide there over that crest.
Just that little rut there, I think if you pick it up just a little bit, it does really upset the car. Expert's windscreen looks like it's been in a battlefield as well. When we see him come around the loose, I wouldn't be surprised. Got myself all twisted up there.
In the background, shunt. So in the dust.
That's Haug that's hit the bank in between the Joker.
Is that in the dust or too late on the brakes?
Maybe so. I did that once in Estering. Very embarrassing.
Where? What did you hit?
The barrier between the Joker and the main lap.
Mate, yeah, that's
tricky
decide,
entry. It was locked up and crashed.
Tricky entry.
But what I was going to say was I would be surprised if Expert didn't Joker that time around. But he did. He didn't Joker. He remained on the standard lap. Now he does Joker. Haug's really displeased with that. Nice entry there from Expert. Gets it turned in nice and tight into the latter part. That's really helped him. Haug losing out. Oscarson, something's happened to Oscarson.
Was Haug gesturing there, Hal? At Expert? I didn't see anything in the background. I was too focused on what was going on at the front.
Well, I was too busy getting tongue-tied, wasn't I?
Well, there was that. These things happen, mate. My best one ever was in South Africa once. I think I explained it to you before. I'll explain it to you later in the bar.
Is it not for...
It's absolutely not, no. It's one for the book.
Is it really?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's a classic
book.
Enlund's
miles out in front here, isn't he? And Janssen I feel like we're seeing newbie Janssen this weekend, because Janssen, as we've discussed before, came into Rallycross from his karting background and was wild. It was fantastic to watch. You can always slow a fast driver down, you can't speed a slow driver up, etc. Went to Nitro and was amazing, like the class of the field. And I feel like this weekend he just hasn't had that edge that we've seen him have before. Ended into the Joker. Janssen stays on the standard lap. They're the only two still running left to Joker. And then miles ahead of Expert, but
I wonder if Janssen has just switched into the Nitro track style of driving. By that I mean much more loose surface, rotation of the car and stuff, rather than the go-kart style of that's required to make a lights car work on a traditional rallycross circuit.
Yeah, because even Julius or Kovler isn't a patch on the tracks in the States, is it? And
they're just so
maybe
different.
You're right.
They're so different.
But great for his learning that he's returned to these sorts of circuits.
Absolutely.
Because you've got to be diverse, haven't you? Yeah. And that's what's fantastic about the Ericsson boys jumping in anything that's in the awning, that they can drive whatever's
They're
there.
They're very impressive, mate. They really are. Enlund then going to come down and take the checkered flag. Casper Janssen's going to get P2. It is going to be Expert in P3. And we're going to take a look back in a moment, hopefully, at what happened to Lars Erik Haug in the background, whether there was any contact. I wasn't sure if he was gesturing or just getting out the car and running out the way. Here we go. A little bit of wheel spin off the line as you expect. Expert at the back of the grid comes in. Watch Casper Janssen here. He's gone inside. Expert comes in a little locked. It's not actually that much of an impact. Tries to get up the inside of Janssen but can't. So Casper's in P2 now. Where's Lars Erik Haug? Back of the pack? No, it's on his own.
Changed his mind, didn't he?
Oh, mate, that's a big old. Well, that's a big old hit. I don't think that's completely unsighted, as you say. It's just indecision and then maybe object fixation.
It must be very loose there on the outside because no one's been there. No one's been there at all.
Object fixation, by the way, is when you look at the tree you don't want to hit and therefore you hit it. Like if ever you think you're going to hit something, don't look at it. You look at where you want the car to go, not the thing you don't want to hit. If you look at the thing you don't want to hit, I promise you'll hit it.
Enlund's last lap there was a 33.611, which was very fast.
I think that might be a bit sore, Hal, don't you?
Yeah.
There's a quite a good compressible crash structure on the front of these cars, which you would have seen when we were recovering Schugfist's car and he took the front clamshell off it. But Enlund, Janssen and Expert book a spot in the final. Right. Let's take a look at... here we go. So Supercar coming up next. Your standings after qualifying. Johan Kristoffersson with an emphatic TQ, winning all 3 sessions. And in fact, if you look down the scores on the right-hand side of the top 4, it was 1 for Kristoffersson, 2 for Vejby, 3 for Bolevsky, and 4 for Ericsson in all 3 sessions. So they are very much your top 4, and in that order. Tam gets 5th, Rank 6th, Christensen 7th, Toren 8th, Bergström 9th, and Linneman 10th. Linneman was looking for a steering rack earlier. No idea if they found it. And yeah.
They're trying to graft a Volvo steering rack into it.
Are they?
But
Good
he didn't
effort.
start Q1 yesterday, didn't finish Q2, and then didn't start Q3, so he hasn't qualified anyway. There is Haug's car being prepared to be recovered.
So I just had a message come through from our TV team. Should we put Coley on the bucking horse? And it says Mega is one option, and Nah is the other option, and the votes are 97% for Mega.
Oh, this is on the YouTube comments.
It's on the YouTube comments. Great, thanks everyone. Actually, I think the idea originally there has come from Shamil. It looks like on the comments. Coley on a bucking horse, all for it. Well, Shamil, how dare you?
I'm all for it as well.
Are you going to get on it though, Hal?
No, it's the
Let's have another vote.
To get on it.
Should Hal go on it if Coley goes on it? Off we go.
I'm very disappointed. I'm not annoyed.
I've thrown him right
just
under the bus.
disappointed.
I've thrown him right under the bus live on air. Get some, Hal Ridge. That's what we like, yeah.
There's a bus. Get under it.
Right.
Here comes the Coley train.
Yeah, here comes the Coley train. Yeah, it's coming for you.
There's people been under that for years.
Mate, the Coley train does get them sometimes, you know. These things happen. These things happen. Right, Supercar Am final. That's later, isn't it? I've got my grids are in the wrong order, Hal. Semi-finals are gone, aren't they? What are we waiting for? We've still got the two-wheel drive open. Supercar
This is
Am.
Supercar semi-final 1, Pro and Am, inclusive.
Yep.
Because that is Johan Kristoffersson, and he is definitely not an Am.
He's not an Am, no. He's done the odd... Not his first rodeo. Ha! Do you get the joke? You know the bucking horse thing? I really need a tea. I did 2-hour breaks good, but I feel like it's a bit too long. I do.
Get out of town.
You enjoy? I did enjoy watching it. Where did you watch the rally sprint from?
I watched a bit of the rally sprint. I was talking to people mostly.
Yeah, I had a good old chat with Johan, as I say. I watched a fair bit from the edge of the Burnyard. There were some impressive attempts.
It's got very cold. I'm going to have to go woolly hat in a minute, mate.
Are you really? Instead of the Cooper Tires cat? What about the branding exercise?
Well, not in vision at the moment.
Well, there is that. There is that. Okay. Sorry, we're just having the lights flashed at us in the studio as they send messages. We could have some sort of disco in here, couldn't we, like this? Some house music on, or a bit. What was it we had on last night? How jump up drum and bass, wasn't it, on the way back?
On the way back, yeah.
Well, while we had
poor Nicholas from Pure Rallycross didn't know what hit him.
No, Nicholas Duvenard, who's from Pure Rallycross French
look
website.
at the damage on the front of
was in the car with us, and we were listening to Radio 1 Dance, and it was a mix, a jump up drum and bass mix. I don't know if Nicholas was aware of jump up drum and bass before. That's the crumple piece, Hal, that I was talking about. Can we take a look at the car, guys? Can we point the RF down at the car? Let's have a little look. Oh, no, we can't. And the whole of it is crumpled in a lot. But that will have taken the impact out, won't it, for Haug?
Yeah, but it would have still been heavy.
Oh, yes.
It just maybe has saved so much damage that they can't repair it.
So, Kristoffersson, Bolevsky, Maiko Tam, Stefan Christensen. Nearly a jump start, but Christensen gets into the clutch and gets back out of it again, and that's going to make this one pretty much a foregone conclusion. Maiko Tam just a little sharp nudge on the back of Bolevsky. Here comes Christensen, but it is Kristoffersson who leads semi-final number 1. Remember, top 3 go through from each of these. And Bolevsky versus Kristoffersson can be interesting. Maiko Tam's lost a lot of time suddenly, Hal.
Yeah, he rolled out of the throttle, didn't he, after you can see the damage on the right rear of Bolevsky's bumper where Tam got in the in the rear there. Tam doesn't joker this time around. Sensible, I think, because you don't want to fall into Christensen. Christensen's posed quite a lot, having not got off the line.
I might have gone just to cover Christensen because you know he's had a problem and there's only the 4 cars.
I don't think he's got enough.
Bergstrom's not made it back in time for the semis. You said he's off with Porsche.
Yeah, in Stockholm, which is just down the road. But yeah, I don't think he had enough to get out ahead of Christensen.
No, I don't think he would have done, but just joker anyway. And well, I suppose unless you let Christensen go a bit. Is that a misfire or is that another thing in the burn yard we can hear?
No, I think it's just the Polo off throttle, isn't it?
I spoke to Johan in between the two events, and he was saying what great practice the Polo is for the World Championship, by meaning it doesn't have a massive operating windows. Fabi's car, his car from last year, has a wider operating window, but Johan was saying that the fact it doesn't, to get the lap times out of it, he's got to be almost perfect with it. It's really good practice.
Yeah,
that's just, yes, another amazing bit of awareness, isn't it, from him? Yes, this is harder to drive, let's drive it.
Yeah, whereas many other people would just be frustrated that it wasn't doing what you wanted it to do.
Yeah, he's like, no, the window's small, fine, keep it in the window, don't make any mistakes. And the difference, I mean, we're seeing, you know, top spec Johan here, aren't we, this weekend? Certainly so far.
So Tam at the moment is going to go through to the Supercar Pro final, but will also be in the Supercar AM final because he is an AM and there's enough cars here for all of the AM drivers to have made that final. But what we saw in both rounds in Nissan was that the qualifier for the Pro final didn't then make it through the AM final. That was Jurek Linnemann on both days. No, it was Tam on the first day, Linnemann on the second day, I think. Or the other way around, but regardless, we ended up with a 5-car Pro final at the end. There is Tam in the Joker. Now he's miles ahead of Christensen, so I think he was right to stay out and just build that gap. Christensen probably also thinking now there is the opportunity of the AM final. No point wrecking the car, trying to get a bit closer to third when these guys are going to be fighting for a place on the podium against Victor Franks and co in the AM final shortly.
Kristoffersson goes joker, Bilevsky going to go with him. Well, unfortunately not the greatest semi-final action there, was it? Thanks to Bergstrom being a DNS and then the problem up in the first corner. Kristoffersson wins it from Bilevsky. Tam going to go through in P3.
Rallycross history would suggest, though, that semi-final 2 is the one.
It would, wouldn't it?
Always.
It would. Are you thinking...
No,
Nürburgring,
just in general. Semi-final 2 is usually better.
Are you thinking hell?
Yeah, there's lots of examples.
Simon's
There's lots of examples, yeah.
What other ones do you like?
Just generally, I think semi-final 2 often produces.
Do you think it's because they're sitting there thinking, oh man, like getting all desperate because they've watched semi-final 1? So Kristoffersson with another textbook performance. Bit too easy for him, this one so far. He wins semi-final number 1. Right, Hal's right, it's woolly hat weather. I'm freezing. The wind's picked up, the sun's gone down. Johan Kristoffersson rolls in right behind the commentary box, as does Yuri Bilevsky. Your P1 and your P2. Maiko Tam is coming past now as well. Here he is. Lovely stuff. All right.
Yes, thank you.
Woolly hat.
Yep.
Woolly hat
Warm
ridge.
head. There's a girl walking past covered in a blanket now. So
I want a blanket. It's freezing. It's genuinely cold.
What did Michaela call it?
Was it a false start? No. Might have been. Can't remember. It's only about 5 hours ago. Can't remember.
Having to change it. Oh, that's too loud. Having to change all my levels now because I've got a woolly hat on over my ear.
Oh, right. Yes, I see what you mean. Oh, yeah, good point. Okay, so you've had to boost these volumes a bit. Got a desk here with loads of switches on it. So. Vaby, Ericsson, Franks and Toren. Ericsson could try for around the outside. He's tried it several times today. Is he going to try it again? Not quite so spectacular this time. Daniel Toren stays out of it. Victor Franks is in P4, so really, for me, Hal, the race here is probably, or Baby gets kicked up off the turns again. Yeah, the race here is probably between Toren and Franks for the final spot in the Pro final.
And between Ericsson and Baby for the win as well, because Ericsson will want to win this race to go on the front row and challenge Jørgen Kristoffersen for victory. Kristoffersen all over the back, Ericsson all over the back of Baby in the first few corners. Being on the front row would be so important here, because I think unless you can cut back in, like we've seen other drivers do, to the inside and try and follow through, but you're unlikely to get into the lead, aren't you, from row 2 here, because the first corner is so tight.
Yeah, it's, to be fair, we haven't seen a huge amount of passing, have we? Slightly different layout. The old layout used to go all the way down to the end of the drag strip to a hairpin there, and I wonder if that was a bit more of an opportunity to pass, but my goodness me, there is absolutely no runoff down there whatsoever.
Ericsson's got good pace here, hasn't he?
The car looks better than it looked this morning, doesn't it? Toren's gone Joker, so this is to try and cover off Victor Franks, but he's made a mistake. Franks is going to get him, so Toren's going to miss the Pro final, but can still go in the AM final. So yeah, mistake there in the Audi, unfortunately for him. Victor Franks up into P3. Kevin Eriksson is sticking the nose up alongside Baby. So if you're on Baby's radio right now, you are certainly not telling him 1 or 2 car lengths. You are telling him he is right there, right with you. Is Ericsson going to go Joker, or is Baby going to go cover him off? Ericsson goes. So Ericsson into the Joker now with the Honda. Oh no!
It was a late decision, wasn't it? Because he didn't want to follow Baby in. So I think he's gone in a little bit, well, he has gone in a little bit deep into the right-hander. Niels Andersen, who is spotting for Ole Christian Baby today, will now be on the radio saying, we need a great lap now. I think they'll try and cover him off.
Yeah, so do I.
Especially with that mistake.
Almost, look, you'd say he went in a bit deep, almost like he was in the wrong gear, Hal. The car almost paused in the
Well, I just think he was waiting to decide what Baby had done and to do the opposite, which is the right thing to do.
It was later in the Joker, though, for me, as he crossed diagonally across the screen, that it looked like it wasn't going well, but he stays out.
I'd have jokered OC there, because
you know that Kevin had
lost
a bad
that bit of time. 7.1 was the gap last time around.
Waiting for it this time.
6.4, yeah.
Same thing, 7/10. So Kevin Eriksson has taken 7/10 off Ole Christian Baby in the last lap. It wasn't a perfect Joker, but at 6.4, Baby's going to need a very good one to hold off a charging Kevin Eriksson, who leads the championship, don't forget, after the first 2 rounds in Denmark. Baby comes in, he'll have been told, keep it tidy. The Cooper tyres are smoking in the background on Eriksson in the Honda. Coming up for the merge now, Eriksson's going to have massive pace down towards the flag. Got to try and get past Baby here, and there's no way through, so Baby wins. Eriksson gets P2. That's a shame. I thought he might try and find a way through here, but not quite wide enough to chuck it up the inside or the outside.
Good car positioning there, wasn't it, from Baby on the Joker exit, just to cover off the outside. Eriksson took a bit of a nosedive, didn't he, off the jump, as he urged the Honda on to the line. This is Kevin on the outside. So Kevin will start on the second row of the final. Just couldn't, it's dirty on the outside there as well, isn't it? You can see the tyre marks he's laid down. One of people had new tyres. He did run new tyres for the semi-final. I saw that in the paddock earlier on. Baby is so good at moving the car around underneath him. That comes from all of his time in a rally car. This is the Joker, so Kevin just gets a little bit too deep.
Yeah, so that's me thinking from the long shot. I didn't realise quite how deep he'd got. I thought he'd maybe missed a gear or come in a gear up. I think if he hadn't done that, Hal, he'd have got it.
Oh yeah, definitely, because he had great pace, didn't he?
So he knows he's potentially got pace over Baby, and I don't think he would have said that this morning. When we first saw him this morning, and to be fair, he said, didn't he, he'd been so busy trying to get the event ready.
Wow, there's quite a lot of damage on OC's rear bumper as he's come past. That shows just how hard Kevin Eriksson was knocking on the back door, and the car landed heavily on the nose there, didn't it? The Honda across the jump.
Ole Christian Baby wins semi-final number 2 from Kevin Eriksson, and Victor Franks gets the better of Daniel Toren, who we saw had a little half spin up in the Joker lap. Finals time. Junior cross car up first of all. Michael Luito on the pole. Top qualifier, winning 2 out of the 3 sessions. P2 at round 1, P1 at round 2, and the reigning champion. So absolutely everything is stacked in Uito's favour, but they're wetting the track out for the juniors as usual.
Shame for them, but they're used to it.
Yeah, they are used to it, as you say. They've had the trickiest of the conditions, haven't they? Certainly at the last round. I love it. At this point in the paddock, you guys can't hear it, I imagine, but all you can hear is nut guns. Where the supercars have come back in, it's just everyone getting the nut guns and getting the wheels and tyres off, getting themselves ready to get those cars re-prepped and out. Little bit of water on the outside of turn 1. Nothing horrific, but you won't want to run wide. If you're running wide, you'll be running wider, put it that way. So Yulalami on the back row, yellow and red. It's the easiest way to spot Yulalami. Is in P2 in the standings, 5 points behind Uito, the champion, who is on pole in the blue car. And let's call it the square car on the outside of row 1. This is us trying to help you out with spotting it. It's also us trying to help ourselves out. Lauri Hallinen, who is in P3 in the standings. Now, last year, just to give you a bit of colour, Uito was the champion, Hallinen was 3rd, and Yulalami was 4th. The driver who was 2nd was Lucas Anderson, who's moved up to lights and won those first 2 rounds. So they are a class act. If you can imagine taking any of these guys, if they could emulate what Anderson's done, I'm not saying they could, but if they could, it would be some performance by them. It just gives you an idea of how good these juniors are.
And remember, Anderson won the championship the year before, didn't he? So these guys then beat him to the title. So it shows how close the level is. And I think, yeah, all of them could have a good go in lights at least.
Would like to see it, certainly.
Right, Andrew, there's one Maria Eriksson treat left.
I've got one here.
Well, I just had one as well, so there's one left.
Okay, thanks, mate. Green flag. Waiting for the green light. That is Vigo's drone you can hear heading up to cover off the start. Look to the bottom left of your screen, wait for the green. That's what the drivers will be looking for. Up on the rev limiters. It's a super long hold. No more problems, surely. Now the ready to race light comes on. They actually went on the limiters very early there. Uito with a good start. Hallinen just desperately trying to get into second place behind, and if he isn't careful, he's going to lose out. And instead, from row 2, it's Joni Tapainen who's lost out. Got squeezed there by Hallinen. He's up against that tyre bale on the inside line. In 3rd place now is Oliver Solly. Yulalami trying to find a way past Victor Christensen in the background, but it's Tapainen who is a long way back now.
I'm afraid to say you could see that coming a mile off, couldn't you? That lunge up the inside and then just getting squeezed into that tyre stack. Already helped by the tyre stack moving about a bit. I'm sure it's not in exactly the same place it's been all day, but this is a rallycross track and you've got to evolve with those things moving around. Yulalami, who's overtaken on the opening lap now, jokers.
Yeah, problem for Victor Christensen in the back row. We didn't see if there was contact between him and Yulalami or if he's just got some sort of a tech issue, but Christensen's gone backwards.
Yulalami had just got up the inside on the loose through the velodrome section with nothing untoward, and this pack fighting for the lead. Hallinen all over the back of Uito.
But we'll have his mirrors full of Oliver Solly as well. How this could be an absolutely fantastic race between these three. Look at the pace of them. Hallinen slide in the car.
Solly has to joker if the other two don't.
So Solly going to go or not? Solly does not go, so they've stayed out. Should have gone, you think?
Yeah, absolutely, because you're not giving yourself many options, are you? And look, he's lost a little bit of time off the back of Hallinen now. Might close it on the brakes, but unless you can make an effect and overtake, you're just limiting your options.
So this time then will Solly go? One of them has to go now because we're on lap 3 out of 5, so there's only the 3 laps left if you want any chance of having an alternate strategy to both other drivers. And at this point, you're close enough, even in P3, that you could get the overlap on both with a couple of good laps. Solly should go if Hallinen doesn't. Hallinen drops a wheel in the ditch. He's been rallying over the winter. Hallinan goes Joker this time. Solly, is that a change of mind by Solly as to whether or not he's going in? Because if it is, it might have cost him, but I guess he didn't really have any option, and that's why maybe should have gone the previous lap.
Yeah, still sensible to not follow Hallinan in, because Hallinan was the next closest object, and also they might have tripped over each other. So I think Solly's done the best thing, but I do think if he Jokered a lap earlier, this might have resulted in a race win, whereas now I think the best he can hope for is to beat Hallinan at the Joker merge.
So Hallinan 6.5 back from the leader. Should mean that Uito will hold on. It's really about Solly, who's only going to be 5.6 off. So at this point, Solly does. Oh, did Solly change his mind again there, Hal?
Oh, sorry, I thought we were on the last lap, so you've still got 2 opportunities. That's good. Hallinan's fallen into the clutches of Yulalami. Not that overspeed, but isn't it? See, that gap's bigger, if anything, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd say so. So Hallinan backing it in up at turn 1, and he's in danger of losing out to Yulalami here. He doesn't need to do that because Hallinan is in P3 in the standings, just 1 point behind Yulalami. So knocking the other driver out, well, you know, knocking them further down the order is potentially going to take some points away and maybe move him up in the standings. Final lap here. The 195 Tibetan's out front, but that's sorry, Solly, yes, that's his middle name. Cheers to the graphics. Oliver Solly coming out, and on the main straight here, Uito going to come past. Hallinan going to get Solly, and Solly's actually going to get dumped down to 4th. So, championship leader Uito takes a 2nd win of the season. Hallinan gets P2, and Yulalami P3. Solly should have joked earlier, you think?
I think so, yeah. But you can't take anything away from Michael Uito. Fantastic performance from the reigning champion yet again. Using the older speed car machine still. That's the speed car wonder of Tierp, who was only ever going to get squeezed into the wall there. No one did anything wrong. Hallinan almost scared him into that, didn't he? Just moved across a little bit, and then Tierp locked the front a bit. Hallinan was all over Uito, and Solly was just lingering there. I definitely think he should have joked earlier. Uito, though, a machine, isn't he? I love seeing the hand just move across to the gear lever through the side of the cross cars. Quite a big bump developing on the loose there, and you see the rear wheels of the cross cars come off the grain, and then you're definitely not making any forward motion. And this was the Joker merge at the end. Solly coming out, and Yulalami, who jokered early on, having passed Christensen, and just went about his own thing. Set the fastest lap of the race and was in a good battle there with Hallinan. Got the job done to return to the podium again. That was the podium we had in Neeson, was it not?
Uito, Hallinan, Yulalami, yes. Yes, it was.
So I think that
last round.
Those 3 have been on the podium in every, and first 2 rounds.
Oh, it is, yes, sorry, yeah, you're right. So Yoni Tierp with the DNF has been 4th in both. Good spot, Hal Ridge. So yes, so actually what Hal's saying is those 3 drivers have been on the podium in all 3 rounds, but actually this particular podium is a carbon copy of the last one, with Uito winning from Hallinan and Yulalami. If Solly had joked early, would he have taken the win? I have to say actually, Hal, Oliver Solly was 11 last year. Uito, updated championship standings then. Let's do this first of all. So 30 points, perfect score for Uito. 2 wins and 1 second, 87 points. Yulalami and Lauri Hallinan were 1 point apart. They're now equal on 74 points each. Joni Tierp on 57, Oliver Solly on 50, and Victor Christensen is on 49. So Oliver Solly, Hal, bit of a shout out to be fair to him. He was 11 last year, so he's only 12. And last year, semis, made it to the final in 3 of the 7 rounds. But never better than 5th in the final. And now Solly is battling for victories, and that's that progression that you're looking for with the juniors. Onwards then. Grana, Yuga, Hume, Svensson, Eek-Merstad and Anderson. Oh, I thought it was a better start from row 2. Eek-Merstad's come up with contact immediately. Oh, runs into the back of him. The car is somehow still in one piece. Martin Ugar's gone from the front row almost to the back of the pack. Eek-Merstad fired up into the air. It's Robin Grana who leads from Hume, but all sorts going on in the run to turn 1.
How on earth are they all still going? Igmerstad was carried through the first corner by the rest of the pack, having got pitched up into the air, just entered way too quickly from the rear of the field. Grana, though, this could be his day of days, couldn't it? Been stunning through qualifying, got the job done in the semi-final, and now at the front in the final. Hugo didn't make a great start, did he? And then got caught up in the melee behind. Hume, though, he was impressive.
Half spin, almost. Sorry, Hal, almost a half spin for Igmerstad in turn 1.
Igmerstad's, well, not fair to say he's lost his head, but he's pretty ragged. Oh, and close with Svensson as well, through the loose there.
Hal, with those two making mistakes and Martin Hugo having jokered on lap 1, could Hugo get the better of them here when it comes to the merge, at least at the back of the pack? Where is Hugo?
Hugo's in the velodrome now.
So Igmerstad goes in, watching the background for Hugo. Hugo's jokered early and see whether or not he gets through. See whether or not he can get through in the background as Hugo moved up 1 place. I think he has. Yeah, he's got Igmerstad. So Igmerstad's dropped down to 6th. I mean, after turn 1, I'm not too surprised, but Hugo's still 9.5 off. I'm trying to see how much he can recover. He could potentially get P3.
Hume is so good around this velodrome section. Will really close now. Again, gets right up the inside of Grana. Can't get it done. Now decides to joker. Is that a late decision? No, gets it stopped nicely through the left-hander. Now through the right. Neat and tidy. Bit of oversteer. Not too much. It's going to be
Spencer's gone too, Hal, in the background.
Good run to the line now, though, for Hume. Now it's all about him getting the hammer down. Hugo, no response to that at all, having dropped down early on.
Got Svensson though, didn't he? So you guys made up another place at least with that early joker strategy, or maybe held on to the place at least.
This is a proper stress moment now for Grana's spotter. Do you try and cover off Hume, who clearly had good pace, or having led all day, do you go again? We can't see at the moment. Yeah, he's going in.
Here we go then. This could potentially be for the win. Left-hand side of your screen, Grana coming through. We've got another lap to go, but Hume carrying the extra speed will be very close to him. Right decision, I think, how to cover him off. And look at that, Hugo, having got basically been mullered in turn 1, has made his way back up into P3 as the joker strategies have played out. That's keeping a pretty clear head after everything that went on lap 1.
That's a brilliant lap from Grana to get that done and get back out ahead. And he's going to be under big pressure from Hume now, who set the fastest lap of the race last time around. In his bid to get back to the front, really throwing the car around. He's going to look to the inside into the velodrome, nudging the rear. Can't find a way through.
Well, this is unbelievable pressure for Grana. Didn't have a brilliant weekend in Denmark, but has an absolutely fantastic run here, taking the top qualifier spot and holding on under pressure for the win. Robin Grana takes it here at round 3 of Crosscar Rallyx 2023. Alexander Hume was right there but couldn't quite make it, and Hugo with a great recovery after the carnage of turn 1. Which affected a good deal of the back of the field. Here it is. Right, take a look, Hal. Pick the bones of this for us. Igmerstad's up, look off the back row. Good start.
Yeah, so it's all about Igmerstad, who's been a bit unsighted. Wow. So he's had side-by-side contact there with Svensson. Now he's just been carried by Hugo. We need to see that again.
Hugo's taken 2 big hits there, Hal, as well. Look, boom, look at his head. But watch the rear quarter here of Hugo's car when he gets hit on the exit here. Watch this, he gets bang again. He's been beaten up.
I can't believe look at that. I can't believe he's on the podium after that, but I also can't believe that Igmerstad survived that moment until mid-race.
I actually can't believe that Igmerstad or Hugo's cars survived the contact.
No,
Gives you a good idea of how strong they are. They really are. No, they don't weigh much, but the momentum is still there. And
but also where it landed, you're landing on the damper. The dampers are designed to work up and down under suspension load. They're not designed to be spouted with a chassis.
Shout out though to Robin Grana. Checker flag falls on a first victory this season in Crosscar. Might actually be first victory in Crosscar. I think certainly in Rallyx.
In Rallyx, yeah. And what a drive. Dominated qualifying. Stunning performance through qualifying to take the TQ.
Him and Hume as well. Nice hug afterwards to show that it was a great race between them. They've absolutely loved that.
But that's the thing, he was under massive pressure. It's not like Kristoffersson was standing pressure when that's what he does every weekend. That was stunning.
Well, especially to take that win. So brilliant performance, Robin Grana. Congratulations on that Crosscar win. Alexander Hume, P2, Martin Hugo, P3. And okay, Igmerstad did DNF in the end along with Svensson. So lots of carnage up in the first corner. Igmerstad at the top of the standings. He was at the top of the standings, 1 point ahead of Enholm. They're now equal on points. Hukar is in P3, so it's the same three at the top of the standings prior to this event. Alexander Him has moved up from P6 into P4. Algot Hammerquist is in P5 and was in P4, so that's dropped down one place. And Ilya Svensson in P6. So Svensson's actually moved up from P8. There we go. Pasi Pentinen's dropped from 5th down to 8th. A long, long way to go yet. We've still got another race tomorrow for a start, then the doubleheader in Kuvla, and 2 rounds after that, 1 in Norway, 1 in Sweden. All to play for. Open two-wheel drive down on the grid. You can see missing from the front row, unfortunately, is Simon Tiger. We mentioned it earlier, but if you happen to not be watching at that point, unfortunately, he blew his engine. So when he pulled up in the heat race Q3, he'd blown his engine. Did you find out what happened to Johansson?
No.
Okay, there we go. So we'll see if Johansson crawls off the line on electric power, then we'll know he had a big problem as well. But I suspect they'll have fixed whatever it was that was wrong with that car. But yeah, I saw Simon Tiger saying he just said it was broken, or words to that effect. And so, yeah, no Simon Tiger, which is a shame. So it was going to be a front row of last year's champion versus the previous year's champion. So it's Johansson. Row 2 is Bjorn Stewart, Derek Tohill. Row 3 is Marcus Norman. Tohill would like to get a result here. Andy Halley said they made some changes to the car again.
Wow, all of a sudden Tohill's Fiesta looks much better set up. It's on different
doesn't it?
springs. They've changed the springs on both the front and the rear now today. They've got Mountune here as well managing the engine, which they didn't have in Nissan. They're not overjoyed with how it's going with that car at the moment, but
well, it's an interesting concept, wasn't it? You better try and explain to people who don't know what it was and what it is.
So it's a touring car, you know, the old rear-wheel drive class from the European Championship that they basically put a supercar running gear.
And the engine was, in that, was 2 litre.
2 litre natural aspirated, yeah, from 300 brake-ish. And now they basically just stuck a supercar engine in with an intercooler on the front, turbo, and gone racing.
Yeah, so
Not
it's
quite
now,
that simple.
It's got all-wheel drive, ludicrous supercar power, but only through the rear wheels.
Yeah.
And so the weight distribution obviously is different. The biggest difference, as Derek keeps joking about, is where are the other 2 drive shafts?
But it's not just adding the power, is it? Because you've added an intercooler, you've added a lot of weight, the cooling's different, etc., etc. So yeah, it's changed the dynamics of the car. This is Stewart jokering from second. Marcus Norman in the background. He missed Q3. Now he's only in the final thanks to his teammate Simon Tiger. They've taken part of Tiger's broken car to get Norman back out. So that's what you do as teammates.
I was watching their Instagram stories how after Denmark they drove a long way up north in Sweden again, didn't they? And there were jet washing cars in very, very cold conditions. And I did think, yes, you are extremely committed to this sport. If you've ever jet washed the underside of a rally or rallycross car, you know, with the car up on a ramp and mud and filth going everywhere, it's a pretty miserable job in the height of summer. It's not much cop when there's a lot of snow on the ground. Derek Tohill goes into the Joker lap now, but unfortunately he's going to get overlapped by Stewart and Norman. So some progress with the car, but not enough.
I do think Derek's car looks much better than it did.
So do I.
Johansson Joker there from the lead, Miles.
Norman
spun.
Tohill might be going to get a podium here, so Derek Tohill comes around the outside. Norman just spins out an easy donut with however many horsepower he's got in that. Love the sound of it again. And
now we've got a race.
So Tohill versus Norman for the final spot on the podium. Meanwhile, out front, reigning champion Victor Johansson. Johansson's year actually last year didn't start brilliantly. You know, he had a semis at Holliest, then a 5th and a 4th. Got into podium mode. He got 3rd at Kuvula. He won in Riga and then a P2. And then he got 2nd in Strangnas, and that was enough for him to pick it up. Norman looked trying everything to find a way past Tohill.
There was a great example there of how uncomfortable Derek is in this car at the moment. And Derek hasn't forgotten to drive. You know, he's a brilliant driver and hasn't just all of a sudden forgotten how to operate a car. But you can see his brake lights coming on where Norman's just not on the brakes at all. And that's because the car's so nervous. Runs a little bit deep. He's got a couple of corners to try and complete to finish on the podium.
Just got to keep it clean and tidy on the inside. Don't open the door to Norman. Johansson going to take the win. 2 wins in a row. Won the 2nd round at Nissan and wins the 1st one here at Tierp. Norman trying to find a way past, almost nudging into the back. Stewart crosses the line to take P2. Derek Tohill trying to hold on, and he's going to get a podium position here. So Tohill gets P3. Marcus Norman right behind him with a P4. There we go. He's got a podium at least. We'll go and see him afterwards and see how that's made him feel.
Good start, wasn't it? I think the car looks better than it did.
So do I. It just looks a little bit easier to drive. You know, Derek won't be happy. Say, Derek's a front runner in the touring car category, wasn't he? And
double European champion.
That's what I mean.
British champion in supercar, 6-time Irish champion in supercar. You know,
it's not like he can't drive, is it? You know, mate, go just take a picture. Hal will put this on his Instagram, hopefully at some point. I'll take one of him. I'm in like Eskimo mode. At least earlier on when I stepped back.
I've looked over, you've got your hood up, you've got your woolly gloves on.
I know, mate. This guy's cold. What is going on? Too much. Spin for Norman. Oi, oi, oi.
Norman was very fair to Derek as well there. Could have driven through him. Opted not to. Lived to fight another day and all that. But I'm pleased for Derek and the Parts for Cars team. Some reward for being here at least, and you never know, they might stay and have another go tomorrow.
We could do with Derek coming and joining us, really, couldn't we, tomorrow at some point for a chat?
If they're here.
Yeah, there is.
They have booked flights for the mechanics tomorrow morning.
Derek can come and join us now if he wants for the AM final. Do you want to see if he wants to come over, Hal?
Yeah, give him a minute. He's still in the car at the moment.
No, go and get him out. Go on, just get him out. While he's coming over, come to bring us a tea.
Oh, he's on the roof celebrating. No, he's not.
Simon Tiger still leads the standings despite not being in the final here, because Simon's had a couple of good results. They had a P1 and P3. He's the only driver in Open two-wheel drive who was on the podium in both races in Nissan. So Victor Johansson, 64 points. He was 9 points back. He's now just 2 points off the back of Tiger. And don't forget, Tiger won't be taking part tomorrow, so it's very much advantage of Victor Johansson. Marcus Norman third, Jorgen Stevenson not here this weekend in fourth. Björn Stewart, I reckon we'll get a couple more of those drivers as well in the fourth round tomorrow. Supercar AM final is next. Victor Franks won both these in Nissan.
This can be interesting because he won't have the advantage off the start, and but he's had very similar lap time pace to Tam, and they've shared the qualifying times. So, yeah, difficult to call this.
So Maiko Tam and Victor Franks on the front row, Stefan Christensen and Daniel Toren on the rear. And this one is slotting in now because Franks has actually qualified for the main supercar final, so he will need some recharge time to get the RX2E machine powered back up again. Won't need a full recharge with the Parts for Cars guys are coming in behind us, fist pumping and jumping about.
They're more pleased than I expected. That's Peter McGarry celebrating.
Derek's out the car, Halsh.
Peter wears a hat that says the Paddy Dakar.
The Paddy Dakar.
Because they go, oh, they're pleased. They're really pleased. I'm going to go and get Derek.
Go and get Derek. Go on, mate. I'll cover it. Hal's going to get Derek Tohill so we can hear how pleased he is. Green flag on the front row, Maiko Tam, Victor Franks, Stefan Christensen and Daniel Toren. Toren could do with a good launch from the back row, as could Christensen, but Toren's got a bit of open space obviously around the outside if he wants to go for it. And that's where the RX2E machine loses out. You see Christensen straight into the back of Tam, hits him hard twice. You can see the damage on the front of his car, but from that he gets position. Victor Franks slots back up the inside. Franks goes from fourth to third, so he's made one pass in turn one. But Christensen running into the back of Tam fairly firmly in the first corner. Not calling it untoward, but it was there was a bit of contact there. Franks got swallowed up, Hal, off the start big time. We've got with us Derek Tohill, who we're just sticking a set of cans on. And then we'll be ready to go. Into the joke lap goes Maiko Tam on lap one. I think that's a good decision, but makes a mess of the joke lap. So Tam has made a mistake in the joke lap. There's the damage on the front of Christensen's car from the contact in the first corner. And suddenly Victor Franks, who won the first two rounds, is looking tidy. Hal, I might joke a Victor just to cover off Tam behind.
Yeah, especially with Toren so close, because he's not going to risk coming out behind Daniel and getting losing any time. Daniel's doing a good job here, to be fair. He's been learning the car all day and is right with Victor, who is totally at one with that RX2E machine.
So through the right-hander is Franks going to go Joker now, doesn't, so Guillaume de Ridder keeps Franks out. Daniel Toren does go Joker, that might open the door. So Toren is probably trying to cover off Tam, who we saw made a mistake, and actually I think Toren is going to cover off Tam. So Daniel Toren potentially going to cover off the pole sitter, Maiko Tam, and does. So now Tam's going to have to try and find a way past. It's all going off. We've barely got time to talk to him, but we're going to. Derek Tohill's here. Derek, podium!
Yeah, that was the hardest work podium I ever have had to do. And I was only a passenger on a booking Bronco.
Oh, Franks has gone Joker, so Victor Franks goes Joker. This might be indeed to cover off behind, so I think he'll get both Torin and Tam. He will. So Victor Franks is now sitting in a very comfortable position. Stefan Christensen has really upped the pace, Hal, in this. And, aside from the little bit of contact in the first corner, this is a mega drive. But all three of these cars, the window between them is 1.5 seconds, and it's only 6.8 up the road to Christensen.
Franks is hustling that RX2E machine, isn't he? And I don't think it's going to be enough, is it? Christensen, I would joke him this time around if I was his spotter, not to give that overlap to Franks.
They're going to do it, so he's going to go in. So can Victor Franks get a better exit here? Obviously, the RX2E machine doesn't have as much grunt off the line, but Franks is going to carry a lot of speed down to the end of the straight and does make the pass. Victor Franks with a mega pass off the Joker with that extra speed. Christensen comes in mega hot, misses him, puts it in the wall. Through goes Torin and Maiko Tam. So unfortunately, that is from the lead to the back of the pack. Not ideal.
No, a lovely car that backed into the wall.
Ah, Derek. So, yes, Pete, well, I'll tell you what, let's get him round to the finish line. Victor Franks is going to come through. He won the first two Pro-Am results, the first two Pro-Am races back in Nice in Denmark. Got swallowed up off the line in the electric RX2E machine, but he's going to make it 3 from 3 in the Pro-Am category here. P2 for Daniel Torin on his first outing in the Audi. That's a great result for him. Maiko Tam gets third. And Christensen, who was the leader, unfortunately, I think has pulled it out of the tyre wall, but he's going to come around some way behind. So yes, Derek, it's been a bit of a journey, hasn't it, this new car?
A long, difficult journey that came out of COVID. It was a project in COVID, and the old girl is reliable, but we just decided for that semi just to turn everything up to the max. And just see what she did, and it actually seemed to just work that little bit better.
Okay.
But still pretty undrivable. But like, we
mildly less undrivable than it was before.
Yeah.
It looked more under you than it has done at any point in the last couple of weekends.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It didn't feel under me at all. It felt as though I was a bit of a passenger the whole time, and I was just hanging on for dear life. But look, we hung on. Fair play to the lads. So much work just to get that little small victory, and thanks to them. Fantastic work. They kept at it, slogged at it, threw the kitchen sink at it 5 million times. Every kitchen sink that could be found in Sweden and Denmark.
Also, Ulrich Linnemann's entire gym set was thrown at it, as well as the kitchen sink, wasn't it?
Yeah, and it sounds as though we need a lot more kitchen sinks, but I think all we need is 2 front dry shafts.
We might have mentioned that earlier on today.
Yeah.
Is there more to be found for tomorrow, mate, or what's the plan?
No, I don't. I can't see it. We've run out of ride height and springs and dampers and valving, and there's not much more we can throw at it, so we just hang in there and see who's left at the end.
Victor Franks takes third Supercar Ram victory in that one. Great drive by him, so getting swallowed up off the grid and away. Do you want to stay with us for Supercar Lights? Or do you want to go and have a debrief with the lads? Do either?
Yeah, I'll leave it to you two experts. I enjoy listening to you guys so much. So yeah,
very much appreciate, mate. We enjoy coming and having a chat with you in between rounds. What's the future for this car?
Before that final, it was getting the normally aspirated engine that we have almost built by Monchum for a Mark II Escort rally car.
Yeah.
It's a 2.5 normally aspirated.
Oh, yes.
So that was going in it before the final. And
it's an evolving project.
Yeah, I think it's still going in it.
Okay.
We heard last year the winner of these open modified do what you want super national smokers was running a 2-litre normally aspirated. So
okay.
That says
watch this space.
Yeah, that says its own tale.
Right, Derek, thank you, mate. We'll let you go.
Derek.
We're going to get underway for Supercar Lights. Thank you very much, Derek Tohill. Podium finisher in open 2-wheel drive today. On to Supercar Lights. Olofsson and Enland on the front row. Lucas Andersson on row 2. Kasper Janssen on row 3, and then they've managed to get Annette Clev and Expert the wrong way round on the grid, which is why they are reversing them back off. Okay, now we're good to go. Round 3. First 2 rounds, of course, won by Anderson in the blue and silver machine. He's on row 2. Finished 3rd in his semi in the first round in Neeson, so fought his way up from further down the grid
He just had great pace in the final that day, didn't he?
He did. But he also jokered early, didn't he? And
Yeah, was at the back, was last.
Yeah, no, it wasn't lucky, it was all skill, but just sometimes the joker strategy works out, people peel off in front. It was a brilliant first win, but the day 2 was won on absolute pace.
Oh, dominated, yeah.
So today, Anderson won one of the sessions, could potentially have won that 3rd one, but Olofsson just got better of him after he tried to make a pass with the exit speed coming off the standard lap. It was a great effort. And yeah, I think the future is bright. Water in the track with 2 races to go. Fair enough. 3, 2, 3, 2. Hal says 2. The international sign for 2. Yeah, don't drive into the lights. Or is that, that's probably the lap counter, isn't it? That one. Come on, mate. Let's get the water truck off. Okay, now it's time to go racing. Got the water truck out the way. Let's get back to it. As we said, Anderson has won both the first 2 rounds, but Olofsson was leading round 1 when he retired. Olofsson's on the pole this time and has had the better pace today. Anderson gets a great start in a slot up the inside. Surely into P2, hits the wall of the tyres on the inside. It's not game over yet. It is game over. I reckon that's front right steering broken. So Anderson had an absolute disaster. Clattering into the wall on the outside there in the background as well. I think it was Experth, yeah. So Annette is in behind. Look at that. Look at Experth's front end. It's all over the place. Casper Janssen is in P3. And out front, it's Olofsson leading from Enland.
It does seem unfortunate that when you're on the inside there from the second row, you get squeezed into that barrier every single time, and there's not a lot you can do about it. You're a passenger at that point.
I think part of the problem is that keenness, Hal, as well, to claim that inside line because you want to make sure you've got it, but you want to claim it with a half car's width, don't you, around the outside of you?
Wow, it's tight through there, isn't it? Because Anderson's car's in the middle of the track, and then there's the tyre wall on the outside, and it's so loose on the outside there that you can't really get the car turning at such slow speed. And that's what some people don't appreciate about a racing car, is at high speed you can really manipulate the car. At low speed they're actually quite clumsy at certain times. It's like a WRC car on a road section. Sometimes you can't pull out of a junction without understeering into the H on the other side.
Yeah.
But if you threw it at it and got some rotation done, it would be fine. The top 3 continue on.
Casper Janssen's closed that gap down, Hal, quite considerably over the course of that first lap. Experth's gone joker now. Netclev's going to cover off Experth, I suspect, in the background.
Janssen couldn't joker that time. Now they've all decided to go on the inside.
Well, they've moved the tyre bail. The marshals have moved the tyre bail, which has opened up the inside line. Okay.
So Janssen couldn't joker last time around because he was a risk of coming out behind his OMSE stablemate, Anneklev. But now that Anneklev has jokered, I think if Enland doesn't, Janssen will this time around.
Yeah, I think Janssen has to go personally, so let's see whether or not.
But not if Enland does.
Enland goes. Enland does. Janssen. They both go. That's maybe played right. So I think Olofsson has reacted there, almost in the mirrors again, like we heard Anderson say.
I think Sandra Holtgren, his spotter, will have said, dummy into the joker, go as late as possible as you can into the joker, because the other 2 were so close behind him. And now this is, what do you do as Janssen now? Do you stay out and try and build a gap, but you lose out on that run to the line? Tricky, but now Janssen holds the cards because Olofsson's under that bit of pressure from Enland. You've just got to keep a little eye on what's going on behind you. Janssen doesn't have that concern.
With the exit speed, I don't know.
Go again. He's got go again. Try and get the lap in.
Go another lap. So we need to see whether or not Janssen goes into the joker lap. He doesn't. So Janssen stayed out on the standard lap.
I think that's his only choice, to be fair, because you risk coming out, in the worst case, in the middle of these 2, and then who knows what happens in the first corner. And of course, you can't overtake down into the first corner either.
Gap was 5.6. What is it this time as they come up over the line? Has he managed to edge it a little bit more or not? It's 5.7. He's taken 1/10 off them. This is going to be ultra close This could be a proper drag race to the line, Hal. I think he's done the right thing, like you said, to try and edge that gap out, but they are going to have the advantage of speed on the exit.
Especially because you can't overtake into turn 1 with the car there, so you wouldn't be able to sink it back up the inside even if you got it done.
And his final lap, so they're going to go straight on down that straight at the finish line. Watch for Janssen, he goes into the choke. There's a lot of dust in there and he's a little bit wide on the exit. Olofsson coming through on the standard lap now, side by side with Janssen. Olofsson's going to get there, is Enlund going to get there as well? Oh, just squeezes through a tiny gap. Olofsson takes the win, P2 goes to Enlund. Kasper Janssen gets P3 after a pretty brave strategy and a good recovery. But great job by all three of them. Aneklev gets 4th. Unfortunate for championship leader Lucas Andersson. Going out in turn 1. Here he is on the inside. Look, he's claimed it, and then Enlund just tries to squeeze him in. There isn't really enough room.
But if you look at Enlund's front wheels, if we see that again, I think we might do having so Enlund's actually steering out of it, but the contact you have there between the two cars means that, you know, oh, there's a bird trying to get in the window. That's nice.
How bizarre.
But Enlund couldn't do anything there because he was that little bit further ahead. He was just getting rotated around the nose of Anderson. He was actually steering out of it, Martin.
If you're Anderson, you would wish, wouldn't you, that you could have claimed just a little bit more track. You know what I mean? Come off the grid and move left a bit. You need to give yourself basically a foot, 2 foot, so that if you get squeezed, you don't get pushed into the wall at least.
Great drive by Simon Olofsson. Great tactics from the STS team, and a great drive by Olofsson against 2 of the best drivers in supercar lights anywhere in the world.
I wasn't sure Enlund was going to get Janssen, but yeah, and that's
just shows the momentum you carry, doesn't it?
It does change the tactics somewhat when you think about it. Say we were saying Kasper had to stay out, he did. He edged the gap up by another 10th. It looked perfect, but in fact he got eaten by 4 tenths and 8 tenths. Respectively. So Olofsson takes the win, and that is Olofsson's first win of the season. Of course, he was leading in round 1 before he retired. He got P2 in round 2, and now he takes the win here. Lucas Andersson is a DNF, which is what Olofsson was. I think the championship points are going to be a little bit closer here than they were. Take a look at the standings. Olofsson leads, in fact. So Olofsson has taken the lead in the standings from Lucas Andersson, of course, because Andersson didn't out-qualify him either after he made that mistake. So 77 points to Olofsson, the veteran, if you want to call him that. More than 100 events, is it how we think in a lights car? Lucas Andersson, 3 events in a lights car. Still very, very impressive. And I say, only a 4-point loss. He will have learnt a lot today. Martin Enlund is in P3. Kasper Janssen P4 moves up to there at the expense of Isaac Sjökvist, who drops down from P4 to P5.
Just as an indication as to what things mean to competitors in the paddock, so Daniel Turenne made it to the end and had a great result, 2nd in the Supercar AM final, and he just walked back into the paddock to a standing ovation from the JC team.
That's cool, isn't it? Isn't it though? You know?
Yeah, massively, yeah.
He knows he's not a professional driver.
Maiko Tam walked past looking quite angry.
The what, sorry?
Maiko Tam walked past looking pretty angry, but that's...
Where do you reckon he's headed?
Well, I also saw Stefan Christensen driving past in his rally car in the other direction, so probably wise.
He's going home in the rally car. He's so nervous about the situation that he's chosen something very fast to drive home in, yeah? No, he's probably headed to the rally sprint, isn't it? Is there another rally sprint tonight, or are we
I
only
think
looking
so, yeah.
Yeah, so rally sprint side by side, a bit more drifting. Well, we'll let you enjoy this, get ourselves ready for the final. Stay with us, 1 race to go. Last race of the day for round 3 of Rallyx 2023. Kristoffersen and Veiby on the front row, teammates alongside each other. Row 2, Belevsky and Kevin Eriksson. Row 3 should be Tam and Vranks, but only Vranks has shown up at this point. Tam, of course, was in that Pro-Am final. Things didn't go his way, so not going to make it through to the Pro final. Ready to race light comes on pretty quickly. You can hear everybody trying to get their anti-lag on and good to go. Oh, good start by Kristoffersen off the front row. Veiby's equal to it. Little nudging behind from Belevsky. Doesn't get squeezed into the wall as we saw in lights. Veiby might lose out here. They're going to be side by side on that gravel straight. Veiby having a look up the inside of Kristoffersen, thinks better of that. Can't get alongside. So Johan leads from Ola Christian Veiby. Or Belevsky nearly touches the wall on the right-hand side. Kevin Eriksson down in 4th and Franks in P5.
Very, very canny from Johan Kristoffersen. He stayed in the brakes a little bit longer than he needed to, I think, into the first corner. That was to defend from the pressure of Belevsky leaning on his rear bumper that little bit, but also it allowed Ola Christian Veiby to continue around the outside and hold second position. I think that was twofold from JK to hold Belevsky back, and it's worked an absolute treat for the KMS squad.
Yeah, brilliant tactical driver. We know he's just got so much spare capacity, hasn't he, to get things done where other people would flake under the pressure. Kevin Eriksson went Joker, super cautious on the Joker. We saw a mistake from him, of course, in the Joker lap earlier on today where he ran just a little bit deep. I wonder whether or not they'll send Belevsky to try and cover off Eriksson's move. Eriksson also unsighted by the dust, and maybe Belevsky would have gone, but in front of him, Veiby's gone.
Nils Andersen sends Veiby in. Eriksson isn't close to Veiby. I think you're better to be cautious in the Joker than be overzealous, because I think you lose more than you gain, don't you? You risk losing more by getting too sideways than you gain by attacking. Franks is attacking hard in the RX2E car, isn't he? Into the first corner of this third lap.
Big bump there coming onto the velodrome gravel just before it, where they cross over. Belevsky dropping a wheel off into the dirt, smoking up the Coopers. Kristoffersen stays out. Is Belevsky going to go in? He doesn't, so Belevsky stays out as well. So Belevsky's squad, the Volland team, are thinking that if they keep him out a little bit longer, they can edge the gap up. At the minute, what's he got? Not enough, Al, basically, is the answer. Veiby's there already for me. You can see it visually. We're waiting for the splits to come up. It's 3.2, definitely not enough. He might even lose out to Eriksson. So Belevsky in P2 is the man who we need to see definitely come the time he goes Joker. Kristoffersen going to go now and take the fast exit on the last lap. He does. So Kristoffersen goes Joker. Will Belevsky go in as well? He will. So we want to see the merge here for sure. Kristoffersen coming out. This should guarantee him the win. He's got another lap to go. Veiby's coming in very hot though. Ola Christian Veiby trying to pass his teammate Kristoffersen. Almost in the wall on the outside, into the back of Johan. Is he going to run the number 1 deep? He doesn't. He's wise to it in the background. Eriksson has managed to get P3. Belevsky's dropped back to P4. Wow. Veiby was flying.
Veiby did the fastest lap of the race in the lap before Kristoffersen Jokered. Had he managed to do that again, he would have got past. He gave his teammate a good old shove in the rear, didn't he? That was reminiscent of Daniel Ricciardo and Max Verstappen getting into each other in their Red Bull Formula 1 cars, but it didn't pay off.
Didn't pay off this time, but good to see Veiby with that pace. But Johan Kristoffersen going to take his first Rallyx win of 2023. His teammate Veiby gets P2. It's a 1-2 for the KMS squad. Kevin Eriksson recovers for P3. Belevsky gets 4th. And Victor Vranks is going to take P5 in the RX2E car. Great stuff from the teammates. Brilliant awareness from Kristoffersen. Hal, in turn 1, you mentioned it. Talk us through it.
Yeah, so watch Belevsky here in the Audi on row 2. He's going to get right in the rear of Johan, gives him a bit of a nudge. Belevsky's locked up, to be fair. But look at Johan, he's on the brakes, on the brakes. That's just holding Belevsky back. It's nothing to do with defending the position. That's letting Ola Christian go around the outside. He is so clever in those situations. He and Matthias Ekström, I think, have been the best in the world at those type of games. The mind games that come with competing at an elite level, and they really get satisfaction out of it as well.
Oh,
Belevsky was quick then.
I used to love that. When was it Ekström did the tyres thing in Latvia? Was that versus Kristoffersen, or was that a year later? when he didn't use any, in Riga, when he didn't use any tyres in free practice. Remember, he did a practice lap, pulled off straight away because it was so marginal the lap times.
And this is a joke emerged. Sorry, Andrew. So this is Baby with a massive run on Kristoffersson, so close to that wall on the inside. Look at the bonnet come up on Baby's Polo. He's giving Johan a bit of a nudge and like, I'm here, sunshine. Look at the bumper on the back of Johan's Polo. But Baby bails out of it. They're good friends, the two of them, as well as being teammates. Kevin Eriksson, though, another good run to the podium. His third podium in a row. Getting Bolevsky right at the end.
Johan Kristoffersson takes his first Rallyx win of this season. Of course, he's taken plenty before. Teammate Ola Christian Baby P2. Kevin Eriksson gets third. Bolevsky is fourth. Victor ranks Maiko Tam at DNS. Okay, they've just turned the studio lights up so bright that I think I might be getting a suntan. Hal, where's the suntan lotion? It's still taped to the back of the desk. Kristoffersson, 80 points at the top of the standings. He takes the lead in the championship from Kevin Eriksson. Eriksson did lead by 2 points. It's now 6 points the other way to Kristoffersson. Bolevsky is in P3, and Bolevsky coming here was down in P5. Baby is into fourth. Baby's moved up a long way. P9 before we came here. Hedstrom, of course, not racing. Franks is in P6 in the RX2 E-car. All good. If only you could see how bright these lights are. Maybe you can from how hard we're squinting into the camera.
I feel like a pop star because they can't see this.
I just wish it was a heater.
Audience, can they?
I just wish it to be a heater.
Well, it will be in a minute.
Yeah, I've taken the hood down, in the interest of looking like I'm not freezing cold. But I tell you what, it might be cold in here. The action's been pretty decent out on track today, I think. Nice to see the crowd here. A good way to kick off the Rally Extreme weekend, the drifting and stuff. How I think it's a successful event. We've got another day to go tomorrow.
Definitely successful, better than I expected, to be honest. The rally sprint's been great to watch, great diversity of cars. I think there's something here for everyone, isn't there? And yeah, the Rallycross has been good as it always is. Supercar final better than I expected, actually. It's nice to see that Kristoffersson and Baby are willing to fight, and that's good for us, isn't it? Because okay, there isn't the depth that we would normally get, but the strength is good, and the action's been great. I think. The cross-car sessions are long, and there's lots of cars, but the quality is high, and the racing in the semis and finals was brilliant. Yeah. You literally cannot choose a winner. Okay, the same 3 in junior cross-car are on the podium again, but it's not like they've just turned up there. That's Carly Sullivan. It's not like they've just turned up there and immediately on the podium. It's so competitive, and okay, open two-wheel drives have been a bit weak this weekend, but generally I think the strength across every category is massive. Yeah,
and we got a bit unlucky in some of the finals, say with cars retiring things, and also the incident in turn 1 in cross car. But we're going to do it all again tomorrow. So do join us if you fancy it. I know there's been some other big events on. Yeah, we're crowning a king in the UK.
And if you're in Sweden, come down because there's some epic stuff to see here.
Yeah, well, it's Stockholm. Come on, if you're watching in Stockholm, what are you doing? Get off your sofa. It's an hour and a half up the road. It's fine. Come down. But yeah, join us tomorrow, either here at Tierp or indeed online if you're going to join us there as well. I'm Andrew Coley. That's Hal Rich. Thank you very much to everyone in the TV truck, all the organisers, the marshals and everybody else involved. I'm going to go and get a tea, I think, warm ourselves up. We'll see you in the morning.